The story began at a lively festival. A man named Herodian was laughing and talking. Scarlet, a woman, was also present. The two accidentally bumped shoulders. Scarlet turned to look at Herodian, stunned. They had met by chance. Herodian politely extended his hand and invited, "Excuse me, would you care to dance with me?" Scarlet placed her hand in his, smiling cheerfully. It was a gentle love, like a spring breeze. Looking at the affectionate couple before them, one could see that this was how the Emperor and Empress met and solidified their love. After many years, an adorable newborn boy was born in this empire. The current emperor of the empire was Rashar Apollinarian. Rashar's life, guided by the hands of his father and mother and growing up in their love, had always made him dream of a fairy tale romance. Later, Rashar secretly thought, as a matter of course, that one day he too would find his life's destiny. Yet at that moment, he was clutching his head, filled with resentment and complaint, because that dream of destiny had not yet come true. Thinking of his steadfast image on the battlefield, Rashar secretly mused that if his soldiers knew, they would be stunned to see a cold-hearted individual, unconcerned with blood and tears, harboring such thoughts.
His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, blood dripping incessantly. He continued to ponder, an emperor with a heart of stone. Imagining himself happy with a girl, he couldn't help but sigh, dreaming of a love that even teenagers his age wouldn't dare to dream of. As he held the pen, writing each character, Rashar mumbled, "The feelings I've always cherished, are they just going to end like this?" His imposing figure emerged. He was the emperor of an empire. With one hand he subdued demons, with the other he ensured the kingdom's authority and protected its people. At that moment, as he took a piece of paper, he mused, "However, to pluck the stars, you must look up at the sky." His hand rested on the table, and he told himself, "I should have dated when I was still a prince, like my father." Then he let out an exasperated sigh, complaining, "How unfair."
Suddenly, Rashar realized something and exclaimed, "That's right." He turned his head, muttering, "Now I remember." Looking at the small egg in the cage, he wondered, what is that egg? Glancing at the quiet egg in front of him, Rashar was suspicious. Where did Durahan get it? It didn't seem to be an eagle's egg. Now is not the time. I'm late for the royal meeting. As he left, the other egg kept rolling around and then let out a sound. Immediately after it stood still. A hand reached up and knocked on the door. Rashar, startled from his seat, called out, "Come in." Not long after, a man entered, respectfully saying, "Your Majesty, I have brought your tea." This was none other than Count Crusoe, his attendant. "Tomorrow morning you have no appointments, so you can rest at ease." Rashar placed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "It's good to hear that after a long time." Count Crusoe replied, looking puzzled, "Yes, Your Majesty, you seem to be in trouble." He was drinking tea, and upon hearing this his face darkened. Immediately his gaze sharpened. He glared at Count Crusoe and questioned, "Who is it, Count Crusoe, who has been following me everywhere and persuading me to take a queen?"
He trembled, sweating as he replied, "Your Majesty, if I may offer some advice, aren't your standards a bit too high, even for an emperor?" He set the glass of water on the table, pondering irritably. "You've been my friend since childhood, yet you think I don't date anyone because of a dirty and strict personality?" Rashar's face darkened and he commanded, "If you're done speaking, you may withdraw." However, in his heart, he didn't refute those words, even though it was a painful truth. Count Crusoe bowed his head, weeping, and excused himself. "Then I shall take my leave." Suddenly he looked up and saw the window was still open. "I'll go close it and then leave." As he stepped forward and looked up at the night sky, he secretly sighed. Everything would have been better if he showed as much interest in women as he did in the little bird he raised as a child. Suddenly he was startled by something he saw. The Count bowed his head, looked into the cage, and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this egg?" Rashar sat there, turned, and replied, "I don't know. Durahan brought it." He put his hands on his hips and wondered, "Durahan is male, isn't he?" "Then I shall take my leave to rest. Good night, Your Majesty." He spoke up to stop him. "Wait a moment. Did the egg just move?" The Count laughed, waving his hand, and asked, "What are you saying? How could that egg move? It must have been the wind." A single sentence from Rashar made him freeze. "You just closed the window, didn't you?"
Count shrieked in panic. "So that's a ghost!" Contrary to his fear, Rashar calmly looked at the egg. The egg lay motionless there. A trembling voice asked, "Should I throw it away?" In the celestial realm, about 200 years before an unknown egg fell to earth, Helena, the goddess of origins, sat on her noble throne and spoke. The day to fulfill the promise made to earth is drawing near. Before her were owls with glowing eyes. She thought to herself, "The most outstanding angel among you will be sent to the mortal realm. This is an opportunity to show who is the best among the apprentice angels." She added, "The demons in the mortal realm are unusual. Find out their schemes and prevent them from achieving their desires." A pair of the white wings fluttered. Haniel thought to herself, I have been training for 200 years. At this moment, Helena announced, Now I will choose a child to go down to the mortal realm. Among the goddess's disciples were an eagle, an owl, a colorful bird, and a peacock. Haniel thought to herself, all of them are beautiful and powerful, except for me. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and called out loudly, Hey, you mongrel. Haniel, still an unknown at this time, angrily yelled, I am not a mongrel. Someone with dark brown skin spoke disdainfully, A failed angel like you, how dare you consider yourself equal to us? She resignedly did not reply. The girl scoffed again, asking, Surely you don't think you'll be chosen.
Haniel firmly retorted, Why not? I've been practicing for 200 years. I can do it too. That angel girl swiftly flew by, looking down at her sitting on the ground, and nonchalantly provoked, Oh really? Then prove it, you mongrel. Haniel clenched her fists, telling herself inwardly, I can do it, at any cost. She bit her lip tightly and declared, I will defeat these arrogant ones and go to the human realm for that very reason. A scene of that girl constantly studying with books emerged. While all the other birds learned how to dominate the human world, Haniel, however, trained diligently for her own purpose.
A fist swung out. Haniel, with a determined expression, continuously unleashed her moves. It was a battle against the demons. She raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, pondering silently. Goddess Helena had clearly stated that they needed to understand the demons' schemes, and their mission was to protect the human realm. Therefore, the most important thing now was to learn how to defeat them. The demons' power lay in their magic. Thus, there were only two ways for her to defeat the demons. She raised her hand, silently assessing. The first method was to use the divine power of angels, but divine power was not to be used in the human realm. Although angels sent down by the goddess's command could use divine power, the latent power in each angel differed. Eagles possessed superior offensive magic. Swans had very strong healing magic. Gazing into the distance, Haniel thought to herself, Though I am very weak in offensive magic, my defensive magic is very strong. The second method was to subdue them. First, she needed to protect herself with magic and subdue them, then purify them with holy energy. Therefore, Haniel diligently studied martial arts in the celestial realm, under the guidance of a centaur. The man with the lower body of a horse commanded, Haniel, strike faster. She obediently replied, Yes. 200 years later, on the day her training was complete, a person holding a spear handed it to the girl and explained, Take this, Haniel. It is a spear made from a divine oak tree. Haniel, do you accept learning how to fight like the other angels?
Haniel replied with a determined expression, Don't worry, I'll definitely do well. The man stroked her head and offered words of comfort. Haniel, I don't know what your true species is, but no bird has such beautiful silver feathers as yours. You must be very special. She turned and left, smiling, and said, When I go to the human world, I won't be able to see you for a long time. Please take care of yourself, and thank you for everything. As she walked, Haniel kept muttering, It's true that I want to be recognized as an excellent angel, but... Immediately after, standing amidst sweet couples, Haniel, looking pale, thought, I also want to be paired with a wonderful man. She bowed her head and sadly thought, But everyone likes large and colorful birds. Haniel clenched her fist, affirming to herself, Yes, silver feathers being a flaw is just a rumor. I will prove it. In an instant, her face brightened again. On a fateful day in the celestial realm, a steady voice announced, The apprentice angel descending to the human world is Haniel. You have trained very diligently. Haniel asked with a worried and doubtful expression, I have prepared very thoroughly, but can I really do it? Hearing this, Helena gently smiled and comforted her. My child, you are the child with the most beautiful soul I have ever seen. Don't be afraid, Haniel. You will succeed. When a yellow line was drawn on Haniel's hair, she was astonished. Contrary to her radiant expression, the crowd behind her frowned in displeasure. Haniel turned to stare, startling them. Immediately after, she sneered and whispered, Unlike me, all of you have basic knowledge but are powerless. Have a good stay. At that moment, an egg lay in the tree hollow. Haniel had come to the human world in the form of an egg. According to the goddess's prophecy, this was the destiny Haniel was searching for in the human world.
Currently, Durahan is flying in the sky, making the animals below tense. It spread its wings, gaining momentum to land, its feet clutching an egg. The wind blew, making the tree branches sway continuously. The small egg was now nestled in a cage. Someone looked at the egg and asked, Durahan, what's with this egg? Inside the egg, Haniel thought suspiciously, What's going on? Why am I hearing human voices? I'm sure I've already reached my old nest. What is this? I'm too curious, but if I break the eggshell before 30 days, I'll lose my ability to use magic. Looking at the strange room, Haniel wondered, Exactly where am I? The egg tumbled onto a small mattress. Then, bouncing back up, Haniel told herself,
If I move, they'll hear me. It's so quiet here. Was that an illusion just now? No, I'm definitely hearing something, because I've been training for 200 years. The egg fell back again. Durahan walked over and stared. She ignored it and thought, never mind, I'm sleepy. I need to sleep a little more. At a castle, a maid suddenly flinched when she saw the egg. The maid walked over, looked into the cage, and asked, why is there an egg here? A man replied blankly, Durahan probably laid it. The maid's face immediately turned pale, and she turned to him suspiciously. But isn't Durahan male? The other person casually chimed in, then Durahan probably brought it along as a snack.
The girl put her hand to her chin, looking thoughtful. Perhaps, but isn't that a bit cruel? The man reached for the egg and replied, it's just an egg. I'll take this to the kitchen and ask them to make a snack for Durahan. Holding the egg, he opened the door and entered the kitchen, calling out loudly, Chef, please make a snack for Durahan. Where are you? He mused to himself. Perhaps he stepped out for a bit, but this... Then he kept shaking the egg, remarking, this egg is quite heavy. It seems there's something inside. Inside, Haniel was spinning uncontrollably, wondering, so dizzy, what's happening? The chef walked in, pointing and shouting, hey, who's there? The man casually ordered, Chef, please make a snack for Durahan. I think this will be delicious. The chef's expression immediately changed, and he replied awkwardly, what, for Durahan? If it's a snack for Durahan, the Emperor's beloved pet, I should make it myself. He froze, exclaiming, oh, humans. The egg was now resting quietly on the cutting board. The chef hummed continuously. Up it goes, a delicious fried dish.
Haniel in the egg flinched. Wait, what did that person just say? A figure loomed over the small egg. He reached out towards the egg, and Haniel secretly wondered, is he going to fry me? The chef repeatedly tapped the egg against the edge of the table. He asked in bewildered doubt, why isn't it breaking? The egg turned gray. Like a bolt of lightning, Haniel in the egg jumped and cried out, what's happening? I can handle a little impact, but this is too much. In an instant, the egg shot away, muttering to itself, no, I can't break here. The chef exclaimed in astonishment, what? Why isn't it breaking? The egg now lay neatly on the floor. Someone approached, and a mark appeared on the egg. Haniel in the egg secretly thought, that's why I chose an owl's nest. The chef's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief, what is this? Did the egg just flash? Immediately after, the egg rolled away. He clenched his fist and shouted, catch the egg. A male servant spoke in a puzzled tone. What's that noise? The maid next to him, with a distorted face, stammered. Wait, is that an egg? Behind them, the chef and the man were relentlessly chasing. The egg rolled under a raised foot. At this moment, the Count, annoyed, tried to restrain himself as he asked, what exactly are you doing right now? The chef, terrified, explained, it's that egg. We were trying to prepare a snack for Durahan from the egg in your room, but the egg ran away, unbelievably. Someone bent down, picked up the egg, and ordered, that's enough. You may withdraw. The chef obediently replied, yes, understood. The Count asked, Your Majesty, that egg, is it? Rashar replied firmly, yes, that's yesterday's egg. When the egg was turned, a drawing appeared. The Count exclaimed in alarm, Your Majesty, this drawing. He stared in astonishment. Haniel was curled up. The day the divine bird of golden radiance descends, the empire will be bathed in eternal glory. In a castle, Rashar turned his head in thought, a faint expression on his face. The Count and he both looked at a painting of the bird hanging on the wall, then affirmed, but it is certainly the egg from the legend.
Now facing Rashar, he excitedly speculated, is this egg larger than normal eggs? It's definitely a magic egg, Your Majesty. He casually replied, yesterday you said it was haunted. Upon hearing this, Crusoe froze, as if struck by lightning. He placed a hand on his chest and eloquently continued, that's not entirely accurate, because we don't know its true origin. To his surprise, the person in front of him was no longer there. Looking over, Rashar had already walked away. He called after him, anyway, what should we do now? I will take care of this. At this moment, the egg was already...
Haniel inside the egg secretly pondered, I think that human is protecting me. The egg immediately blushed with embarrassment. The three people surrounded the cage, continuously examining it. A girl, with an intrigued expression, exclaimed, don't worry, Your Majesty, I don't feel any bad energy from it. On the contrary, I feel this egg has a very powerful energy. The man also agreed, replying, you're right, it feels like divine power. Talented mages possessing immense power, divine power, are now only known as a legend.
Wizards use elemental magic, while demons use dark magic. The small egg glowed continuously, but the sacred divine power emanating from it was completely different. This is certainly a very special egg. Night fell upon the castle. Someone spoke up. This is the first time I've witnessed a bird being born from a divine egg. Rashar raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. A creature born of divine power. I wonder what it will look like.
His gaze swept to the end of the room, where a painting of a bird hung. As he looked, he mused to himself, it would be truly interesting if a large hawk hatched from this egg. Flipping through the pages of a book, Rashar wondered, what should I do to ensure it is born healthy? Recalling the sight of Durahan incubating the egg, he thought to himself, Durahan, who warmed this egg every day, where are you now? Reaching out to touch the egg, Rashar reassured himself, perhaps I should calm down. Everything will turn out well thanks to this little creature. Thinking of the high-ranking officials laughing with delight, he secretly speculated, even those high-ranking officials who only ever talk about the queen, this is the first time I've seen them talk so much about this mysterious egg. He smiled, looking at the small egg in his hand. Inside the egg, Haniel continuously murmured, I thought it was just an illusion, but this human's touch is truly warm.
Therefore, he was very sleepy. The egg suddenly trembled. Rashar was puzzled internally. What is it? Placing the egg to his ear, he was skeptical. Perhaps I misheard. As soon as he placed the egg on the mattress, Rashar again monologued internally. I don't know what kind of bird you are, but I will welcome you the way I welcome Durahan. The morning sun was shining into the room. At this moment, Count was standing there, gesticulating continuously as he explained. Your Majesty, do you know that talking to a baby while it's in the womb helps with its development? Have you tried talking to the egg yet? He immediately turned away, coldly replying, Go tell such childish things to your parents. This statement directly made him clench his fists, trying to suppress his anger.
Katarine called out, But, Your Majesty, your servant Katarine has read a book that says talking to plants is good for their growth. Perhaps it could also apply to this egg. He glanced over, asking doubtfully, Really? The maid then rubbed his back, grumbling and complaining, Why does Your Majesty ignore what I say? Katarine comforted her. Don't cry. He watched the scene and muttered, But Katarine is smarter than Count Crusoe. Gazing at the egg in his arms, he wondered, What should I say? Then Rashar frowned, concluding, Perhaps I should read fairy tales. After that, he shook his head repeatedly, denying in his heart, No, the creature inside surely wouldn't like that. He crossed his arms and began to recount. After the Empress is chosen, there will soon be negotiations about having children for succession. I feel uncomfortable about this matter. The little egg heard this and secretly praised. A sweet and warm voice. Suddenly he cursed. Damn it! Hearing this made Haniel inside the egg startled, exclaiming, This person's mouth is a bit rude. The next day, a person sat sternly on a chair, shouting, Everything would be easier if we were on the battlefield. I could immediately kill the ministers who say foolish things.
The egg, hearing this, secretly thought with fear, Battlefield, don't say such scary things. They always say that humanity is always at war. Is that true? The next day, Rashar continued to express his feelings. Every time I think about the soldiers who lost their lives on the battlefield, I can't help but feel choked by guilt. Haniel, inside the egg, heard this and secretly thought with regret, Are you sad? If I could hatch right now, I would be by your side and comfort you. The next day, a hand slammed down on the table. He recounted angrily, The demons have attacked the border. Haniel was startled and repeated, Demons? That hand then touched the top of the egg, gently rubbing it to reassure. Fortunately, the soldiers who were sent dealt with everything, so don't worry. Thinking of the scene where it would constantly fight demons, the egg yearned. I want to quickly get out into the world and defeat the demons. I want to break them in half. I want to protect this person. Rashard stood before the egg, continuously confiding. I have many subordinates, but no one I can talk to comfortably. I can only share this with you because I am very lonely. Whenever Rashar showed his vulnerable side, Haniel constantly empathized in her mind. From the outside, it looks as if everyone surrounds him, but I see myself in that. Haniel imagined herself standing alone before the vast sky, lonely, just like Rashar. I think we can become friends once I break this sturdy eggshell and come out. And so time gradually passed. On the 30th day since Haniel came to this world, a crack sounded. It seemed the egg was about to hatch. At this moment, Rashar and Count were in the room. He spoke up and asked, Your Majesty, that egg, when will it hatch? He sat with his arms crossed, responding indifferently, I don't know either. Count asked with a tense expression, It won't take decades to hatch, will it? Rashar immediately frowned, thinking to himself, Decades? Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from that egg. Count exclaimed in astonishment, Your Majesty, the egg gets cracked. It seems like it will hatch at any moment. He, now also flustered, ordered, Hurry, summon all the ministers and painters immediately. Immediately after, in a room, the crowd was buzzing with chatter. Is that the egg from the rumors? It looks smaller than I imagined. Rashard's expression remained calm. That egg now had many cracks. Two officials whispered to each other. Is it hatching? I don't know. Suddenly, Rashar raised a hand to his mouth, his face darkening with a menacing look. The other two immediately fell silent in fear. Rashar frowned again in annoyance, thinking, Too noisy. Suddenly, he realized something. It was glowing. The cracked egg continuously emitted a dazzling light. The crowd watched with bated breath. Rashar, looking at the egg in front of him, blushed with gratitude. Finally, it is hatched. The egg emitted cracking sounds from its shell. He thought, Although I hoped I could help the egg hatch,
Humans should not interfere with the shell-breaking process of a divine bird. Rashar smiled gently, looking forward. Phoenix, I cannot wait to call you by the name I have prepared. After thinking, he raised a hand to his chin, speculating, what kind of bird will it be? Imagining different types of birds, Rashar pondered, a large eagle? A sharp hawk? Or could it be a species I've never seen before? In an instant, a piece of the shell popped off. The high-ranking officials gasped in astonishment. The egg remained still, showing no signs of movement. They watched tensely. Then a head poked out. The bird spread its wings and let out a cute chirp. The crowd couldn't help but murmur, what is this? A ball of fluff? A disbelieving minister asked, Sir, isn't that just a tuft of feathers? Rashar immediately glared and snapped, Silence! The other person was forced to be silent, replying, Yes. He gripped the armrest tightly, silently commanding, All of you, shut your mouths. Rashar's face darkened as he muttered to himself, Because, well, he furrowed his brows, unable to help but wonder, I am the most outstanding person here, so what the hell is going on? Phoenix flew up. Rashar watched nervously. The bird flew to the painting, its expression seemingly very excited. He was helpless, disbelieving. Could this bird truly be a divine bird? A minister immediately presented his opinion. Your Majesty, I apologize, but I have never seen this species of bird before. It is indeed a female bird. He crossed his arms and asked, What kind of bird is this? Is it closely related to a tailor bird or a sparrow? The other person replied, I have never seen this bird before, but in terms of appearance, it resembles a tailor bird and a long-tailed tit. Suddenly he looked up, then continued with an awkward smile, But it is certainly not an eagle. Rashar's face immediately turned pale, and he turned away. He reluctantly forced out a devilish smile, probing, Are you thinking that I don't know that? Examining each feature of the bird closely, he speculated, Just as the legend recounts, this bird also has a few golden shimmering feathers. How unfair. Rashar waved his hand, calling, Phoenix, come here. The bird immediately flew and landed on his hand. Rashar looked at it and declared, I proclaim the birth of the divine bird.
A large castle loomed into view. Rumors about the birth of the divine bird had spread throughout the country. Although there were exaggerated rumors that the bird was as large as the imperial palace, the birth of the divine bird was entirely sufficient to heighten the admiration for the emperor. In the room, Haniel and Rashar met each other's gaze. Rashar asked, Hey, are you really the divine bird? Hearing Rashar's question, Haniel nodded continuously. Rashar thought to himself, The divine bird is a gift from God. Those tufts of golden feathers? No, those shimmering golden feathers are a clear sign that this bird is the divine bird. Will it really transform, as the Count said? He recalled the Count's words from before, that the bird would transform once more under certain conditions. Rashar frowned deeply as he remembered those words.
He was constantly gesticulating and exclaiming just like that. He pointed at the painting of the large bird. The high-ranking officials turned to look at an annoyed Rashar and whispered, Perhaps so, yes. This will certainly be new news. Everything will completely change. He rested his chin in his hand and said, So this is what they call change. Then his face darkened as he asked, Is that what you're saying? Get out. Looking at Phoenix in his arms, he turned pale and said in disbelief to himself, No way. Count Crusoe's words can't be true. Rashar stubbornly crossed his arms and asked, Are you truly the mythical divine bird? The little bird looked happy. He mumbled, Do you understand everything I'm saying? Its expression immediately changed. Phoenix flapped its wings continuously. He said, puzzled and doubtful, Do you want me to open the cage? Immediately after, Rashar reached out and opened the cage door, and Phoenix flew out. It flew and landed on his shoulder. Rashar glanced at it and thought to himself, Are you trying to act cute? Phoenix continuously rubbed its face against his shoulder. Afterwards, it flew in front of him, chirping meaningless sounds. Rashar laughed hoarsely with joy. Perhaps we should change to a more suitable name. Then he raised his hand. It landed on his finger, and Rashar's expression softened as he exclaimed, You're too adorable. The name Phoenix doesn't seem to fit. Hearing this, it stiffened all over, as if struck by lightning. Seeing such a strong reaction, he speculated to himself, Based on that reaction, it seems you don't want to, do you? He put it down and reassured it. All right, I'll keep it as is, Phoenix.
In a certain room, Rashar was relaxing in a hot bath. He muttered to himself, surprised by Phoenix, but unable to show it in front of his subjects. Rashar brought a hand to his head again, a thoughtful expression on his face. I cannot let them see my weaknesses. I cannot rely on anyone. I must get used to loneliness. In the next 10 years, or perhaps 20, how much longer will I have to endure this period of solitude? Then he let out a long sigh, leaning his head back. Rashar continued his monologue.
All I need is a friend. What can I do now but be content with Phoenix? Thinking of the tiny Phoenix sitting on Durahan's tail, he mused. Although it's hard to judge by appearance, Phoenix is too small compared to other birds.
Rashar put his hand to his chin and thought, will it gradually grow bigger? Imagining a huge phoenix with a fierce face, he broke out in a sweat and exclaimed, just imagining it makes me feel uneasy. As he put on his clothes, he mused, if that's the case, then perhaps it's better as it is now. Rashar's gaze dropped. Suddenly he was startled by something and wondered, huh, where are you looking? Looking at Phoenix with its glowing eyes, he secretly wondered, sweating, why are its eyes sparkling like that? As he walked, Rashar mumbled in denial, no, maybe I'm overthinking it. Lying down on the bed, he turned to look. Phoenix looked back, puzzled. Rashar accepted the thought, all right, it's not too bad. He softly said, good night, Phoenix. That evening at the castle, Phoenix stared at the sleeping person, thinking, I saw it very clearly. Recalling Rashar from earlier, it assessed. A sexy body, a physique like a sculpted statue. His handsome face appeared, and it evaluated. Even more than that, he also has beautiful, golden, lustrous hair like a god. Phoenix's face showed a shy admiration. Even an eagle that considers itself the most handsome would be utterly shocked by this man. Thinking of him walking side by side with it, it thought with certainty, no one could find a better partner than this. Phoenix continuously mumbled in praise. I truly like him from head to toe, completely my type. This man, I won't let him get away. Its face full of schemes, it stared at the sleeping Rashar, asserting, human, you are my mate. It watched Rashar lying there, continuously sweating.
A new day at the Grand Palace. Durahan was currently holding something in its mouth. Seeing this, Phoenix was startled and secretly cursed. This crazy eagle? Suddenly, it brought that multicolored thing into the cage, as if wanting to give it to her. She screamed in her head, no, I can't believe it. Durahan then tilted its head back and put that thing into its mouth.
A moment later, it swallowed with a gulp. He bent down and instructed her, this is how we eat. Phoenix was stunned by this, covering her mouth with her wing. Annoyed, she retorted, I am a divine bird. Durahan asked bewildered, so what should I do? Looking at the large bird in front of her, Phoenix irritably judged to herself, this bird is too stupid. Suddenly, a hand reached towards the cage. Rashar gently walked over and opened the cage door, causing her to turn sharply and affectionately whisper, my other half. Immediately, she flew to his side. Rashar watched her and asked, Phoenix, do you remember me? Walking to the table, he spoke with doubt. You haven't eaten anything since yesterday, have you? His hand reached for the bell on the table, and a moment later, he rang it. A person entered the room and respectfully asked, did you call for me, Your Majesty? He ordered, Count, prepare food for Phoenix. He replied, yes, Phoenix. But what does Phoenix eat? Insects. Hearing this, she shook her head continuously. Rashar speculated, it seems it doesn't like eating insects or grains or something like that. Phoenix, perched on his shoulder, let out a cheerful chirp. Count handed him a book and replied, yes, I will go tell them to bring the food. Here is today's schedule. By the way, it seems you are very close with the divine bird. Looking at the small bird, he smiled gently and continued, is that so? I think it likes me. Moreover, it seems Phoenix understands what I'm saying. He asked curiously, have you spoken to this bird? Glancing at her, Rashar mused to himself, that's right, if it understands me, I can ask directly. Then he looked at her seriously and inquired, Phoenix, your form, will it change over time? Will it become larger than it is now? Immediately after, she nodded, showing she understood clearly.
Count, seeing this, immediately cheered excitedly, truly understanding what he had said. Gazing at the small, resolute bird before him, Count mused, transformation, so will you turn into an eagle just like in the painting? Or a hawk? The mere thought is thrilling. Rashar's expression as he looked at him at that moment was as if he were looking at an idiot. Phoenix angrily thought to herself, an eagle? How dare he call me that? Recalling her image as Haniel, she affirmed to herself, I will become human. I am deeply connected to the human world. The goddess was right. At this, she turned to look at Rashar. A hand went up to cover her face. Phoenix, feeling embarrassed, thought to herself, just a little longer, human, and I'll give you a surprise. In that room, someone called out, Your Majesty. Everything, from grains to dessert, made from bird-safe ingredients, was ready. Rashar and Phoenix sat looking at the lavish meal. She craved it so much that her eyes lit up and she drooled. Phoenix turned pale and exclaimed inwardly, I can't believe he's giving me this kind of food. He truly is my other half. The only slight annoyance was that Rashar, oblivious, reached out and stroked the little bird, wheezing, You are truly very cute. Phoenix flew closer to a plate of fruit. She happily nibbled on a tomato. The two servants standing nearby watched, secretly exclaiming, So cute. At this moment, Rashar spoke up, chiding, Don't stare like that. Can't you see it's feeling pressured? After eating a hearty meal, Phoenix lay on her back, sighing in relief. The servants looked at each other helplessly, thinking, Where's the pressure? The Count sighed, saying to himself, I don't want him to become like that. Glancing at the nobleman in front of him, he smiled contentedly. Anyway, I'm very happy that Your Majesty is in a good mood.
Then his expression turned pained as he complained, because my schedule today is also very packed. Phoenix flew closer to Rashar. She continuously chirped, the food was really delicious, thank you. He hugged Phoenix and assessed, a cute and charming bird, not bad at all.
The night enveloped the magnificent castle. Rashar was sleeping peacefully on his bed. Phoenix's mind wandered.
I never thought he would...
Recalling the moment he touched her face, she thought to herself, kiss me. Thinking of the rules in the heavenly realm, Phoenix blushed. There, dating, proposing, and then kissing usually followed that order. She thought about it, practically salivating. But this person kissed me even before dating. Phoenix covered her mouth, smiling slyly, and declared confidently, this guy is really interesting, exactly my type. I must definitely have him. The next morning, in that room, a voice announced, from today onwards, I will take Phoenix with me everywhere. Count was stunned and doubtful. Phoenix? Katerine spoke up in agreement. I think that's a very good idea, Your Majesty. Count immediately agreed. That's right. Normally, animals don't they aren't very fond of Your Majesty. Rashar immediately crossed his arms and gave him a sharp glare that made Count freeze.
He continued to explain, honestly, only Dorohan is an exception. Even the Emperor and Empress's former birds were very afraid of it. He replied helplessly, I hate to admit it, but it's true. But Phoenix is very intelligent, so it will surely understand me, just like Dorohan. The Count urged, then let's go. It's a very busy day today. At that arena, two young men were constantly sparring with swords. Amanda turned and exclaimed happily, the weather is truly beautiful today, Miss Katerine. She smiled and said, yes, it seems winter is approaching. How is the situation in the border region? The maid respectfully reported, the report states that all of them were buried alive. Katerine praised, good, that is what His Majesty wanted. Maid Katerine was in fact the captain of the Night Knights, Rishar's protector, whose primary mission was assassination. At this moment, Katerine slightly frowned. She was currently the Emperor's unofficial bodyguard.
Thinking of Amanda, she pondered. Amanda was an outstanding demon hunter, she said confidently. Surely everything had been handled well. Remembering Rashar on the battlefield, Catherine sighed, but I still can't relax when I think about that day. At that time, Rashar was surrounded by demons. Catherine frantically called out, Your Majesty! She put a hand to her chin in doubt. The frenzied demons were rushing towards you. Why? Thinking of Rashar, Catherine secretly affirmed, the demons must have been attracted by something about Your Majesty. Frowning deeply, she promised herself, we must protect you at all costs. Thinking of that magnificent palace, Catherine mused, although hunters have been stationed in the palace to guard against bad situations, if high-level demons infiltrated, they wouldn't be recognized. If only someone could recognize the demons immediately. At that moment, Phoenix was relaxing in its cage. The crowd immediately started buzzing. I heard it can change its size later, transform into an eagle, just like in the paintings? Really? But it's so adorable. Hearing that, her expression immediately became arrogant. Rashar, sitting in front of the crowd, secretly thought, that's why the servants always whisper whenever I'm with Phoenix. She took flight and circled around, making the crowd look on with delight. He pondered, but to be this distracted even during a meeting? Suddenly, someone raised their hand, and the young woman expressed with a smile, I was just thinking about getting a little bird like Phoenix, Your Majesty. A man with a disdainful expression asked, Duchess, haven't you already adopted several birds that symbolize your family? The young woman then tried to suppress her irritation and replied, I just find Your Majesty's Phoenix too adorable. What kind of bird has silver feathers like that? Seeing Rashar holding his head in exasperation, the young woman added, Indeed, that's why I'm considering getting more mynah birds or sparrows. At this moment, Rashar looked up. He sighed and muttered, What kind of charade are you playing? Suddenly, a hand slammed violently onto the table. Rashar declared emphatically, Starting today, I will tighten the pet adoption procedures. The young woman then sprang up in alarm, exclaiming, What? He frowned and reminded her, Duchess Westbordenden, instead of adopting more, why don't you take better care of the birds you already have? If you have too much free time, you can tell me. There are many people who need help sharing the workload. Phoenix, come here. With Phoenix perched on his shoulder, Rashard walked away. As he walked, he cursed silently to himself. A bunch of idle, irresponsible people. Phoenix beside him chirped, I'm hungry. Looking at the little bird in front of him, he secretly marveled. How could I ever find another bird as intelligent and adorable as this one? A finger poked her cheek, and Rashar smiled helplessly, admitting, I can't deny it anymore, that I've lost my heart to this adorable little bird.
A lavish meal was laid out before her. Looking at the dishes, Rashar pondered, wondering if she had ever been this happy before. Upon hearing the adorable chirps, she no longer felt lonely. Phoenix was different from Durahan. If it were left free, it would become prey for large birds. In the future, even with her by its side, all windows would have to be closed. She thought Phoenix shouldn't be allowed outside unless she was by its side. The thought of the little bird officially losing its freedom stunned her, and she wondered if that truly meant it was safe. Just then someone clasped their hands together and exclaimed, "Phoenix!"
Count, with an infatuated expression, extended both hands and called out, "Come here with me, Phoenix." Phoenix's expression immediately became strangely disdainful. Count immediately cried out in agony, "How outrageous!" Seeing this, Rashar immediately felt an awkwardly smug self-satisfaction in his heart, an indescribable feeling of joy. After all, only he was the exception. Katerim showed no reaction to the suffering Count beside her. Then she stepped forward, extended her hand, and gently called, "Come here, Phoenix." Rashar immediately thought with conviction, "It's useless, Phoenix won't be lured." Phoenix's eyes probed for a moment. After that, she immediately jumped onto Katerim's hand, making her exclaim in delight, "Oh my!" Count immediately cried out in alarm. It actually jumped onto her hand. Rashar beside them felt as if struck by lightning, his face changing color as he wondered, "Why wasn't it me?" Looking at Phoenix's delighted expression, Rashar secretly reproached, You dare to make that face while in someone else's hands." At that moment, Phoenix was in a basin of water, looking up at the person in front of her, and thought to herself, "This human." Her gaze immediately swept down Rashar's every firm abdominal muscle, and she judged, "How shameless." She blushed and mumbled, "Bathing together before marriage." A finger reached out to caress her face, but Phoenix ignored it and pondered, "It's too embarrassing, but oh well." Looking at Rashar, she thought to herself, "No matter what I think." Rashar rested his chin on his hand and smiled gently. Recalling what she knew from the heavenly realm, Phoenix mused, "According to the regulations of the heavenly realm, the condition for a mortal and an angel to become a couple is very simple. The angel must conceal their identity, and the human must truly love the angel." Currently in the small room, Phoenix thought to herself, "But it's okay." Rashar gently turned and called, "Phoenix." She assessed, "Sweet voice. This person will surely love me truly, surpassing all conditions."
Gently raising her head, Phoenix expressed, "I wish you could talk like a parrot, then I would ask you to call my name." Hearing this, her expression became puzzled. Rashar rested his arms on the edge of the bathtub and recounted, "Since I became emperor, no one has called my name anymore. I haven't heard my parents call my name since they came to the palace. If one day you learn to speak, please call my name first. My name is Rashar." Hearing this, Phoenix reflected with embarrassment. "Every time I feel this loneliness, I remember my time in the heavenly realm. The loneliness in the past was truly unbearable." Rashar's gaze dropped. She flapped her wings to comfort him. "Leave that to me. I'll sing until your ears explode." Phoenix stood up and recounted. Discussions about marriage were brought up at the National Assembly meeting after several days of silence.
Phoenix asked back in surprise, "What? Marriage?" Looking at the hand holding his shirt, she exclaimed, "Wonderful, I'm also looking for a life partner." As he put on the shirt, Rashar wondered, "Is it too greedy to want to find someone I love?" Phoenix immediately shook her head repeatedly, denying in her mind, "No, your destiny, am right here." Rashar placed a scarf over her head, and she couldn't stop wondering, is that heaven-sent destiny? It is said that an angel with beautiful wings shoots arrows into people's hearts. How wonderful it would be if such an arrow flew towards me. Like this, Rashar pointed his finger in front of Phoenix. She immediately stiffened and a second later fell to the floor. Rashar's eyes widened. He burst into joyful laughter. By then, night fell and a step was taken. The demon appeared before someone. The man, with trembling hands, pleaded, "Don't kill me, help." Immediately after that, blood sprayed continuously.
Rashar pondered deeply while the small phoenix Haniel perched on his shoulder. Demons had begun appearing at the border. Fortunately, there had been no casualties yet, but their attacks were increasing. "We need to reinforce our mages and swordsmen." His attendant, Crusoe, holding a large stack of documents, loudly informed Rashar, Your Majesty, I already sent these documents yesterday." Rashar took the documents he offered and said, Crusoe silently shed a tear and helplessly thought to himself, "It would be great if His Majesty treated me even half as well as Phoenix. So unfair. It's good that he loves the divine bird, but he can't always be glued to it. Wait, what if he loves the future Empress as much as Phoenix?" Crusoe cleared his throat. "Your Majesty." Rashar became serious at his words. He continued, "You also know that it cannot be delayed any longer. If you don't want to go on an arranged meeting, why not meet them directly here? I will arrange that meeting." Rashar showed annoyance and thought to himself, "I said a few months ago that I didn't want to go on an arranged meeting." He was silent for a while, but it seems he's starting again. But Crusoe was right. "I cannot delay any longer. I am the emperor. I must worry about the peace and safety of my people and this country. I cannot avoid taking an empress." Crusoe stood there, rubbing his chin, suggesting, "Or why don't we try to find other candidates among the foreign delegations?" Rashar continued to look intently at the document and said, "Not a bad idea." Crusoe was utterly surprised by his suggestion. "Really? Was that truly you speaking? You said it. I'll go get the list right away." Rashar lowered his head, looked at Phoenix perched on his shoulder, and gently said, "Phoenix,
When the delegation arrives, I will introduce you to them." As night fell, Haniel, in her bird form, quietly pondered and analyzed the events that had transpired. Today, I sensed the presence of a demon at the conference. Could it be one of the people here? No, in my bird form, it's difficult for me to pinpoint it accurately. First, I must transform into my human form, but I need to reconsider. She recalled the words Goddess Helena once spoke to her. Haniel, you must keep your angelic nature a secret from the one you choose as your life partner. At that time, she didn't hesitate to voice her concerns. Goddess, what if he knows even if I don't tell him? What if he knows even before meeting me? The goddess stroked Haniel's head and affirmed, that is impossible, but if it were to happen, I would grant you a special magic.
Haniel continued to worry. But goddess, what if I meet my true love in bird form before I transform into human form? The goddess merely looked at Haniel in silence and smiled kindly at her question, then waved goodbye. Haniel, flustered, raised her hands in a playful manner. What's wrong with my voice? Goddess, where are you going? Goddess! After waking up, Haniel's face darkened. That damn dream. Why did my voice disappear right at that moment? The maidservants approached Haniel in their bird forms and exclaimed, Oh my, utterly adorable. Rashar, expressionless, commanded, Someone summon the tailor and the artist here.
The tailor held 2 small garments, describing the products. Your Majesty, these are what you requested. These 2 are the most elegant. Maid Katerine turned to ask Rashar, What do you think of the one on the right? He silently nodded. Katerine was exasperated by Rishar's lack of interest, but she still had to speak up for the Emperor. We'll choose that one then. Don't be shy if you like it so much. Maid Katerine and the tailor exclaimed after seeing Phoenix put on the garment. Oh my, that's beyond adorable. As for Rashar, he was stunned by her cuteness. He asked, Are the artists ready? The artists replied, Yes, Your Majesty, we are ready. Rashar commanded, Royal artists, remember that the works you paint today will be displayed throughout the palace, so do not disappoint me. He beckoned Phoenix. Come here. Rashar thought to himself, At first, I wanted you to transform into an eagle or a falcon in my imagination, but the more time I spent with you, those thoughts vanished. Phoenix is very captivating. Indeed, its power is cuteness. In the magnificent and splendid castle, the maids, pausing their work, gathered together, laughing and talking while looking at the painting of Phoenix hanging on the wall, and exclaimed, Goodness, it's just too cute. I wish I could see that bird in real life with my own eyes. Hey, don't be so fanciful. Don't you know that the divine bird is always close to His Majesty? Perhaps the maids in the Sun Palace get to see her every day, right? How envious. It's rumored that even the maids have never seen the divine bird, because the imperial guards handle everything related to it. But still, I'm envious. Suddenly, a tiny, pure white and plump creature darted down from the stairs and zipped past the working maids, startling them. Huh? What was that just now? Wasn't that Phoenix? An imperial guard immediately rushed down the stairs to chase after the bird, and shouted, Phoenix, heavens, what am I to do with you?
The maids were bewildered and confused. Huh? What's going on? What's happening? In another room, Rashar's attendant Count went pale upon hearing the male attendant's report. What did you say went missing? The male attendant closed his eyes and said, It's the Phoenix. Grand Steward, are you all right? Crusoe collapsed. Does he mean the Phoenix has disappeared? That's the bird the Emperor cherishes so much. Quickly, summon the knights. This won't do. We must inform His Majesty. Oh, what am I going to do about this? Rashar suddenly entered from the doorway and asked, What's going on?
Crusoe was frightened, tears welling in his eyes. Your Majesty, that Phoenix has... Rashar waved his hand, ordering, Immediately summon all knights and bring Durahan here. Phoenix had flown to the maidservants' quarters, lost in thought about food. The maidservants were airing out bedding and chatting. So I told that knight, Oh my God, what's going on? Isn't that Phoenix? My goodness, how did it get here? The little bird flew all the way here? If this is indeed the bird His Majesty lost, then we must catch it, even if it means digging a hole and burrowing underground. But Phoenix took off in time before being caught and wondered, why is everyone chasing me like this? Moreover, that arrogant thing, it kept circling above my head, just like it usually did before hunting. On one side, the male servants were pointing at it. That's Phoenix, catch it. On the other side, the maidservants were holding up their skirts and running after it. Phoenix, please stop. Phoenix darted into a room and thought, unbelievable. Everyone is so determined to catch me. It's really dangerous outside. When will Rashar get here? I haven't flown in so long. I feel so tired. Phoenix tiredly landed on a pillow and fell asleep. Late at night, Rashar entered the room and sadly thought to himself, In the end, I couldn't find you. Phoenix, where did you go? Suddenly, he heard Phoenix's snores from inside the cage, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I spent so many hours searching for this little bird. Phoenix.
She looked doubtfully as Rashar lifted her with both hands. You're scaring me, she thought to herself. Why is he acting this way? Has he been trying to find me? Rashar explained, I don't want to have to imprison you. He smiled gently and lightly kissed her. My little bird. He leaned down to touch Phoenix and earnestly expressed his wish. Don't leave me. Phoenix firmly replied, Chirp, chirp, don't worry. I will always be by your side. The Perso continent, located outside the Apolline continent, is home to various principalities. The principalities on the Perso continent have allied with Apolline, and they also participate in the war against the demon race. The demon race disguises themselves as humans and hides to harass them, especially high-ranking demons, who are even harder to identify. Humans began to suspect each other. To counter the demon race, the Apolline Empire must strengthen its alliances with weaker nations. This is also the purpose behind the delegation's visit, with the aim of filling the empty seat beside the emperor. The count reported, "Your Majesty, I have heard rumors that the women of the neighboring kingdom not only possess peerless beauty, but also wield extraordinary power." The emperor looked at Rashar in confusion. Rashar asked, "What are you trying to say?" Crusoe explained his query. "I merely thought that perhaps because it is a kingdom in the desert, Your Majesty, don't you feel curious?" "Your Majesty, the ball requires your presence for an extended period. You shouldn't merely show up and then vanish." Rashar calmly set down his half-finished teacup and remained silent, not answering Crusoe's question.
Crusoe was taken aback by his ambiguous attitude. "Then I shall take my leave." As soon as he left the room, Rishar's face grew serious as he thought to himself, is everything truly over? So the wedding would proceed soon. For Crusoe, everything would soon be completed. Chadden, commander of the Night Guard, held a stack of documents in his hand and reported, "Your Majesty, these are the documents you requested." He thought to himself, Count Crusoe is eagerly awaiting this. Indeed, he is a handsome and powerful monarch. That woman was nominated for the position of Empress, but unfortunately, she couldn't attain that position. Seeing her face flush every time they met, she must have fallen for His Majesty. It seems His Majesty hasn't taken an interest in anyone yet. Chadden bowed his head, lost in thought. If His Majesty doesn't have anyone in his heart, sooner or later the official selection process will commence. If no one suitable is found, then a woman from the collateral royal family could be chosen, in that case. Rashar, who was reading the documents, suddenly asked, "Chadden, do you have something to say?" Chadden closed his eyes and replied, "No, Your Majesty, but I understand Count Crusoe's concerns." Rashar smiled and continued, "It seems Count Crusoe is handling quite a lot of matters." Chadden hesitated before speaking. "Your Majesty, why don't you try having tea with ladies of your age?" Rashar pursed his lips, his expression darkening, emitting an uncomfortable aura as he questioned, "It seems you're quite eager for this wedding, aren't you?" Chadden bowed his head. "I apologize, Your Majesty." The phoenix in its cage, with an expressionless face, witnessed the entire scene. "Chirp, chirp." Chadden looked in the direction of the sound and silently acknowledged, "It's true what they say. The divine bird is truly adorable, even more beautiful than the paintings hanging along the palace corridors."
Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. Chadden broke out in a cold sweat and hastily replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Rashard said with an unchanging expression, "I have seen everything. You may go." Chadden bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty, I respectfully take my leave." Rashard watched Chadden's retreating back until he was out of sight, then approached Phoenix and opened the cage. "Finally, everyone has left and no windows are open. Now it should be fine. Phoenix, you can come out now." He lifted her up and gently said, "Phoenix, starting tomorrow, guests will arrive at the Imperial Palace. It might be a bit noisy." Phoenix chirped, "Chirp, chirp." Rashard looked at her quizzically. "It seems you're responding, but what exactly are you saying?" Phoenix's chirping always had a distinct tone.
"Chirp, chirp," he said. "Although you're not as big as a hawk or an eagle, I hope you can speak." Rashard gently stroked her perfectly round, snow-white head and thought to himself, on this matter, Phoenix had been out of her egg for about 100 days. Because the supreme goddess had descended to the mortal realm and stayed for 100 days, in the Apollinarian Empire, the number 100 held a very special meaning. Rashar asked himself, "Should we hold a banquet to celebrate your 100th day of birth, Phoenix?" Phoenix's eyes lit up with joy, and she flapped her wings. "Why don't you propose on that very day? After 100 days, I can freely transform into a human. I know what to do if you don't like my appearance. However, I believe fate has destined us to be together. You are the one I've been waiting for in the mortal realm." Phoenix shyly stared at Rashar, flapped her wings, flew up, and touched her beak to his lips. "When I become human, the first thing I long for is to kiss you." In the magnificent and splendid castle, groups of guests and delegations gathered one after another for the banquet. The once quiet Sapphire Palace now bustled with activity under dazzling lights and jewels. But what truly overwhelmed everyone were the whispers and murmurs. A lady whispered to a gentleman at the ceremony, "Have you heard the news?" He asked curiously, "What is it?" She replied, "They say it's highly likely that the Empress will emerge from these very delegations." All eyes turned towards His Majesty, and among them the most excited person was none other than Count Crusoe. Count Crusoe appeared calm on the outside, but inwardly he could not control his joy and anticipation. Finally,
A once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity, the day to decide who would be crowned Empress. Fortunately, Your Majesty's beauty today was more radiant than ever. He whispered into Rashar's ear, "Your Majesty, please smile. The ladies will be captivated by you." Crusoe pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "I beg you, Your Majesty." Rashar's face grew serious, and he thought, Crusoe isn't wrong, but leaving Phoenix like that, I can't stop thinking about it. But bringing it to the delegation meeting is inappropriate. Crusoe beside him waved his hands and cried helplessly, "Your Majesty, please, just one smile." Rashar closed his eyes and sighed wearily. "Perhaps I just need to finish this as quickly as possible and return." The sound of an arrival announcement echoed. Crusoe frantically begged Rashar, "They're here, Your Majesty! Smile, Your Majesty!" The servant's announcement rang out. "Your Majesty, the delegation from the Kingdom of Barbet has arrived." Rashar stood up and commanded, "Count Crusoe, you respond." "Yes." Rashar looked at him and calmly ordered, "Stop your nonsense and lead the way." The Kingdom of Barbet, a rather vast nation, was located across the Western Sea. The Emperor had to personally receive the delegation from the Kingdom of Barbet, as they had provided significant support in the war against the demons. Rashar looked down from above at the Barbet delegation, standing formally below, and thought to himself, "Indeed, I understand why Count Crusoe made such a fuss."
The Barbet royal family, their mysterious aura was further deepened by the thin veil covering their faces and the distinctive sea-colored eyes of the Barbet kingdom. The Princess of Barbet smiled and said to Rashar through her mask, "As rumored, you seem quite cold." Rashar raised an eyebrow at her and said, "Let's go inside." The young man walking beside the princess chuckled. "What should we do? It seems His Majesty isn't paying much attention to you." The princess frowned in annoyance. "Don't mind me. You should worry about yourself first. Women aren't fond of divorced men." The young man watched her retreating back and sneered. "How annoying. How is it my fault when the crown princess was the one who ran away? I'm not exactly innocent myself, though."
To be treated like such an idiot. You're right, I also came here to find a wife, so I must try my best. I will proudly bring home a noble lady as my wife. The crown princess didn't bother to turn her head to answer him, only thinking to herself, just flirting with a few maids will be enough. When will I ever escape this situation? Can that man truly show such emotions? He is truly breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty that can never be found anywhere else. What is he looking at that makes him smile like that? His Majesty's portrait. I never thought there could be someone even more beautiful than a painting. Indeed, an admirable appearance. Her gaze suddenly stopped at his shoulder, precisely spotting a plump, pure white bird wearing a crown and a small dragon robe. She wondered, wait, is that a quail? Rashar froze and turned his head to look at her, questioning angrily, a quail? In Rishar's office, maid Amanda was organizing documents and chatting with the Count. Is it true that His Majesty's consort will be chosen from this delegation? He replied, perhaps. She continued to ask without stopping her work. Finally, we will have an Empress? But aren't the nobles in our empire still better than a foreigner?
Crusoe deftly arranged several stacks of documents and continued, I think so too. To become His Majesty's consort, she must at least be a princess from some kingdom, right? He grumbled, why do you keep talking to me? I dropped some documents and His Majesty gave me a good scolding. Maid Amanda chuckled. Ah, here it is. I found it. Sir, we must hurry. His Majesty might get even angrier. Elsewhere, Phoenix was flapping her wings in anger and indignation. What? Not me? He's marrying someone from another country? I even saw Rashar's naked body, yet he's going to marry another woman? What is this? What the hell is going on? Rashar looked at her with sharp eyes, in a face that couldn't hide his anger. He asked, how dare you be here? Rashar's attendant angrily exclaimed, a quail? That is the divine bird of the Empire, Your Highness. The group from BRBE all thought to themselves, Phoenix, Phoenix, but shouldn't it be a bird larger than even an eagle? That common bird is the divine bird? Wouldn't that diminish the Empire's prestige? The man accompanying the princess of BRBE glanced at everyone and thought, the rumors we heard were different, however.
Barbet is a small country. The divine bird is the sacred symbol of the Empire. Calling it a quail is a serious insult. He immediately bowed his head and apologized on behalf of the Crown Princess. We are very sorry. We must have misunderstood. We heard it's a bird even larger than an eagle. Rishar's attendant turned sharply away, not bothering to look at him, and said, I will lead you to the reception room and the lounge. Please follow me. The man walking beside the Crown Princess broke out in a cold sweat. Had Barbet's image not already been damaged? Seizing the opportunity to speak with Rashar, Barbet, one of the 5 Grand Dukes, whose family emblem was the eagle, quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, please don't worry too much about that. They are merely people in robes from the desert. Rashard continued walking without bothering to look at him. It's a good thing I didn't bring Phoenix with me. Barbet followed Rashar, still incessantly chattering in his ear. The delegation from the Kingdom of Lena will arrive this afternoon. Your Majesty should rest until dinner. Rashar replied, All right, I need to see Phoenix.
Jacques-Pierre looked sad. I will go with you. I am also troubled and need to see Lord Phoenix. Richard's face was full of questions, but she continued speaking to him. You know, it's been almost 100 days since Phoenix hatched. Jacques-Pierre smiled. 100 days, that is a momentous day for the Empire. Isn't it true that on the 100th day after the goddess descended upon this island, a blessing will occur? 100 days, the day the goddess returned to the celestial realm, is also the day the Apollinarian Empire was founded. Jacques-Pierre stroked his chin. Indeed, a momentous day. I should prepare a gift for Lord Phoenix.
Rashar turned to look at Phoenix and instinctively thought, a gift. As night fell in Rashar's private room, Phoenix lay idly on a pillow, wondering, why were there so many people today? But anyway, tonight's good night wishes were truly warm. Rashar recalled Phoenix, carefully placing her on his palms and gently saying, "My intelligent and adorable Phoenix." Phoenix imagined herself transforming into a human and becoming shy. "You must continue to love me, even when I become human. You said you loved me to death. How could you not recognize me?" At least there's no problem with the affection between Rashar and me. So let's find the items for the quest first. As the goddess commanded, we must deal with the demons. I hope this peaceful moment will last forever. On the joyous 100th day since Phoenix hatched, a grand ball was held in the Empire. Delegations from visiting countries were eager to behold the real Phoenix. However, Phoenix lay on a pillow placed beside the throne, her face gloomy and dejected, thinking, I can't transform into a human. Why? Is there something wrong with me? Rashar looked at Phoenix, his face unable to hide his worry. It seems Phoenix isn't feeling well. Is she sick? He slowly picked Phoenix up in his hands and asked, Phoenix, do you feel pain anywhere? Food will be served soon, so eat and then rest beside me. Phoenix's eyes lit up, and she optimistically thought, That's right, eat first, think later. Once I'm full, everything will be better. A maid respectfully carried a tray with both hands and placed it before Phoenix. Sir Phoenix, I have brought your snack. Rashard, standing nearby, gazed at Phoenix's increasingly satisfied and happy face, chuckling to himself. She seems to have regained her energy. So cute. Phoenix joyfully thought, How happy I am.
Just be cute, and everything can be solved. Cuteness is the ultimate weapon. I've eaten my fill. Now back to Rashar. What's going on? Everything's spinning. Is there alcohol in the food? Wait, could this feeling be... No, I must leave here immediately. A butler spread his hand towards an object that looked like a large cage covered with a white cloth and introduced it to Rashar. I have brought a gift for your majesty. Do you know what this is? This is... He pulled the white cloth down, revealing a rare, exquisitely carved solid gold statue that astonished Rashar. Our kingdom also considers birds sacred, just like the Apollinarian Empire. A golden bird statue. Rashar rubbed his chin and thought, A statue? I should also make a statue for Phoenix, with eyes crafted from gemstones. I'm sure Phoenix's statue will look much more impressive. As he thought, he turned to look at Phoenix, but only saw an empty pillow. Phoenix?
In the garden, Phoenix staggered as she flew down onto a branch, her face pale. She complained, I've played and eaten so much that I can barely fly. She suddenly saw the man walking beside Barbie's crown princess and wondered, why is that person sighing? He looked quite handsome. Suddenly, the man looked up and asked in astonishment, A quail? Phoenix panicked, unable to believe her ears. What? A quail? She swooped down and slapped his face with her wing. How can I be called a quail? He rubbed his slapped face and seemed happy with her actions. Oh my, are you trying to be cute with me? Phoenix flapped her wings angrily. How dare you call this divine bird a quail? That feeling again. I think this time it will definitely succeed. I'm sure of it. Finally, I've finally done it. Now, all I need to do is find some clothes from somewhere. I can't be discovered right now. Suddenly, Rashar stepped out from the bushes and called, Phoenix!
Phoenix fortunately managed to return to her bird form in time. She was drenched in sweat. She chirped. It was Rashar. Rashar seriously reminded her, You scared me. You can't leave alone. The man next to the crown princess of Barbie also approached, exclaiming, So this is the divine bird. It truly is a very cute bird, and it even acts cute. Now I understand why His Majesty cherishes it so much. Rashar repeated his words skeptically. Acts cute? The man next to the crown princess of Barbie gave an awkward smile. This atmosphere, did I just say something wrong? That's right. It gently patted my cheek like this with its wings. Rashar scoffed, his face devoid of any amusement. Phoenix, do you also show affection to others? He carried her back to the throne and instructed, Phoenix, you can't easily approach others like that. He might be a weirdo. Perhaps it's smarter and more cunning than I thought. Are all pets like this? Rashar's attendant entered from the door and announced, Your Majesty, delegations from various countries are waiting. You need to conclude the banquet. Rashar happily spoke to Phoenix. Phoenix, I apologize for having to keep you confined. I'll be right back. She chirped twice in response to his words. Chirp, chirp.
He's definitely gone, right? Now opening this cage is easier than breathing. Phoenix walked around the room searching. A mirror. Where's a mirror? It's been so long since I was in human form, I can't even remember my own face anymore. I don't want to be mistaken for a pervert, so it's best to put some clothes on first. I need to borrow your clothes, Rashar. Because of my small bird appearance, I wasn't confident. My human appearance is second to none in the world. Phoenix dreamily gazed at herself in the mirror and raised a hand to her cheek. Rashar will surely like me too, right?
Rashar and Count stood from a distance in the crystal ballroom. His fingers, which had been swirling a glass of wine, suddenly stopped. His face darkened, clearly showing anger. It turned out he had seen Melissa happily chatting with another young man. For that reason, his expression grew increasingly displeased. Count, standing beside him, was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Filled with doubt, he wondered, what is His Majesty looking at? Count froze. Could it be that the beautiful woman before us is Princess Melissa of the Kingdom of Barbe? Count was astonished, thinking to himself, after calling Haniel a quail, I thought everything had completely failed, but she actually managed to attract His Majesty? Although I'm a bit disappointed that His Majesty chose the Kingdom of Barbe, this is not the time to be picky. Just then, Rashar suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. I'm leaving. I feel a bit tired. Count quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He appeared joyful and delighted, unaware that Rashar, his master, was so furious that his hands were clenched tight. Count thought to himself, I should try to arrange a meeting for them later. After returning to his room, Rashar slammed the door shut. Angry and with a tired face, he complained, Is this reception really so exhausting? Suddenly he froze, his eyes clearly showing bewilderment. Standing before the bed, he thought to himself, There's someone on the bed. He gripped the sword at his side, his gaze stern, in a defensive stance. How did they get all the way in here? Even upon seeing a beautiful person on the bed, he remained on guard, thinking to himself, It seems to be a woman. Is this arranged by the Grand Ministers, or... Thinking this, he decisively drew his sword, high-ranking demon. The murderous clang of the sword made Haniel open her eyes wide, startled awake. Is it still alive?
She was anxious, sweat pouring down, clutching the blanket tightly and pulling it close to her. Suddenly, he raised his sharp sword, pointing it at her. He questioned, Who are you? Are you a high-ranking demon? She nervously, dazedly mumbled, Why? Why are you angry? And what's more, you call me a demon. Haniel continued fearfully, It's... Rashar still had no intention of sparing her. His face furious, he pointed his sword, imbued with a terrifying stream of energy, and growled, I'll ask again. Are you a high-ranking demon? When she didn't reply for a long time, he thought suspiciously. Pai is cowering, clutching the blanket tightly. Is she hiding a weapon inside? At the slightest suspicious sign, I'll act immediately. His thoughts were interrupted by a sound outside from Durahan. It suddenly crashed into the door. She also took that opportunity to vanish right before his eyes. Rashar unexpectedly recoiled, raising a hand to his face, unable to fully grasp what was happening. He exclaimed, Too fast. Just like that, she vanished before his eyes as quickly as sand. Still disoriented, he was bewildered by her disappearance. What was that? The room is empty. Did she escape through such a small gap? Or perhaps, high-ranking demons can also use magic to conceal their appearance. A sudden knock on the door appeared at that moment, breaking the recent silence. Crusoe opened the door and addressed him. Your Majesty, I request permission to enter for a moment.
He continued cheerfully, Your Majesty, the woman you are intently looking at in the banquet hall today, if you could reveal to me who she is. His face changed color. He cried out, Oh my God! He anxiously approached him. Your Majesty, what is happening? Why have you drawn your sword? Summon Viscount Crusoe and the Earl, my father. Rashar stood there, his face furious, and replied to him, An intruder! Ugh! He remembered and immediately glanced over. His cage was already empty. Clenching his sword, he trembled. He frowned, thinking to himself, Haniel is gone. The intruder has kidnapped her.
Due to a sudden intrusion, he requested a public announcement be made to everyone. Within the Imperial Palace, devices have been set up to prevent dark magic. Even if the intruder escapes, they won't be able to get far. We must find them immediately. From now on, inspections will be conducted at every residence. There is an intruder in the Imperial Palace. We ask for everyone's cooperation in the investigation. After hearing the announcement, everyone in the Imperial Palace began to worry and buzz with chatter. The intruder, it was rumored, might be a high-ranking demon. I thought Opaline Palace would be safe, but everyone discussed among themselves that no matter how powerful the Opaline Empire was, it couldn't be avoided when facing demons. After flying outdoors for about a mile, she returned to Rashar's room and was surprised by the sight. The room was incredibly dusty. Thanks to the wind's assistance, I managed to transform without being detected, but I think I fainted for a moment.
Remembering his image from last night, she sadly reproached him silently. Rashar, Tears welled up in her eyes, her face pitiful. Rashar tried to attack me. Recalling the past scene where Rashar and she were happily together playing, she thought to herself, I thought Rashar would recognize me at first sight, but he used to look at her with gentle, loving eyes. Rashar is truly an idiot. Haniel pouted, turned her back, and walked out. I don't want to be here anymore. In the silent moonlight, she still decided to leave because she was upset that he didn't recognize her. Well, I'll have my way too. Somewhere in the Imperial Palace, the moon was now high in the sky. Haniel gently landed on a discreet clothes rack. This room contained many clothes and shoes. Looking around the room, she talked to herself. I found a place where no one is around. It seems this is a dressing room. Tears still welled in her eyes, and her whole body trembled from the cold. Great, I felt a chill ever since I left my cloak in Rashar's room. Haniel, still in a sorrowful mood, searched for clothes to shield herself from the biting cold. Controlling the transformation process into a human is still difficult, perhaps due to alcohol, but I feel weak and cannot maintain my bird form. She rummaged through the pile of clothes in front of her, lost in thought. Outfits worn by people with covered faces. I'll have to wear something like that, at least for now. She silently put on a scarf to cover her face, saying nothing, but the torrent of thoughts continued, making her burst into sobs. I was wrong. In Rashar's eyes, I must just be a stranger, but this feeling is still too painful. Suddenly, there was a loud noise of someone trying to push the door open and enter. She gasped in fear. Someone just came in. What should I do if I'm discovered? In the quiet space, a soft female voice suddenly rang out. Your Highness, have you been waiting long? The intimate sounds of a man and a woman made her confused. What's going on? From the dark corner, she secretly peeked outside.
The two people were lost in their own world, the distance between them gradually vanishing, giving way to the warmth radiating from their touching skins. Haniel shyly exclaimed, Are they kissing? A moment later, upon closer inspection, she gasped, Wait, that man, a quail. That man just called me a quail. Still feeling annoyed, she pouted in frustration. I should have hit him harder with my wings. Absorbed in looking at the other person, she lost her balance, her feet unsteady. Her eyes wide open, she panicked. Wait, if I fall like this...
No. Hearing a loud noise nearby, the two of them stopped in a panic. Haniel at this moment fell backward, her head spinning. She heard Melissa's sulky voice from outside. Someone's here. What do we do now? You said there was no one. No, I mean... The Crown Prince of Barbe was about to continue, but Melissa had already left, without looking back, her voice still scolding. I don't know. I'm leaving. The Crown Prince of Barbe raised his hand to stop her. Wait. After she disappeared from view, his face darkened with anger, his blood boiling. Damn it. I thought everyone had returned to their rooms because of the guards. He spun around to where the sound came from, asking loudly, Who's there? At this moment, her face was pale with fear. What should I do? How can I... Her heart pounded nervously. How can I escape this situation? The Crown Prince of Barbe stepped forward, pushing aside the curtain and entering, his eyes indifferently looking at her. He cleared his throat and asked, Wearing Barbe's attire? Is she Melissa's maid? Haniel panicked, her body stiff, her mind no longer agile, chanted.
He stepped closer to her, asking solicitously, Aren't you going to reveal your identity? A cold hand touched her face, making her flinch. His fingers slid over the fabric pressed against her lips. Then he said, Never mind, let's just forget about your identity. You owe me for ruining my sweet moment. Rashar's stern voice spoke from behind. I thought it was a mouse. He startled and turned around, recognizing the voice. Rashar and two attendants glared at him and continued, Crown Prince of Barbe, surely you've been ordered back to your room. Feigning seriousness, he coughed a few times in response. I was just about to leave. Rashar kept her eyes on him. He was flustered, his face flushed, lipstick smeared, and his shirt unbuttoned. Rashar angrily stomped her foot and growled, How dare you do such things in someone else's palace? Glancing at him disdainfully, she said, You truly lack dignity. Seeing Rashar, Haniel turned away from him, feigning anger. He turned back to her. Then he said indifferently to Rashar, I apologize for letting you witness such an unsightly scene. This young lady is quite shy. It would be best if you left. Rashar let out a soft laugh, turned and walked away, still speaking to him. There's no time for hesitation. I must quickly capture the high-level demons before they escape further. After the door closed, he was furious, his hands clenched, veins bulging. He cursed under his breath. How insolent. He turned back to her and yelled, Hey, you! Because of you! Before he could finish his sentence, she threw a towel at his face, hitting him painfully. He was so angry he trembled. His veins bulged, he grimaced and grumbled to her. How rude. However, when he looked down, he didn't see her figure anywhere. She had completely vanished without a trace, right before his eyes.
He was surprised. What? I don't see her sitting right in front of me. He was annoyed. Where did she go?
It was past midnight, and she was flying through the sky, silently scolding him. How dare he call me a quail, just a common human daring to mock me? Everything about him irritates me. I regret not hitting him harder. Looking up at the full moon before her, her heart was heavy. But now, I need to find my weapon. Where could it be?
Bathed in warm sunlight, brilliant golden rays streamed diagonally through the window. Yet from that tranquil and serene setting, a mournful, pained sound echoed out, completely shattering the silence. "Our Haniel, it wouldn't harm that little bird, would it?" The servant beside Rashar sobbed uncontrollably, covering her mouth with her hand. "What if it eats it?" Kat was also heartbroken, her eyes brimming with tears as she added, "And little Haniel, how could it find food on its own? It's so small it wouldn't even make a meal." Her eyes were blurry with tears, her throat constricted, and she choked out, "That's right." No sooner had she spoken than Caterin gently touched her elbow. She offered no explanation. Instead, a forced smile appeared on her lips. Rashar now buried his face in his hands, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm the one who truly wants to cry?" The atmosphere began to grow heavy. He continued, "An intruder in the Emperor's palace is a serious threat." The thought of some devilish hand holding Haniel infuriated him. And then there was Haniel. Had such a powerful force ever existed before? He gradually calmed down, falling into deep thought. He sat there in the silent space, his face stern. An intruder in the Emperor's palace is indeed a serious threat.
If Haniel was in danger, he was in agony. "No, Haniel, please!" His trembling hands clutched the white silk scarf, sobbing. Durahan would return. After all, it was an eagle that had accomplished many great deeds in war. He recalled its majestic image, constantly exclaiming, "Durahan is truly very intelligent, always helping me a great deal." The Grand Minister finished his magical examination and then told Rashar something. All three seemed hesitant to tell him. "Your Majesty, it seems the possibility of a demon intrusion is very low. There are no traces of dark magic." Hesitating for a moment, he continued, "This is a mystery that even the royal mages cannot explain. Even the most skilled demon cannot completely erase traces of dark magic. We cannot just rely on Durahan and stand idly by." Rashar sternly believed, after rethinking, I am certain about the demon from last night." A palace maid who had seen the suspicious person affirmed confidently, "When I saw it lying on the mattress, I didn't think it was an intruder, but it definitely had silver hair." Rashar walked closer to the window, looking into the distance. He recalled, silver hair.
The girl I accidentally encountered in the changing room yesterday felt a bit familiar. The maid who accompanied the Crown Prince of the Barb Kingdom yesterday. Does she have silver hair? To find out for sure, he immediately ordered his attendant. Turning to his attendant, his gaze firm, he commanded, "Bring the Crown Prince of the Barb Kingdom to me." A long moment later, the door unexpectedly opened. Crown Prince Temur entered, his eyes anxious as he asked him, "Why are you looking for the maid from yesterday?" After waiting a long time without Rashar answering, he grew annoyed, thinking to himself, "Ignored again." The Count, standing right beside him, unexpectedly spoke up to break the awkward silence. "It's to see if there are any similarities with the intruder." He thought to himself, moreover, all the questions and answers so far had come from him, not the Emperor. He continued to ponder. Even with a powerful empire, Rashar's face clearly showed his attitude towards Temur. Treating an innocent foreign royal in this manner was truly brazen. The Count continued to say to him, "Please answer truthfully, Crown Prince Temur." At some point, Crown Prince Temur's hands were clenched so tightly they trembled, and he was tormented by a thought. Is our country so weak that we cannot resist such treatment? Crown Prince Temur raised a hand to his chest and said to him in a gentle tone, "Most maids in the Barb Kingdom have black hair. The maid from yesterday also had brown hair." Seemingly unconvinced, the Count asked him again, "Is that so?" At this, Crown Prince Temur angrily turned towards him, meeting his gaze, unafraid of confrontation. "Should I bring the maids myself for confirmation?" To ease the tense atmosphere, the Count turned his face away and gently replied, "There's no need. The guards will go check." Although he disliked him, he still had to appear cheerful, secretly cursing in his heart. This guy is truly detestable.
As he left, he angrily yelled, "Damn it!" Long secretly thought, "I'm the one who wants to find that girl." He annoyedly covered his face. From last night until now, no matter how much he searched, he still couldn't find her. Even after searching among Melissa's maids, there was no one who looked like her. The image of the girl from that day kept him restless. Even though she had covered her face with a veil, her clear eyes were still deeply etched in his memory. From her skin to her hair, everything drove him mad. Her hair, glimpsed briefly, seemed to be silver. Demare walked and pondered. Let them find her. What if she endures a little hardship? On a sunny and windy day in the Duchy of Moderland, flying close to the green canopy, she carefully considered, feeling as though she had traveled quite far north from the capital. How many days has it been? Judging by this auspicious aura, this must be the place.
Exhausted, she complained. I should land and rest for a while. I feel like I'm about to die from exhaustion. Admiring the large physiques and strength of other species, she secretly sighed. This is why I've always envied large birds. She swiftly swooped down into the shade of a large tree. Resting with difficulty, she felt as if her soul had left her body.
She had just closed her eyes for a moment when a sudden ray of light shone into them, causing her discomfort. I was just about to rest. What's glowing? Upon opening her eyes, Haniel immediately saw the staff glowing before her, and she was overjoyed. It's glowing? She exclaimed in delight. Durep! Unable to contain her joy, she jumped up and down, bouncing excitedly and shouting loudly, Durepari! As her hands closed tightly around the staff, a primal and powerful energy erupted in a burst of white light, transforming her back into a human.
Unlike previous times, after her transformation, a sparkling outfit also appeared on her. Haniel joyfully said to the staff in her hand, "You've waited a long time, haven't you, my staff?" She reminisced about the past, the moment her master bestowed upon her the staff, a precious weapon and a special gift. Her master had carefully instructed that this staff was invisible to others, and only she could use it, fully bonded through divine power. The moment she found the staff was the happiest time of her life. Let's return now. After the staff disappeared from her hand, Haniel excitedly told herself, "Now I'm ready to fight anytime." In an instant, she panicked and wondered, but why isn't it coming back? Just then, her master appeared out of nowhere, advising her with a loving gaze. Remember this, Haniel. Once you've retrieved the staff, you must maintain your human form for a certain period. Her master laughed heartily and continued, "Only when the adaptation period ends can you freely transform again. Remember that." Before completely leaving, her master still made an effort to add, "Remember it well." Upon receiving this news, she seemed to turn to stone, speechless. This is terrible. From behind, an arrow suddenly shot towards Haniel. She was completely unaware, still troubled by her master's recent words. Just how long does this certain period last anyway? With her keen intuition, she managed to see the arrow from behind in time. She promptly dodged to the side, saving her own life. The arrow at this moment plunged straight into the tree trunk opposite. She stared at the arrow, bewildered and frightened, scrutinizing it. This arrow? In a quiet space, the silence was suddenly interrupted by continuous horse neighs. A knight, realizing the danger, immediately stopped his horse and reported to Herodion. "This won't do. It seems there are too many enemies here. It would be better to deal with them elsewhere."
The car stopped. He gently said a few words to his wife. "You wait inside the car." Scarlet replied anxiously, "All right, but you must be careful." A sudden cough rang out, interrupting the conversation. She anxiously called out behind her, "Leona!" Holding her child in her arms, she was grief-stricken, with tears welling up in her eyes, and tenderly comforted her. "Try to hold on a little longer, Leona." Her face had turned a pale ashen gray, lacking vitality. Her lips had also turned purple. Huddled by the tree next to Haniel, she wondered, was she poisoned by a demon? Looking at the arrow that had just flown in front of them, she speculated. A demon's arrow suddenly flew this way. Was it targeting those people? Looking towards the girl, Haniel couldn't help but feel bitter. That knight's condition looks very critical. She looked around at the people, thinking to herself as she saw the despair on the knights' faces. Her eyes widened as she looked at them, realizing that if they continued like this, they would soon perish. Suddenly, a knight turned towards her, his face angry, hand on his sword, and shouted, "Who are you?" Haniel froze, looking at the other two knights and wondering, why are they so wary of me? She sighed, remembering her former teacher. Now that she thought about it, her master used to say that people generally have a good impression of those who smile. Haniel followed her master's advice, forcing the most awkward smile she could manage at them. If that's the case. Seeing this, the two knights turned to each other and said, "It seems this person is also being pursued by demons." Scarlet stepped out of the carriage and said sternly, "But for people like us, who are fleeing from demons, her appearance is far too unusual." Assessing Haniel from head to toe, her clothes looked very luxurious, and her hair flowed naturally. She wore exquisite leather shoes, the kind reserved for nobility or even deities. Who exactly was she? A knight stepped forward, bowing respectfully to report the current situation. "Excuse me, but Master Leona has been injured and cannot continue to flee. Perhaps it's best to end the battle here and move elsewhere."
Hearing this, Herodion turned, gently took Scarlet's hand, and advised her, "You heard that, my lady. Please get into the carriage, and under no circumstances are you to come out. May you be safe." The demon is slowly emerged from the forest, her face filled with anger. "When people let their guard down, it often makes me want to kill even more." Immediately, Herodion shielded Scarlet with his arm. The two knights anxiously raised their swords, ready to fight. She could attack at any moment. Herodion sternly shouted orders to the knights, "Hold the line around the carriage."
The demoness drew a deadly, poisoned arrow, her enchanting eyes fixed on them as she cursed. Die! Scarlet gasped in extreme fear, her whole body frozen. Herodian anxiously shouted, "Protect the Empress Dowager!" Rapid footsteps echoed. Just as the arrow neared her, Haniel was a step quicker, catching it in time. She used too much force, causing the arrow to snap in half. Demons use dark magic. More precisely, their arrows are poisoned, so merely touching the body is enough to cause harm. The demoness exclaimed in surprise. "How did you?" Haniel stared at her with an unwavering expression. The arrow, affected by her magic, fell to the ground. "I didn't expect to have to use my staff right after finding it again." Haniel, unperturbed, calmly assessed the situation. It seems there are still a few more hiding behind the trees. Shouting, she simultaneously used magic to conjure a staff into her hand, which emitted a sparkling light. "You are truly audacious, daring to attack innocent people?"
Lightning fast, Haniel, staff in hand, charged swiftly towards the demoness. The demons were terrified and panicked. Impossible! How can a human be so fast? Haniel was so fast that they only managed to see a blur streaking through the air, giving the demons no time to react. The demoness was terrified, frozen by the scene unfolding before her. I didn't even see her. Where did she go? The wind shrieked, tearing through the quiet space as Haniel's chilling aura descended from above. At that moment, a thought echoed in the demoness's mind. Above. A staff blow from above struck her vulnerable point. Immediately, the demoness collapsed, unable to resist, writhing in agony. To everyone's astonishment, Haniel felt an inexplicable euphoria. This feeling, truly, slaying demons, was her forte. A knight unexpectedly spoke up, asking suspiciously, "Reveal your identity. Looking at her combat skills, could she be an assassin?" Herodion interjected, advising the knight. "Stop." His face stern, he explained his reasoning. "If she were truly an assassin, our lives would be her first target. Lower your sword immediately. Do not point your weapon at the silver-haired one."
A cough suddenly erupted from Leona's carriage, interrupting the conversation. Scarlet said worriedly to Herodian, "Leona's condition is getting worse. We must quickly get to the nearest village. This is Moderland's territory. If we can get into the castle, there will surely be someone to treat her." Haniel was surprised to hear Scarlet's offer. "Milady, please come with us." Scarlet happily walked quickly towards Haniel, took her hand, and said in a gentle tone, "I truly want to repay this kindness, but for now, the injured person is more important. Let's go to the village first." After getting a horse, Haniel sat near Leona, with many thoughts swirling in her mind. "Somehow, I've gotten involved in this. A wound caused by a demon. She seems to be in extreme pain." Haniel gently placed a hand on Leona's shoulder, wondering, should I treat her without anyone finding out? Should I help her? Facing Haniel, Scarlet was still deeply pondering her true identity. No matter how she looked at it, those clothes, many questions still lingered in Scarlet's mind. At the very least, these clothes looked like only royalty could wear them.
Having used many types of fabric before, she still deliberated thoroughly. Of course, the nobility also used high-quality fabrics, but there was still a clear difference compared to the imperial family's attire. That difference was glaringly obvious. She was certain that an Empress Dowager like herself could not possibly be mistaken. There was absolutely no way an Empress Dowager of the Apollonian Empire would fail to notice that.
When Herodian and Scarlet were young, their love was simple. They met and fell in love, completely unaware of each other's true identities, that they were Emperor Herodian and Empress Scarlet. They quickly married and soon had an adorable son. The boy inherited all of his father's traits. Rashard's birth was like a priceless gift. From a young age, the boy read books and cultivated knowledge daily, revealing superior intellect. He participated in all sports and was particularly excellent in swordsmanship. However, Scarlet's expression showed a hint of concern when discussing this matter. "I think the reason he hasn't met any girls yet is probably because of—" She sighed, her voice deepening with worry. "His erratic temperament." Herodian interrupted, his voice tinged with sadness. "Unfortunately, that's true. Things were different now that Rashar was past marriageable age. Since ancient times, in the constitutional society of the Apollonarian Empire, the emperor's power, along with the role of the Empress who managed the palace, could not be underestimated. The vacant Empress's throne was also a concern for the imperial family. Recalling her grown son, she silently prayed, "When this precious son of mine finds someone he loves, I only wish for him to be happy." She remained in the carriage, carrying that concern throughout the long journey. That's why I've carefully observed that young lady. Looking at the beautiful and dignified Haniel before her, Scarlet praised incessantly. "She is truly special, even more beautiful than any lady I've ever met." Thinking of the young couple's happy future, she exclaimed, "I believe she will be a perfect life partner for our Rashar." Scarlet smiled faintly and gently asked her, "How are you able to defeat the demons? Are you perhaps a magic swordsman?"
Haniel was bewildered by a series of difficult questions from Scarlet. Where did she come from? Why was she alone in this forest? Seeing this, she laughed loudly to ease the awkwardness, explaining, "Sorry for asking too many questions, especially when you've gone to such trouble to save us." Haniel replied a little awkwardly, "It's all right." She was a little worried, hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. "You could say I'm similar to a magic swordsman. Ah, I come from the West." After a long hesitation, she thought to herself, "Master once said that sometimes one needs to be flexible and know how to lie." Hearing this, Scarlet nodded thoughtfully. "If you come from the West, then—" Haniel turned her face away, feeling uneasy. "Madam, please calm down." But her conscience kept gnawing at her.
She was lost in thought for a long time when she suddenly realized something astonishing. Hadn't people said that the Queen of Sylvania had silver hair? Impossible. This was the princess of the Kingdom of Sylvania. Her eyes lit up, and she gently clapped her hands, shattering the quiet. Her voice joyful, she asked, "Could it be that you are from the Kingdom of Sylvania?" Hearing her question, she shyly avoided her gaze and mumbled, "Yes, that's right." Inside, her fear screamed, as expected. Receiving confirmation from her, she anxiously took her hand. "What should we do? You grabbed the arrow to save us. Your delicate hand must be injured." She tenderly took her hand. Upon closer inspection, Scarlet was surprised. "The demon venom doesn't affect you?" This made Haniel anxious and utterly terrified, stammering, unable to form words. "Well, actually, that—" she tried to calmly answer. "This is something passed down in our family." Hearing her answer, she was astonished, her eyes wide. The demons always sought to affect the nobility. Since ancient times, emperors and empresses have been the most threatened by demons. Scarlet looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, thinking to herself, "With this immunity to demon toxins, my necklace has been quiet since I met her, so I can be at ease, and my necklace's lack of reaction proves she is not a demon."
Imagining their future together as a couple, Scarlet was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. This must be destiny. The sky was gradually turning dark, she mused. It's getting dark. Outside, two knights were discussing. Currently, the mage is busy preparing a liniment for the young lady. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Does she have some kind of skin disease?" He immediately emphasized angrily, "Watch your words. What if rumors spread? Think carefully before you speak." He replied decisively, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Don't you know His Majesty's order regarding the evacuation of those attacked by demons? Inside is a critically ill patient, attacked by demons." Scarlet heard the loud voices, pulled back one side of the curtain to observe outside, and couldn't help but feel worried. It seemed the conversation wasn't going smoothly.
Feeling uneasy, she decided to go out and speak softly to Haniel, who was shyly sitting in a corner. "I'll be out for a bit and then I'll be back." Haniel looked at her leaving with a slight apprehension, her mind troubled. Seeing the exhausted Leona in front of her, she was perplexed. With critically ill patients like this, could it be that they couldn't be saved just for lack of a topical medicine? Deep in thought, a matter that would even leave demons speechless, Leona's arm suddenly went limp. Haniel's whole body stiffened, her heart pounding. What's happening? Her arm went limp, she worried, gently bringing her index finger close to Leona's nostril. Could she be dead? Her clumsy fingers lightly touched her nostril. Haniel felt a faint breath on her finger and joyfully clutched her chest, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, she's still breathing. Seeing Leona's worsening condition, she was concerned. "If I just leave her like this, she's surely doomed," she sighed, lost in thought. "What should I do?" Looking at her hands, she wondered, "How can I save this person without revealing my own power?" She recalled her master's words of advice. "Humans believe in herbs that can cure all diseases and grant eternal life. They believe such things exist somewhere in this world. Just remember one thing, Haniel. If you need money in the human world, sell medicine." Suddenly an idea struck her, her gaze firm. "That's right, they're still this way." Looking at the twig lying in her palm, she felt confident. "I just need to make them believe this is an herb, then secretly infuse it with divine power." Although this was quite a difficult challenge, her gaze remained firm. All preparations were complete. Now there was only one thing left to do. Act. How ironic. Her two clenched hands trembled slightly as she hypnotized herself. "I am a medicine peddler."
Stepping out confidently, she pushed the door hard. The loud noise from the car startled Herododian and Scarlet. Both turned towards her, their eyes apprehensive. Scarlet asked Haniel, "Oh, lady, why so sudden?" Herododian, flustered, asked, "Madam, is the car door broken?" Hearing Herododian's question, Scarlet awkwardly covered her mouth with her hand, forcing a smile. "Don't mind him. Why did you suddenly come out here?" Haniel didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point, seriously. "Well, if we wait any longer, the patient won't make it, and it seems the mage of this territory doesn't intend to intervene and heal them." Scarlet was surprised by Haniel's words, immediately took her hand off Herododian's mouth, and hesitantly replied, "Well then?" She was momentarily embarrassed, comforting herself. "Calm down, Haniel. I have to do this as shamelessly as possible. I'm a medicine merchant. I sell medicine." She clutched a bottle of medicine in her palm, telling herself, "I am—" Her hands trembled slightly as she awkwardly held up the bottle of medicine in front of them. Her face flushed, she shyly said,
Fortunately, I happen to have an extremely effective medicine on hand. Do you two know? She thought to herself, a medicine peddler.
Still somewhat dazed, her clear voice rang out in the quiet space. Coincidentally, I have an extremely good medicine here. The girl's passionate and enthusiastic demeanor was exactly like someone Scarlet had met before. This tone, I've heard it somewhere before. A thought flashed through Scarlet's mind. Scarlet had definitely encountered this tone during her previous visit to the domain. She recognized it immediately. The tone of the medicine seller back then was exactly the same. Seeing Scarlet seemed rather uninterested, Haniel feigned a few coughs, then spoke in a more serious tone to persuade her. I don't show this to just anyone. This is truly a rare and mysterious herb, passed down through my family for generations. Although it sounded surprising, Scarlet still pondered silently. Scarlet remained silent, looking at the girl with a puzzled expression, but the girl's eyes seemed to be speaking the truth. Haniel continued to explain. This herb can heal wounds caused by demons. It's more effective than magic and has absolutely no side effects. A fierce internal struggle took place within Scarlet. Is she our savior? Should I trust her one more time? Seeing Scarlet's hesitant silence, Haniel was slightly disappointed. It doesn't work? Then, trying to maintain an arrogant demeanor, Haniel said, then turned and walked away. It's fine if you don't need it. This is something that cannot be bought even with money. Seeing this, Scarlet quickly held her back. Wait, she continued, flustered. Then I'll buy it. The voice grew earnest. I beg you, young lady. A long while later, the house was filled with a fragrant aroma. Scooping a spoonful to check, the herbal medicine was ready. Under the watchful eyes of everyone behind her, her hand slowly rose. She thought to herself, now I need to quietly infuse power into it. She looked at Leona, suffering on the bed, absolutely determined not to be discovered. Very carefully, she infused power into the spoonful of herbal medicine. She was worried. The power she could wield in the mortal realm was limited, unlike in the celestial realm where power could be used boundlessly. The human realm, in turn, had strict rules and limitations. After treating Leona, she let out a tired sigh. Fortunately, she still had time to adapt. She couldn't ignore someone dying right before her eyes. Scarlet and her husband stood behind her, their faces anxious, silently praying for their poor daughter. It has to work, they thought. Suddenly, Scarlet's eyes widened. Tears of astonishment welled up in her eyes. Leona's complexion gradually returned to a healthy pink, and she slowly opened her eyes. The little girl suddenly sat up, her head still dizzy. Scarlet joyfully rushed towards her daughter, touched Leona's forehead, and tenderly asked, "Leona, are you all right?" Leona smiled gently and replied, "Yes, I'm fine. In fact, I feel even more energetic." Haniel inadvertently overheard the conversation between two knights behind her. Unbelievable! Not a single scar left? If she had been treated by a sorcerer, it would have taken much longer than this, one person said. Hearing these flattering praises, Haniel was immensely proud. That is my power. Just then, Leona stepped down from the bed and quickly walked towards Haniel, standing right in front of her, which made Haniel nervous. She secretly thought, is something wrong? Suddenly, Leona bowed respectfully. Thank you so much for saving my life. Please give me a chance to repay this kindness. Allow me to invite you to dinner. Hearing Leona's appealing invitation, Haniel secretly rejoiced. I want to return to the palace quickly, but it's already dark and I'm starting to feel hungry. Staying for a day probably won't hurt, right? A lavish meal was brought out in abundance. Haniel didn't hesitate to take a large bite of cake, her face beaming with happiness. I can't miss this delicious meal, she thought.
Leona continued to bring out the next dish and offered it to Haniel. You should try this one too, young lady. Rashar will surely understand. She suddenly stopped eating, put her spoon down on the table, her heart in turmoil. I miss him. Rashar's face was filled with sadness, remembering the happy days she once spent with him. The night sky gradually descended. Under the moonlight, Scarlet was currently in the courtyard, lost in thought. The dedication in treating patients with precious herbs, and the elegance emanating from every gesture. There's no doubt the young lady is truly the daughter of Queen Sylvania, and anyone can recognize that the young lady is the successor to the Empress. If she were with Rashar, they would undoubtedly be a perfect couple, like something out of a painting. Scarlet pondered. How can I set them up? Previously, whenever she brought up the topic of finding a partner, she was always ignored. Son, this time please choose suitable young ladies, won't you? You're very busy. Her face clearly showed her worry. How can I convince that stubborn child? She watched the moonlight filter through the leaves, her heart troubled. I want to arrange a marriage between her and our Rashar. Two knights chatting with each other interrupted her train of thought. Hey, did you hear that? What nonsense are they talking about now?
His voice rang out, asserting, no, this time it's real, truly.
The palace has begun the Empress selection process. He was a little surprised. So that's how it is? He said as he walked. The Empress's position has been vacant for too long. Their conversation was overheard by Scarlet. She whispered joyfully to herself, a fresh look appearing on her face. The selection process. Empress.
Rashar's study remained gloomy and quiet. His furrowed brows kept the Count in constant thought. He wasn't the type to procrastinate or neglect his duties, but he seemed more agitated than the Count had expected. The Count believed he was overly preoccupied with the divine bird. This was because the Empress's position was vacant. Well, it's already happened. The Count suddenly recalled the black-haired imperial couple. He had hoped the diplomatic mission would clarify His Majesty's situation, but it seemed difficult. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, the envoys departed without understanding what was happening. More than ever in this chaotic situation, a loyal voice was needed. With that thought, the Count cleared his throat softly a few times, then cautiously began. Your Majesty, as Your Majesty knows, the Empress's position cannot remain vacant indefinitely. We must immediately announce and proceed with the selection process. But Rashar cut him off. I don't want to hear about it. The Count, unwilling to give up, stubbornly tried to persuade him further. Your Majesty, doesn't the divine bird symbolize the Empire's peace? It will surely return once the Empress's position is announced and the Empire stabilizes. These words made Rashar bury his face in his hands in frustration. You just keep spouting nonsense. All right, so be it. Now that I've lost you, does the desire for a fated encounter still matter? Just come back. I don't care what happens, Phoenix. At the same time, Haniel, red-faced with anger, shouted, What? What did you just say? The Empress selection process? Scarlet was slightly taken aback by her expression. My lady, her curiosity intensified. Why is she so angry? Did I make a mistake? Haniel, realizing her overreaction, quickly lowered her voice. If it's the Empress, are you saying Rashar is looking for a wife? Scarlet was somewhat dumbfounded upon hearing these words.
Her thoughts made Haniel so angry that she clenched her fingers. I am right here. How can you exclude me? She noticed her discomfort, so she suddenly covered her mouth and widened her eyes. Young lady, do you happen to know His Majesty? This immediately made Haniel slap her forehead and sigh. Yes, we are very close. Scarlet continued to ask, making her even more pensive. Very close? While waiting for the answer, her mind began to wander. Where and how did she meet him? The only reason Rashar went west was to hunt monsters.
Could it be that during that time Scarlet couldn't help but imagine Haniel and Rashar sweetly in love, with the boy going to defeat monsters and returning with both victory and love? An opportunity like this is truly rare. It's destiny for this young lady. She resolved to speak again. Young lady, you seem very close to His Majesty, don't you? Questioned, she honestly replied. Yes, Rashar's always treated me very well and thoughtfully. These words seemed to shatter Rashar's image in Scarlet's heart. Rashar? Thoughtful? That cold person? Haniel's serious face, tinged with a hint of anger, suddenly appeared in Scarlet's mind. Mother, I must emphasize again that I have no intention of finding a queen. It may sound funny, but I only want to meet the destiny of my life, just like you, Mother. After seeing Haniel's bewildered expression, she had an epiphany. Now I understand why the boy so resolutely refused. Surely the position of queen has been vacant all this time just to wait for this woman. Thinking of this, Scarlet couldn't hide her joy. It was truly too romantic. A man forced to leave the woman he loved due to responsibility. A woman who traveled a long distance to reunite with the man she longed for. This story was exactly like something out of a novel. After a brief moment of speculation, she returned to reality. Now that things have come to this, as a mother, I must play matchmaker for the two of them. This young lady might also be lying, but there's nothing to lose by trying once.
Anyway, I will know the result when I return to the palace. Acting on her thought, Scarlet reached out, took her hands, and whispered, My lady, do you wish to marry His Majesty? Upon hearing this question, Haniel became even more resolute. Of course, Rashar is my soulmate. Then she even uttered a rather embarrassing statement without hesitation. If you see someone without a stitch of clothing, then naturally you must take responsibility, right? Scarlet was completely petrified by those words. What do you mean, my lady? Seeing that she didn't answer, Haniel pressed further. Isn't that right? Right? Cornered by her, Scarlet could only stammer. No, well, if one has seen it, then naturally. Waiting only for this answer, Haniel spoke with great determination. I will definitely be with Rashar, and I also want to have many children. However, those clear words were filled with bitterness. The Empress selection process once again plunged her into her own thoughts. I have always wanted to build a happy family, just like other angels. So why is even that so difficult? Why am I always like this? Always alone? At Haniel's most desperate moment, Scarlet reached out to her. She sat down and gently comforted Haniel. My lady, do not worry. If you truly have a deep connection with His Majesty, I will help you. This affirmation left her stunned for a moment.
Haniel quickly stood up, looking at her with bright eyes. Really? Can you truly help me? Scarlet knew she had cheered up, and her confidence immediately surged. Of course, just trust me. I know Duke Greta, and I will repay your kindness with this. Those words sank deep into Haniel's mind, leaving her motionless, eyes wide open. She took her hand, as if signaling the start of the endeavor to help the future Empress. Come to the palace. I will help you become a candidate for the throne of Empress.
The elegant letter was quickly sealed with a seal. The royal emblem appeared on the red wax. The selection process for the emperors had been widely announced nationwide. Among the 5 dukes, a special insignia bearing the royal emblem was used. As the count was reporting, he saw His Majesty heartbroken by Phoenix's disappearance. Your Majesty, it's time to move on to the next item on the schedule. The count thought to himself. I feel a little uneasy. Despite my conscience gnawing at me, I still feel a bit proud of myself, but I'm only doing what needs to be done. It wasn't until they stepped outside that Chaden could speak with the count. By the way, Count, do you know why His Majesty suddenly ordered the selection to be halted? The Count was equally perplexed, exclaiming, It's unclear. He elaborated in his mind. Initially, we thought it was caused by high-ranking nobles, but the head mages said there were no traces whatsoever. We even suspected a conflict among the head mages of the Royal Academy of Magic, but that's almost impossible. Those individuals are more loyal to His Majesty than anyone else. There's no reason for them to act on their own accord. The Count began to explain magic in the Empire, where magic was divided into 2 main groups. One group consisted of mages who studied everyday applied magic. The other group consisted of magic swordsmen who defeated enemies with swords enhanced by magic.
And there was one person considered a master of all fields, the Sword King. His Majesty personally selected the most outstanding individuals from these 2 groups to be their leaders, making them beyond suspicion. Kat walked in silence for a long time, wondering, so who could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be... But Chat interrupted that train of thought. Could it be the rebels? Hearing this, Kat remembered the assassins connected to him. Although things had quieted down, it seemed they were about to flare up again. Especially at this time, a thorough search must be conducted within the palace to see if there are any spies among us. Despite talking for so long, both remained immersed in gloomy despair. Although security had been tightened, it was unclear what His Majesty was thinking. That's what I wanted to say, Kat sighed. Every time Kat thought of Rashar playing with Haniel, his heart ached. It seemed that Phoenix's disappearance had made His Majesty extremely sad, but very quickly he replaced that sadness with an optimistic smile. However, don't worry too much. Let's observe for a while longer. After all, we are busy preparing for the Empress selection that everyone has long awaited. Kat couldn't help but feel excited looking at the stack of papers in his hand. Even the duchies seemed eagerly awaiting this moment.
He quickly rattled off the prominent names. Greta, symbolized by the falcon. Dosman, symbolized by the owl. Pierre, symbolized by the eagle. West Portenden, symbolized by the dove. And Modrant, symbolized by the swan. He happily waved his hand in greeting, even though Chaden reluctantly followed suit, and everyone was very excited. As soon as this matter concluded, the 2 of them chatted about common affairs. By the way, didn't the West Portenden family just welcome a daughter? This isn't a rumor, but what good fortune for them. Chaden's eyebrows almost met as he spoke of this. So only the Duchy of Greta is missing, which means there will be 4 candidates. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in curiosity. Sir Chaden, will the Duchy of Greta not put forward a candidate? Chaden, on the contrary, readily agreed with his idea. Yes, because this is a family that once had an empress. Nominating a direct descendant might not be feasible, especially since they currently have no daughters or granddaughters. After receiving that information, he nodded. That's true. Chaden continued to enthusiastically chatter onto him. Furthermore, if it's the Duchy of Greta, they usually adhere strictly to principles. So he proposed a bet that rendered Chaden speechless. Then let's make a vet. Elsewhere, a teacup was suddenly slammed down, accompanied by an angry remark. Scarlet, what did you just say? The one who unleashed that fury was Liam Greta, head of the Greta family. Scarlet remained seated upright, showing her determination. I demand that the girl I brought be made a candidate for the position of Empress. Noel Greta was utterly incredulous at her attitude. Scarlet.
Now he could only helplessly bury his face in his hands. Our family already has an empress, and this isn't ideal if it's driven by a lust for power. Knowing Noel Greta was worried, Scarlet added, Actually, the girl I brought is already His Majesty's lover. This statement successfully made him look up in surprise. His Majesty has a lover? Scarlet then smiled faintly and revealed, Yes, it was a chance encounter. I already knew about this regrettable affair, and as a mother, how could I turn a blind eye? Noel Greta said nothing outwardly, but inwardly he harbored some suspicion. He couldn't believe it. In this world, could there really be such a thing as coincidence? Scarlet had always been a compassionate girl since she was young. Noel Greta walked to the window before speaking softly. Scarlet, you shouldn't trust people indiscriminately.
Regarding His Majesty's lover, I find something suspicious about it. However, Scarlet interrupted Noel Greta. I know, but she is trustworthy. Herodian also agrees with me. Brother, just follow my advice.
Hearing these words, he suddenly turned around and questioned, Does Herodonian agree too? Have you confirmed that girl's identity? Scarlet quickly emphasized her affirmation once more. Of course, I will vouch for her identity, so you don't need to worry at all. However, Noel Griana still wanted to object. Even so, if the royal family directly nominates a candidate for the position of Empress, it will certainly cause a lot of suspicion. At this point, she frowned, clearly showing her plea. That's why I'm asking for your help, brother. Please say she is a distant relative, a child brought from the countryside. If a candidate from the royal family of another kingdom appears, the nobility will certainly object. Therefore, for now, let's conceal her identity and later reveal that everything was part of the royal family's arrangement. Because in the Empire, it is acceptable for parents to interfere in their children's marriages, so they won't blame us. At this moment, Scarlet's heart was stirred, causing her hands to clench tightly. Although she desperately wanted to stay at the palace with her and prove her identity, Herodonian and I needed to quickly find that thing. After an unsuccessful discussion, she could only leave, saying, I trust you'll understand. He still felt a bit uneasy. Regardless of her true identity, we will still find it difficult to avoid criticism later.
Noel Greta agreed to approach the door. Scarlet looked at her radiant smile and said, Seeing you smile so radiantly, I'm truly curious about the person you've brought. I want to meet her myself. When the door opened, Scarlet's joyful voice rang out, Ah, there she is! Before them, Haniel was chatting very happily with Herodian. She then softly signaled to Haniel, Haniel, say hello. He is Duke Greta, whose family is one of the 5 most powerful in the Empire.
Haniel started to move, following the voice. Her graceful figure appeared in a blue dress. She smiled faintly and bowed to him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke. I am Haniel, and I hope for your kind consideration. Dawn broke, and gentle sunbeams pierced through the large window crack. Haniel was surprised. This is... She was moved with surprise. These things... Right before her eyes was a lavish dining table, exquisitely arranged. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. What's happening? I'm so happy I could faint. She enjoyed them deliciously, thinking to herself, these are the dishes I was always curious about whenever Rashar ate them. Finally I get to try them. Suddenly she stopped, but the Duke stared at her like an eagle targeting its prey. That gaze was sharp and calculating. She quickly turned away, feeling uneasy. Is it okay if I eat? Then she gently cut a piece of beef with her knife, thinking to herself, I wonder if I can eat like Rashar, like this. Then she put it in her mouth to taste. It was as if an electric current ran through her. It was so delicious it made her freeze. The Empress Dowager saw this and immediately asked, Is it to your liking, Haniel? She happily replied immediately, Yes. The Empress Dowager offered her another dish. Try this one too, Miss Haniel. Just then, memories of her conversation with Scarlet flooded back. I couldn't help but be surprised when I heard that person say that. Scarlet took her hand, her eyes serious. I will help you become a candidate for Empress. She imagined herself beautiful in a red dress on the selection day. Thinking it over, perhaps there was no better way. If I can confidently enter the race as a candidate for Empress, no one will dare to doubt me. I can also check if there are any high-ranking demons among the officials hiding their identities. She gently picked up the glass of water on the table, thinking to herself, if there really are demons hiding. She took a large gulp of water. Then she placed the glass of water back on the table, and her warm, polite voice rang out, Thank you for the meal. I'll take my leave now.
As she walked, her figure was graceful, but it concealed an iron will. We must destroy them. After the meal, the Duke returned to his room, wondering if Scarlet was protecting her identity by not revealing her true name. This meant that although one could improve their appearance to conceal their identity, royal culinary etiquette could not be easily replicated, regardless of whether that person belonged to the lower class or royalty.
The Duke was walking when he suddenly stopped, his gaze sharp and cold. She must be a royal member in disguise. His voice suddenly resonated, deep and warm, breaking the silence as he spoke to the servant beside him. Call the tailor tomorrow. The servant quickly replied, Do you mean the dressmaker, Your Grace? An enigmatic smile appeared on the Duke's lips, the corner of his mouth twitching upwards. It seemed that woman believed Scarlet was a merchant. Then let her dress appropriately. If one only grows up in silk and velvet, people will gradually realize whether one is naive or a fool. The sound of a carriage echoed, breaking the silence of the fresh morning. Narnia stepped lightly down from the carriage, greeting respectfully with a soft tone. It's been a long time, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. Immediately, the Empress Dowager raised a hand to her mouth, instructing, Narnia, listen carefully. The lady I'm meeting right now doesn't know I'm the former Empress. You absolutely must not reveal this. Narnia asked in surprise, What? From now on? The Empress Dowager immediately replied, You're perceptive. Narnia wondered, Is there anyone in the palace who wouldn't recognize the Empress's face? The Empress Dowager happily pulled her inside. Now, let's go. Narnia was still skeptical. Is she from the countryside? Narnia chuckled softly. But it's fine.
For a long time, Narnia had often made quotes for the Empress Dowager, so she was very confident in asserting that having chosen loyalty to the former Empress, she would make any candidate shine the brightest. Narnia raised a hand to cover her mouth, laughing loudly with a triumphant and arrogant air. I will put Narnia's name at the top of the list of the most talented designers in the capital. The Empress Dowager said nothing, but silently assessed in her heart. That smile again. She must be dreaming about something.
As soon as the door opened, the servant inside immediately introduced Narnia to Haniel, saying that she was the woman. Narnia slowly stepped in, a little curious in her heart. What will she look like? Immediately after, Narnia's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Haniel. Haniel was wearing a blue dress, highlighting her graceful and elegant beauty. At this moment, Narnia hesitantly exclaimed, "That's—" She lowered herself, bowed her head, and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Narnia. I am here today to make an outfit for the young lady." Narnia thought to herself, "Throughout my career, I have met thousands of people. My aesthetic eye is far superior." Narnia was delighted to see Haniel's wonderful beauty. "My confidence is soaring," she murmured to herself. Haniel gently smiled back and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Narnia." Narnia was certain that Haniel can become a queen. Narnia gently opened her toolbox and said, "What should I do?" Placing colorful fabrics before Haniel, Narnia asked, "What color does the young lady prefer?" With her skill, Narnia confidently said, "I guess." She imagined Haniel in a lovely pink dress and was certain, "I want to use pink to highlight her cuteness."
Next up is a gentle demure dress, or one in light blue to highlight her innocence. Finally, there is a pristine white dress, or one in His Majesty's ideal style, as previously mentioned in magazines, with a simple and elegant white color. At this thought, Narnia, with sparkling eyes, asked her, which design would the young lady like to choose? Haniel hesitated slightly and thought. Looking at the numerous stacks of fabric in front of her, she felt anxious. White symbolizes angels, so she felt a little pressured. Haniel raised her finger and pointed towards the fabric she liked, saying to Narnia, "I choose this design." Narnia asked in surprise, "Is the young lady planning to choose that color?" She replied with a slight hesitation, "Yes, that's right. I like this color. Please choose this color."
Narnia was a little disappointed. Her voice grew softer. It was indeed a very unexpected choice, but she was still full of confidence, clenching her fists, full of determination. But who am I? The most talented designer in the Empire. The impossible will become possible. Haniel saw her expression and immediately worried. Is she going to be okay? However, Narnia was still full of confidence. I will turn this girl into the main character. Elsewhere, Noelle and Noah laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Noah said, still laughing, "Miss Rachel as a maid?" Noelle also mocked her. "Miss, her personality isn't suited for that. Do you even know how to hold a teacup?" Rachel angrily turned around, raising her fist at them in warning. The Duke's face showed a troubled expression as he listened to her explanation. Rachel said, "Sir, I am truly angry, but Noelle and Noah are right. You also supported me, saying that I could achieve my dreams." Rachel thumped her chest. She said angrily, "I am destined to be a knight, not a maid. Please don't extinguish my dream." A moment later, a voice from inside called out to Haniel, "Lady Haniel, come here." She slowly walked in. Haniel smiled brightly and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Haniel Fineso." Before coming here, Scarlet had instructed her, "Lady Haniel, we need a fake surname. Have you thought of a name?" Haniel thought for a while and then remembered a surname. Fineso. She had told Scarlet. Fineso or something. Remembering that, she felt guilty again, not realizing she had lied so much.
Han Yan is now trying to figure out how to conceal her identity. She thought to herself, I'll probably say I'm from Sylvania or Sylvania. She thought they had misunderstood her as a princess from some country, and since she couldn't reveal her true identity, she had no choice but to accept it. At this moment, Rachel Mays suddenly approached and took her hand. She happily greeted her. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, young lady. My name is Rachel Mays, and I hope for your kind consideration." On Rachel Mays's face, she seemed very determined, even though becoming a maid was not her dream, but memories of yesterday's conversation with him flooded Rachel Mays's mind. He calmly said, "Mays will serve as a maid, but can also be considered an escort knight. Furthermore, if you can enter the royal palace, you will have the opportunity to be knighted by His Majesty. I will personally write a letter of recommendation for you." Thinking of this, she became even more determined. "I cannot miss this wonderful opportunity."
Rachel Mays pulled Haniel to a chair, urging, come on, quickly sit down." Haniel was a little surprised, but still followed. "Yes." Rachel Mays smiled menacingly, thinking to herself, once I become a knight, those who once looked down on me. Haniel was a little surprised by that expression, thinking, they must be a good person. She gently sat down and said, "Excuse me." Rachel Mays excitedly said, "Yes, please, quickly sit down." Haniel was looking around when she paused, her gaze stopping on the two men sitting opposite. Then Haniel immediately turned and said with a smile, "Just call me Haniel."
Although calm on the outside, she was very worried inside. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Rachel turned and saw that the two of them were still whispering to each other. She cleared her throat lightly and said, "Aren't you two going to greet her? Noel? Noah?" Hearing that, the two hesitated and said, "Well..." Noah Greta shyly introduced himself first. "I am Noah Greta." Next, Noel Greta also said, "My name is Noel Greta." Haniel smiled gently and friendly, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Haniel." But before Haniel could finish speaking, Noah Greta suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. He stammered shyly and then hastily left. I have to go." Noel Greta was a little surprised to see Noah like that. He suddenly glanced at Haniel. But as soon as their eyes met, Noel Greta startled and shyly stood up. "I'll also excuse myself and leave first." Haniel tried to stop them. "Hey, wait a minute."
But eventually they left, much to her astonishment. Haniel sadly thought, "What did I do wrong?" Seeing this, Rachel Mays immediately explained, "Let them be, Lady Haniel. Just put those two in front of a girl and they instantly turn into idiots." Then she turned and asked, "By the way, sir, will Lady Haniel enter the palace as a candidate representing the Greta family?" He calmly replied, "That's right, though it's not quite a confrontation, but..." At this point he subtly glanced at her, then continued, "One of them will become the Empress."
Haniel resolved to think, "Excellent, I'll seize this opportunity to officially become Rashar's partner." But when she saw Rachel Mays smile, she felt scared. She suddenly stood up and shouted, "All right, Lady Haniel, things have come to this. Lady Haniel must become the Empress." Rachel Mays looked very excited. That Chloe from the Duchy of Dosman and Rosaline from Madrid, it's time to send those two packing. Haniel asked with a bewildered face, "Who is Rosaline?" Rachel Mays immediately explained to her, "She's that girl who always thinks she's the most beautiful in the world." Saying this, she smirked. "It seems that will end today." Rachel Mays confidently thought, "Just you wait, Rosaline." At the same time, elsewhere, Noel Greta and Noah Greta, after fleeing, were slumped outside. Noel Greta hesitantly said, "My heart is still pounding." His face was flushed with embarrassment. Noah Greta also shyly said, "Me too. What kind of person is she after all?" The two of them chattered. "She doesn't look quite human, so what is she?" Both hesitated, then said in unison, "Could it be... no way. An angel?" Noel Greta smiled brightly and said with a doubtful expression, "Or a winter spirit that appears when it gets cold." Noah Greta actually agreed with him. "It's very possible, isn't it?" Haniel's radiant face and smile flooded their minds, along with her words, "Please care for me." Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Noel Greta suggested, "Let's go outside and get some fresh air." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them left.
She started teasing Noah Greta, who had looked like an idiot just now. Hearing that, he calmly replied, "Well, you ran away too." Noah Greta slightly raised his head and said with a bright smile, "However, brother, if Lady Haniel..." As images of Rashar and Haniel appeared in his mind, especially when they were next to His Imperial Majesty, Noah Greta, imagining them as a couple, added, "Wouldn't they look perfect, like a painting?" The scene at the White Palace unfolded. The Empress selection ceremony was held for the first time in hundreds of years at the Jade Palace, where the Empress candidates would set foot. The maids were busy day and night, without a single moment of rest amidst the chaotic days. Someone suddenly shouted, "What? Are you really insisting on keeping this outdated ritual?" The dissatisfaction was not limited to the servants. The gray-haired Duke expressed his view. "Since we only have records from a few hundred years ago, there's no other way."
The brown-haired Duke retorted with concrete evidence. "No matter how traditional it is, the circumstances of the era must be considered. How can such an antiquated ritual be continued in this day and age? And most importantly, this process. Surely His Majesty will not like this. His opinion must be considered first, so keep the process as concise as possible. The process of selecting an empress based on long-standing tradition is also a difficult problem." The blue-clad Duke had no further comments. "That's enough for today. There's a bigger issue at hand, so prepare well and don't think about anything else." A question arose in their hearts. Which family will produce the empress? Who will wield that great power? Sounds emanated from a room. The meeting must have ended. They must have endured a terrible mental battle with smiling faces.
He gave a slight cough to catch his breath. He was even more excited than Rashar. "Your Majesty, I have looked into the candidates a bit. Aren't you curious?" He was speechless at his indifferent attitude. He still persistently introduced them to Rashar. "House Griata has also nominated a candidate. Aren't you truly curious?" Katerine answered for him. "I am a little curious about the candidate nominated by the Ducal House of Griata." He couldn't help but be surprised. "Huh? Why are you suddenly taking my side?" He analyzed their true intentions. "After all, without me, you wouldn't know anything. House Griata's curate is a distant relative brought in from the countryside. That shows Duke Griata's ambition for power." Katerine spoke up in defense again. "There's no way Duke Griata would do such a thing." He didn't like her interrupting while he was explaining. "Katerine, what do you know to interfere in other people's business?" She boldly asserted. "At least I understand Duke Griata better than the Count." He tried to hide his anger. How arrogant. We'll see about that. Rashar quickly stopped the argument. Stop it. He immediately turned to look at him. Rishar's eyes gleamed with anger. Get out. The bird cage was still in its original place. He touched the empty cage. Rashar didn't know how to express his feelings. This silence, it's so strange. And that empty space, it suffocates me. The reason I once loved silence.
Having grown too accustomed to walking alone, Rashar's eyes welled up. He remembered his memories with Haniel, but now they were only in the past. When you came to my side, I didn't even want to imagine myself without you, so please come back to me quickly, Phoenix. Haniel's flowing hair looked graceful. She gazed at the scenery outside the window, her face reflecting a hint of sadness. The merchant couple has already left. I wanted them to stay a little longer, but Haniel expressed her longing. I apologize, Lady Haniel. I truly wanted to be with you until the very end, and I will definitely come back to visit you. Haniel could sense that they seemed to be in a great hurry. Indeed, there were many people around them. She felt it from the heavenly realm. This loneliness still couldn't disappear. They looked like a happy family, but to Haniel, it felt as if no one was by her side.
Do I not belong anywhere? I miss Rashar terribly. The full moon appeared in the deep blue sky. Haniel reached out to touch the moon. Anyway, I can still meet Rashar tomorrow. This sorrow will end tomorrow, won't it? Oh my, have I returned? So suddenly? So I can meet Rashar right now? Wait a moment, Rashar. I'll be by your side soon. Rashar went to bed early, seemingly having a nightmare. Haniel did not show her face in Rashar's dream. She looked towards the sky. He wanted to touch Haniel, but couldn't reach her. She reciprocated Rashar's feelings. I miss you, Rashar. As night fell with the deep blue sky, Haniel felt somewhat relieved upon finding the staff. It wouldn't change for a certain period of time. Has that time passed yet? What if I can't turn back into a human this time? But she had another thought. What if I can't participate in the queen selection process? Rashar officially introduced to Haniel. Phoenix, this is my wife. You have been chosen through the queen selection process. She smiled brightly. I look forward to your kind consideration. Haniel tried to find a solution for her situation. No way. I will find a way to become human again.
No, wait, that's important. But for now, I miss you so much, Rashar. I don't know why the window is open. I like this breeze, but what if there's a thief? If I'm discovered here, it will definitely cause a commotion. Phoenix, don't leave again. First, I need to use my divine power to erase my presence. And yet, everything here remains unchanged. The desk is always piled high with documents. My cage is always open, as usual. And Rashar's face, the most handsome in the world, he's still radiant, dazzlingly radiant. Her shadow fell upon Rashar's pillow. Haniel leaned coquettishly against his ear, whispering, I miss you so much, Rashar. Rashar seemed to feel the warmth and leaned his head over. Haniel's attention was drawn to something. In her eyes, there was only one familiar item, that pillow. Haniel remembered the moments he talked to her. She was unconsciously moved to tears by the affection Rashar had for her.
My bird wings are also my arms. Rashar, do you miss me? I'm sorry, I wanted to return to you very soon, but couldn't. I want to wake you up right now, want to hear your voice, look into your eyes, but I don't want to do that in the form of a bird. Just wait a little longer. I will soon stand confidently before you. That's right, I will become a queen and stand proudly by your side. I absolutely will not miss this chance. Never. I definitely won't let it slip away, especially that body. Just wait 2 more days, Rashar. I will come to see you, so please, just wait for me a little longer. I will definitely return to stand before you once again. Haniel left the castle with a heavy heart. At the same time, Durahan also saw her fly past. 2 doves joyfully welcomed a new day. Rashar woke up after his night's sleep. His questions remained unanswered. It had been a long time since he felt so comfortable. How long had it been since he last had such a deep sleep? Today, Phoenix still hadn't returned. Rashar's gaze stopped at a certain point. A white feather left on the pillow made him suspicious. Yesterday, there was clearly nothing here. Rashar reached out for the feather. He stared at it, but said nothing. Rashar suddenly shouted loudly as he looked toward the cage. Phoenix! He hastily observed the inside of the cage. By now, Rashar could confirm that it must have arrived and left while he was asleep. But how? As a swordsman, why didn't I sense its presence? No, that's not important anymore. Just knowing you're still alive is enough for me. I miss you. In the lush green garden, someone suddenly called out, Noah, Noel! The 2 brothers, Noah and Noel Greta, both turned their heads to look. Noel Greta immediately recognized the person running towards them as Rachel. Rachel Mays was extremely flustered. You're not busy, are you? Then please help me. Noel Greta asked about Rachel Mays' condition, unable to hide his worry. What is it? So sudden? Is it urgent? Rachel Mays was so exhausted she was panting. Extremely urgent and important.
Auntie,
Stop talking and follow me quickly. Noel Greta didn't understand what was happening. Hey, Rachel, at least tell us where we're going, right? What exactly is so important that you need us? Rachel pulled the two brothers, Noel Greta, in front of a room. Rachel Mays gently reminded the two boys, from now on, you two must address her as Your Majesty, understood? Noel Greta couldn't help but wonder, what? She's about to get angry. Are you telling us to commit treason? Rachel slowly pushed the door open. Just think simply, what if that person really is the queen? The two brothers, Noel Greta, awaited the appearance of the mysterious person. Haniel's straight hair made her even more beautiful, and the room was lavishly decorated. Rachel Mays imagined her graceful appearance. How would he feel the moment Haniel appeared? The luxurious living room, predominantly white, was currently silent. Two pairs of leather shoes appeared, indicating that someone was still standing in the room. Haniel was also present, a sweet smile on her face, her gentle voice slowly rising. What do you all think? At this very moment, upon seeing her, Noel and Noah were momentarily flustered, their cheeks simultaneously flushing red.
But very quickly after that, they hastily turned their heads away, clearing their throats slightly due to Rachel's fierce gaze. At the same time, Haniel secretly threatened, "These guys are slacking off again." After witnessing that scene, Duke Greta's eyes also wavered. He involuntarily fell into contemplation. They are my sons, yet they show such awkwardness in front of women. Truly useless. Haniel remained standing there, but now a hint of awkwardness appeared on her face, accompanied by self-deprecating thoughts. She silently reproached, "Why do you always treat me like this? And it's not just once or twice, you ignore me every single time. Why am I looked down upon even here?" Immediately after, she quickly left the place, her voice carrying a distinct sulkiness. "I'm going to change my clothes." Faced with Haniel's unexpected action, Rachel, who was beside her, couldn't maintain her gentle demeanor. She spoke aggressively. "Hey, just state your feelings. One sentence is enough." By this point, Noel was still not over his shyness. He softly replied with a stammer, "If it were His Majesty, how would we feel? Well, he looks like an angel descended from heaven. I think I would collapse."
I'm about to pass out too, can't you tell? Oh well, you guys are no help at all. Upon hearing this, Haniel's graceful image involuntarily appeared in Rachel's mind. At the same time, she also began to fall into her own thoughts. He looks beautiful and pure, but it seems like something is still missing. If only I... Noel Greta exclaimed blankly, "Hey, Rachel." Meanwhile, Rachel was still flustered, muttering, "What if it's Rosaline and Modrond is unlucky?" Witnessing her so flustered that she clutched her head, Duke Greta, who was beside her, couldn't help but mutter, "Good heavens." Even Noel softly called out, "Rachel." However, those words had no effect in waking Rachel. She continued to babble something with a somewhat panicked expression. "It can't be."
With that outfit, you won't be able to beat Rosaline. These words struck extreme fear into everyone else. Now, though three separate individuals, they shared one thought, Rachel. Just like that, Rachel's hollow voice continuously echoed, "Change into the next outfit and come out quickly." Noel and Noah couldn't help but cry silently in their hearts. They softly called out in unison, "Rachel." At the same time, an unshakable determination appeared on her face, and inwardly she began to make a decision. "I am close to Lady Haniel, so I absolutely cannot lose to Rosaline. As soon as they see it, everyone around will be drawn in." Not long after, Haniel stepped out in a dazzling red evening gown. As soon as she saw her, Rachel couldn't hide her astonishment and involuntarily exclaimed, "Lady Haniel, are you done?" Even Duke Greta couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise when he saw her, but very quickly he lowered his head and cleared his throat, continuously telling himself, "This isn't good, I mustn't get distracted." "Indeed, now I understand why Scarlet insisted on you participating in the selection." Haniel, still in her red evening gown, stood there, her face innocent yet incredibly charming, her eyes holding an indescribable purity. Rachel stepped forward from somewhere, gripping Haniel's hand tightly, a radiant smile continuously appearing on her face. Her voice of admiration continuously rose. "It's perfect, Haniel. Absolutely beautiful."
She couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing those words. If the Betelvine likes it, I'd like it very much too. This entire scene accidentally caught the eye of Duke Greta. This made him ponder, if that person were to be paired with His Majesty, the two would make a very beautiful couple. Just wait and see. Although that person is still quite young, later on they will be able to change our entire future. But as soon as Duke Greta stepped towards Noel and Noah, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into a chilling silence. He bowed his head low, his face full of helplessness, and his voice became softer than before. "This old father asks to take his leave now. Please take your time to talk. There must be many things you want to say. Things that couldn't be said before, things that you've always wanted to say, and also the things you've done until now. Reckless behavior will tarnish the reputation of the Greta family. I shouldn't do that, should I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duke Greta quickly pushed the door open and left the place. Until this moment, the two greater brothers still didn't understand what had happened. Noel instinctively exchanged glances with the other person. "What should we do now? Huh, brother? Brother?" he said. Before his words finished, he received an answer from Noah. "I was wrong."
Now Jay Chow stood, gripping Haniel's shoulders tightly, shaking her repeatedly. Haniel turned her expectant gaze towards them and asked, "Noah, Noel, what do you guys think? This outfit is really beautiful, isn't it? It's perfect, isn't it?" These words once again left Noel and Noah feeling awkward. They stood there with flushed faces, unable to react. After a period of silence, Noah awkwardly replied, we are... Although Haniel said nothing, her expectant gaze was fixed on him. This action made Noel and Noah even more embarrassed. Their faces turned red as tomatoes, and they stammered, "It's very beautiful." After that remark, Noel seemed to regain some composure. He softly whispered, "Lady Haniel, please forgive me. The truth is, we were just too embarrassed." After hearing these words, Haniel couldn't help but be surprised. She unconsciously widened her eyes, staring intently at him for a long time.
He seemed to notice the curiosity in her eyes and immediately continued. "Although I look quite flustered, I only show this side of myself when I'm in front of women. Oh no, only in front of a woman wearing such a splendid outfit. We certainly don't mean to avoid you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell silent once more. Noel, who was beside him, finally spoke up hastily, his face a little calmer. "We apologize." Before he could finish, Haniel spoke, astonishing them. "It's all right. It's wrong to ridicule or ostracize someone, but the goddess said that forgiveness is only granted when a person is truly remorseful." This statement greatly surprised Noel. He murmured softly, "The goddess." Immediately after, Haniel extended her hand forward. She offered, "Therefore, I will also forgive the two of you. I've already shaken your hands, so let's consider it settled, all right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the other party hastily replied, "Yes, yes." A radiant smile began to appear on her pretty face, her voice carrying anticipation. "There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Next time I won't forgive you, so I hope from now on the two of you won't avoid me anymore." Hearing this, Noel and Noel couldn't help but tremble as they replied, "Yes, we understand."
The picturesque land beside the river quickly appeared in someone's mind, a vast land, rich with precious stones, wealth accumulated based on abundant resources. The Mondrian family, to get what they wanted, were willing to do anything, resorting to any method or trick. Back in Rosaline's room, the youngest daughter of the Mondrian family, cosmetic jars were neatly arranged on the shelf. She was carefully brushing each strand of her hair with a very relaxed expression. Suddenly, Rosaline called out, "Brother!" The person she referred to was Thierman, the eldest son of the Mondrian family. She sat there with a joyful face, repeatedly asking, "What do you think? Is this beautiful enough to captivate His Majesty the Emperor?" As soon as the words left her lips, Thierman casually replied, "Of course. Who else in this kingdom is more beautiful than you? You know this is the 5th time I've said this, Rosaline." Hearing these words, she immediately affirmed with a smile, "I still like being praised for my beauty." Suddenly, 2 red-haired young men nearby, one of whom was sitting, interjected, "Rosaline, do you want these 2 brothers to tell you how beautiful you are?" They were the 2nd and 3rd sons of the Mondrian family, the twins, Thiago and Timothy. A smug smile gradually appeared on Timothy's face. He stated, "Tomorrow you'll make Chloe Dossman cry. Your friend said so too, that unlucky girl." Immediately after, Thiago, who was beside him, softly whispered, I know. With such an ugly face, a high nose bridge would be fitting, wouldn't it?" He seemed to completely agree with the other. Will crying tomorrow make her even uglier?
This scene accidentally caught Rosaline's eye. She couldn't help but clear her throat in dissatisfaction. "Brothers, that's enough. Do you really think Rosaline would be friends with someone like that? That hurts my pride too much. Just leave him alone, and he'll know when he hits rock bottom, my brothers. When a rival I dislike appears, then you can step in." At the same time, in Haniel's warm room, the clock's chimes rang incessantly. Despite this, she remained motionless on the bed. Haniel let out a tired sigh, but very quickly she regained her composure, her determined gaze fixed forward, along with the thoughts swirling in her mind. Why? Why is everything like this? Time seems to not pass at all. Tomorrow I have to go to the palace. I just need to get through tonight. Suddenly, a tear appeared in the corner of Haniel's eye. She emotionally covered her face with a wronged expression. "I miss Rashar so much. Wait, just a moment. Why am I crying? If I miss him, I should just go see him, like usual. Wait for me a bit, Rashar." In an instant, Haniel's clothes were neat.
She transformed into a small bird, her heart full of determination, telling herself, "Now I'm coming to see you." In the dark night, a beam of light shone down below.
Rashar was standing on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, when something suddenly caught his attention. A speck of light appeared in the night sky. It was Haniel in the body of a white bird. The moment he saw her, Rashar was utterly astonished. "Phoenix!" He quickly extended his arms to embrace her, a happy expression on his face. At the same time, his deep voice rang out, "Phoenix, you finally returned!" However, Haniel, like an egg, crashed directly into him. Rashar painfully crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach, his mouth continuously groaning under her bewildered gaze. "Phoenix, your power! But anyway, thank you for coming back. Phoenix!"
At this moment, Haniel was in front of Rashar, playfully wanting to convey, "I miss you so much, Rashar." Immediately after, he brought her inside. Rishar's resonant voice continuously echoed, "Do you have so many things to tell me? I will listen to it all. First, let's look at the newly made cage. The chief mage of the royal palace put in a lot of effort. It is a very sturdily built magic cage." Rishar's words made Haniel couldn't help but feel suspicious. What did Rashar just say? A product of the chief mage in the palace? A magic cage? Thinking of this, she hastily got off Rishar's shoulder before his astonished gaze and cried out, "Phoenix!"
Haniel acted as if she didn't hear his call, using all her strength to rush forward with the thought, "I can't be caught like this. Do you know how difficult it was for me to meet you?" Meanwhile, Rosa behind her kept calling out, "Wait, hold on, Phoenix." However, she had already shot out the window at an incredibly astonishing speed, disregarding the other party's concern. Haniel quickly made her escape, her heart filled with self-reproach. "I'm sorry for leaving you to run alone. Rosa, I miss you every day. I want to hear your stories every day. I want to be confident by your side in my true form. Please, wait for me a little longer." Before long, time had passed to the next day. By then, Duke Grata had prepared a magnificent carriage and was waiting in front of Haniel's mansion. He cautiously looked inside and slowly spoke. "Haniel, are you ready? We've finished all the preparations." Meanwhile, he couldn't stop thinking, "I'm really worried about Noel and Noah." Not keeping Duke Grata waiting long, Haniel stepped out and gracefully replied, "Yes, I'm coming down now." The grand door quickly opened, and she stepped out looking splendid. Haniel flashed a radiant smile and announced, "I'm ready. Let's go to the royal palace."
A large villa, predominantly white, quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. Inside, everyone was bustling with work. Lately, the palace maids have been extremely busy. After the emperor announced the queen selection process, they began preparing the Jade Palace, where the queen candidates would reside. We also meticulously and responsibly reviewed each candidate's documents. When the preparations were complete, the queen candidates' carriages departed one by one for the imperial palace. I entered the reception room with eyes full of anticipation, feeling incredibly curious about each candidate's unique charm. A maid with bangs stood there, her face a little awkward, and she softly spoke, "Excuse me, the Greta family has not yet arrived. Please wait and enjoy the prepared tea." At the same time, I couldn't help but feel worried. But why is everyone wearing white dresses like this? At this moment, Rosaline sat on a chair with a sullen face. She observed everyone in the room once and couldn't help but be astonished. I never thought everyone would wear white dresses. Could it be that they read the tabloids saying His Majesty's ideal type is a simple woman? That's why I also wore a white dress, even though this color doesn't suit me. Those foolish hussies, what do they think dressing like that will change? With just a beautiful face, simple attire can still shine, just like me. But it's still surprising. I knew Chloe Dosman would appear sooner or later, so I wasn't surprised. The surprise is their audacity in appearing one after another.
Before the selection, a woman arrived as the adopted daughter of Duke West Portington. At the same time, another woman from Duke Barb's family was also present, but her true identity had not yet been revealed among the upper class. Judging by her appearance, there was probably no need to be wary of Rosaline. With such an appearance, she could be easily overshadowed. What was she thinking, daring to contend for the queen's position with such an appearance? Yenica West Portington, the adopted daughter of Duke West Portington, was rumored to be very beautiful, but in reality, she was as tall as a deer and had a very strong appearance. Did she know that such a strong appearance wasn't truly attractive to men? The same was true for the daughter of Duke Barb's family. A dangerous aura emanated around her. However, she seemed immature and appeared arrogant and superficial.
In this situation, how could I not feel uncomfortable? It's ridiculous even before thinking about the outcome. That's obvious. At this thought, Rosaline suddenly turned towards the maid with bangs and spoke up. "Excuse me, I have a question. May I ask it?" Immediately after, the other party quickly replied, "Yes, Lady Rosaline, please ask." It was then that she softly whispered, "Do you know when the potential candidate for Princess Greta will arrive?" After hearing this, she replied with a smile, "The information isn't very certain, but I heard she's arriving soon." Hearing this, Rosaline quickly picked up her teacup, slowly changing the subject. "In that case, may I have another cup of tea?" The maid with bangs' words just now made her fall into deep thought. She couldn't believe that she still hadn't arrived by this time. The palace isn't that far. Or is she intentionally late? Does she want to attract attention by being the last to appear? The Greta family.
It is said that this family has been unlucky since the time of the former Empress. Since things have turned out this way, I think I'll just go with the flow. Suddenly, Rosaline spoke in a weary tone. Is she that kind of person? Today we have to meet His Majesty the Emperor, but she's late. For me, time is precious, so this is a bit annoying. What about you, Lady Chloe? That action made Chloe helplessly think to herself. That girl is at it again. She knew there was still plenty of time, so she did it on purpose. Anyway, her status is low in places like this. There will be many people like her.
It's a beautiful face, all you have. You should at least be as elegant as I am. Suddenly, the large door slowly pushed open, and the butler's voice rang out. Excuse me, the candidate for queen, Princess Greta, has arrived. This made Chloe extremely eager. She's here, Greta, from the former queen's house. Yenica was also drawn in, turning her head with a thought. Do we have another candidate? The Duke Pierre's daughter was no exception. It seems so. Rosaline unconsciously raised a hand to her chin, silently assessing, what kind of person is she? Not long after, footsteps were heard. The person who entered was none other than Rachel. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Rosaline unconsciously let out a laugh. This quickly drew the attention of the others. Seeing this, she quickly defended herself. Oh dear, I apologize. I'm a bit surprised because she's an unexpected candidate. She looked so energetic that I thought she was a knight, not a candidate for queen.
However, Rachel was not pleased by these words, and she subtly furrowed her brow. As for Rosaline, she continued to wear a provocative smile. Immediately after, Rachel spoke with a smile. It's all right, you're right. I am here as an escort knight. I am not the candidate for the queen's position of the Greta family. No sooner had she finished speaking, Haniel slowly stepped inside. She eagerly spoke. Rachel, are we the last ones to arrive? Upon seeing Haniel, Rosaline couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to herself, who is that woman? I've never seen her before. Is there anyone in the Greta family with such an appearance? Moreover, she's wearing a red dress, which will make her stand out even more. She must be trying to outshine Rosaline. Yenica, standing nearby, was also so astonished that her mouth hung open, and she caught Haniel's attention. She was equally terrified upon seeing the other person, thinking to herself, this person also. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense.
Yenica couldn't help but flinch. An applicant for the queen's position? Why are you here? Even Haniel couldn't help but feel flustered because the person being referred to was her. The space around the mansion was peaceful in the early morning sun. How are you, Heliana? You have safely arrived in the human world and met your soulmate. You were seated beside him as an applicant for the queen's throne. You confidently entered the palace, thinking a happy future would unfold before you. However, an unexpected event occurred. The atmosphere became tense as Haniel faced the person in front of her. Why is she here? Rachel Mays tilted her head slightly, a little curious. Why are you looking at Lady Westportington like that? Haniel paused, whispering, Westportington? Rachel Mays nodded, confirming it once more. Yes, she is the lady of the Westportington family. 5 figures represented the kingdoms of the Apollinarian Duchy. Among them, the Westportington family was the only one with a duchess. Rachel's Apollinarian trivia. The symbol of this family is a dove. Initially, this family had no heir, and there were rumors that the Duchess had brought her adopted daughter before deciding on the candidate selection. I never thought that rumor was true.
Haniel clasped her hands, her face slightly pensive. They said she was adopted. In return, she only received Yenica's calm expression. What audacity! Pretending to be a noble, how could she drink tea so calmly? What? What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? Do you want to fight right here, right now, Yenica? Why do you keep looking at me like that? Suddenly, Yenica flashed a strange smile. This greatly annoyed Haniel. The air vibrated, and a dignified voice rang out. Please maintain order. This is the palace. Everyone should behave appropriately. These words caught Haniel's attention. Even Yenica began to pay attention to that person. The dignified count spoke clearly. There should have been a direct audience ceremony with His Majesty. However, His Majesty has urgent matters, so it's a bit difficult. She recognized the young man in front of her, Count Crusoe. This made Haniel's small heart flutter. At this, he announced, starting tomorrow, each of you will spend time with His Majesty. First, I will lead you to your respective residences in the palace.
Please follow me. 4 beautiful girls began their journey together. Haniel took a deep breath, reassuring herself. Don't be nervous. This is just the beginning. I will defeat everyone, lie next to Rashar, and gaze at him every day until I get sick of it. Please wait for me, Rashar. I will let you taste heaven. No, I mean the taste of sweetness. Sunlight streamed through the window. The girls, in splendid ceremonial dresses, were entering. Rosaline subtly glanced at the foolish expression behind her back. She thought,
I was worried because she has a beautiful face, but that's all there is to it, you clueless country bumpkin. If this continues, the queen's position will be mine. The results of the next queen's election were in the hands of the palace servants, and Roseline was sure to be the frontrunner. The other candidates were nothing special, for they were all shallow and ugly. Now all I need to do is meet His Majesty the Emperor, Roseline thought. What? Why is he suddenly looking at me like that, not avoiding my gaze? Could it be that he likes me too? Suddenly, a hoarse voice spoke. Where are you? Roseline unconsciously took a step back. What? The Emperor suddenly raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Roseline's heart skipped a few beats. She told herself, don't tell me he's going to say his heart belongs to you. Get a grip, Countess Crusoe. I, Roseline, will become the queen. How could you? Rachel, witnessing this from behind, sneered. I know exactly what you're thinking.
As Rosaline was about to refuse, she was interrupted by Count Thak's urgency. Where's the candidate from Greta? It was then that Rachel and Rosaline were taken aback. Not me. Rachel turned around, thinking to herself, the candidate from Greta, Lady Haniel. Rosaline's vision was completely blank. Where had she gone? When I was a bird, I couldn't see my drawings hung all over the palace. I never knew the palace was this vast, but now I do. How lonely I must have been. I remember my sad face. Now I have ascended to the throne as emperor. No one calls my name anymore. I have never heard anyone call my name since my parents went to the annex. If you can speak, please call my name. My name is Rashar. The reason I am running now is not because I am looking for you, but because I want to comfort you greatly. After that, Haniel ran to where Rashar appeared. Therefore, I hope you will accept my sincere comfort, Rashar. Upon seeing Haniel, Rashar was slightly annoyed. You are truly bold, daring to approach the emperor like that. She paused for a beat. Rashar?
Rashar looked at Haniel with a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, what is this? He had never seen this face before. She was a candidate for queen, but this hairstyle. Suddenly, Haniel exclaimed, Rashar! Rashar secretly wondered, could she be imitating Phoenix?
Are they not resorting to any means? But you won't be able to imitate that cuteness. Haniel unexpectedly reached out to Rashar, asking, are you all right? Rashar immediately slapped her hand away, threatening in a low voice, you, don't call the emperor by his name, understood? Immediately, Haniel felt utterly confused. What? There's a law like that? Is it because of that rule that he feels lonely? But if he's the emperor, he can completely abolish such rules. Does he not want me to call him Rashar? I think I can understand the human heart. Rashar continued to lecture. Looking into the emperor's eyes like that is not proper etiquette. Despite this, Haniel paid no attention. Noticing the silence, Rashar annoyingly asked, wait, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Facing him, Haniel hadn't answer, but covered her face, thinking shyly, still so handsome, Rashar. Time passed, and silence enveloped the room. A few minutes later, Count quickly appeared, bowing his head and saying, I apologize, Your Majesty, I should have been more careful. Rashar casually replied, it's all right. Hearing this, Count gleefully thought, he's willing to forgive me. A few seconds later, Rashar began to criticize. Your duty was to choose a candidate for the Empress position, but you chose an idiot, Count Crusoe. Count immediately glanced at Haniel, exclaiming, an idiot? He secretly thought, what did she do to make His Majesty so angry? Normally, wouldn't a beautiful face like hers easily be forgiven by others? At the same time, Haniel was also angry, feeling insulted by the word idiot. After finishing his criticism, Rashar arrogantly ordered, that's enough nonsense for now. Take her away.
Count, hearing that, immediately turned and politely said, Lady Haniel, let's go quickly. I will take you to your residence. Lady Haniel? Haniel suddenly spun around. Then she stared wide-eyed at Rashar. Her intense gaze made Rashar feel bewildered. Even as she turned her back, Haniel's eyes still sharply glared at Rashar. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Count quickly urged, what are you doing? Let's go quickly. Acting like this will only make His Majesty dislike you even more. Meanwhile, Rashar felt annoyed. What's going on? Going alone, glaring, and then?
Today I met some strange people. After Haniel left, 2 servants suddenly appeared and began to cheer. Is that woman a candidate for the queen's position? She is truly beautiful. He crossed his arms, frowned, and reminded them, stop talking nonsense and go to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 servants replied, yes, I understand. Rashar felt a headache coming on. She had only met that woman for a short while, but truly couldn't understand her. She was ill-mannered, arrogant, and rude. Normally, she wouldn't have such strong emotions, but seeing her stirred deep feelings within her. Thinking of this, he secretly concluded, I must have just met a crazy woman. He wondered, but why? Why do I keep thinking about her like this? At the same time, Haniel's sweet voice echoed in a room, a tidy table and a window overlooking the garden, along with a soft and comfortable bed. And my hair looks awful, Haniel lamented. After saying that, she helplessly fell back. As she lay on the bed, she suddenly turned to look at the book beside her.
Haniel quickly sat up, regaining her composure. All right, I know where I went wrong, but I didn't know there was such a rule in the Imperial Palace. I really didn't know.
It was just that Haniel imagined Rashar sadly confiding, "Phoenix, I feel so lonely because no one calls my name." At that moment, she would immediately encourage him, "Chip, Chip, I'll call your name." But the truth was too harsh. Haniel thought in disappointment, "I called your name because I thought you were lonely." Suddenly, she unconsciously looked up. Then a smile gradually appeared on her face. Haniel felt indignant. What? He was asked to choose a queen candidate but ended up choosing an idiot? She muttered angrily, "I always thought you were kind and gentle, but you're not that kind of person, are you? Being called an idiot by the person I like, I can't just sit here." The moment Haniel stood up, her dress immediately fell to the ground. Haniel transformed back into her divine bird form, and a plan began to brew in her mind. Then let's give it a try. A loud noise suddenly echoed within the Imperial Palace grounds. Rashar was startled. Huh? He narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to shield from the sun, and looked up. Phoenix's voice. In the air, behind him, something seemed to be moving towards him. Rashar quickly lowered his hand and thought, could it be that I'm about to meet Phoenix while taking a stroll? When he confirmed it was her, he exclaimed joyfully, "Phoenix, I knew you'd come back." In contrast to his joy, Haniel delivered a mighty slap. She acted decisively and struck a very cool pose. Rashar looked at her intently in surprise. In another corner, two servants panicked. The Emperor just got slapped by the divine bird. The atmosphere suddenly became completely silent. A few seconds later, Rashar proactively spoke up. "Phoenix, why are you suddenly acting so cute? How embarrassing." The two servants, upon hearing this, questioned their existence. "That's cute?" A moment later, inside the palace, Haniel thought gleefully, "I've gotten my revenge on Rashar."
Now, it's time to get to work. Which one of them is the demon? If my deduction is correct, then the demons have infiltrated deeper into the palace than I thought. I need to deal with them before anything happens to Rashar in this form. I can't sense demonic energy, but moving around in human form has many limitations. What should I do? I need to use divine power. It's a pity that the divine power usable in the human world is limited, but it's all for Rashar. In the hallway, a man suddenly stopped. Then he vigilantly turned around and looked in one direction, but there was no one behind him. After confirming that no one was following him, the man turned back and continued walking forward.
Seeing the other party had left, Haniel finally let out a sigh of relief. Whew, that was too dangerous. There's a smell of a demon. It must be him. I must chase after him and quickly identify his face. But at this moment, a voice rang out from below. "Oh, Count Crusoe, where are you going?" Then she heard the Count reply. "Ah, I was going to give Lady Haniel a book on Imperial Palace etiquette. I forgot to give it to her earlier." Hearing this, Haniel paused for a second. Why now? This diligent but useless Count Crusoe, what an idiot. The Count seemed to sense something and asked suspiciously, "Huh? Did someone just curse me?" The maid felt confused. A moment later, the Count stood before a room's door and spoke. "Lady Haniel, I've returned because the Imperial Palace etiquette book I gave you earlier was missing this. Are you inside?" "Not inside?" "Lady Haniel." Inside, there was still no reply.
Seeing this, the Count secretly worried. A queen candidate cannot freely roam around the palace. If she's not in her room, where could she be? Surely, don't tell me she couldn't stand still for even a second and had an accident. After he finished thinking, he froze. Then the Count exclaimed in a panic, "I need to call someone here." Huh? Just as he was about to leave, Haniel opened the room door. Seeing this, the Count wondered, "Are you safe? I thought you had some kind of accident." "Ah, the reason I came here was because—" Haniel immediately cut him off. "I know, you want to give me the book on etiquette, right? Thank you very much. Traveling such a long distance, I didn't think you'd come in person. I'll diligently read it." "So that's all?" Suddenly, Haniel felt confused. What's wrong with those people? Why are they looking at me like that? At the same time, in the Emperor's room, the Count spoke. "Your Majesty, I have seriously warned Lady Haniel, so this will not happen again." "Your Majesty." Seeing Rashar didn't react, he became suspicious. "What's wrong? You were so angry just now. Why is your mood so good now?" Haniel was currently lying on the bed, studying the book. She read and mumbled. Calling him Rashar is definitely the best thing to do. So Rashar, his family wants to call him by name. He must miss that warm feeling. Is he afraid of being alone? Has he been crying in loneliness all this time? Rashar, I understand that loneliness more than anyone. I won't leave him alone. Take my hand, Rashar. Let's overcome this loneliness together. Definitely. Without a doubt. A moment later, Rachel's urgent call echoed in Haniel's room. "Sorry I'm late. I tried my best to get here quickly. The armor and weapons were so beautiful I couldn't take my eyes off them." Hearing that, Haniel thought helplessly. She's always so bright and doesn't know how to lie. Then she replied cheerfully, "It's okay, you don't need to apologize. Thanks to that I had time to change and read, so it's fine." After hearing that, Rachel suggested, "Yes, let's go." Haniel was startled. "Huh? That's right, let's go." Immediately, seeing her appearance, Rachel thought, "So cute." After deciding, the two opened the door and walked out. As Rachel walked down the hallway, she wondered, but why is the young lady meeting this person?
Haniel hesitated.
"Oh, it's just an acquaintance," Rachel replied innocently. "Is that so? Previously, when I first met the young ladies, it seemed like you had a lot to say with your eyes." Hearing this, Haniel secretly cursed that damn swan in her heart. Nevertheless, she still forced a smile. "It's because we're close." Seeing this, Rachel immediately asked, "That close?" At this moment, from the opposite side, a pair of feet slowly approached, accompanied by a gruff voice. "The woman sent by Duchess Greta is truly arrogant, isn't she?" Hearing that, Haniel looked over. Seeing her, Jaden immediately questioned, "How dare you ignore the head of the Modran family, one of the 5 Grand Dukes of the Empire?" Rachel realized and spoke up, "Oh, I apologize." But Haniel raised her hand to stop her. Seeing that action, Jaden coldly asked, "What are you doing?"
Haniel replied without a hint of fear. According to etiquette, a person of higher rank does not greet another before the other person speaks. So, Duke Mondrand, are you of a lower rank than us? I know, who even follows these cumbersome rules anyway, but at least this way you won't find another reason to talk to me. Thinking this, Haniel turned around and said, "Let's go, Rachel." What she said is proper etiquette. Behind Haniel, Jaden clenched his fists, muttering angrily, "That insolent girl." Suddenly, Tiago and Timothy's voices rang out from behind. "She's quite smart, isn't she? I thought she was just a country bumpkin, but her face is quite pretty." Thierman suddenly appeared behind them and ordered, "Silence." Tiago and Timothy immediately fell silent, then instinctively turned around slowly. Thierman paid them little mind, striding past them and moving forward. Thierman thought to himself, "You fools, where do you intend to take that attitude and proclaim the Modran family's name?" Then he remarked seriously, "That woman has a truly unsettling gaze." Jaden quickly concluded, "She's clearly very suspicious." Thierman agreed. "Her appearance before Duchess Greta at this time, and that look in her eyes, it frightens me. A gaze that seems to see through everything." Thinking this, Thierman smirked. "I suppose I have work to do." In another room, Haniel's voice unexpectedly rang out. "What are you doing here?"
Yenneker asked in surprise. "Oh, you know me?" Haniel yelled. "I'm not kidding. Are you also on a mission? Or did you come here to torment me, Yenneker Westboardington of the Westboardington family? No, you are Yenneker, the most beautiful dove among the angels who have tormented me." On the other side, after hearing Haniel's questioning, Yenneker calmly replied, "No, I came here to mate with humans." Haniel's face went blank. "What?" Seeing this, Yenneker explained, "Angels usually don't want to bond with humans because of the curse, but I don't mind." Haniel fell into contemplation. "A curse? I've heard rumors, but no one has told me the specific details." Seeing that astonished look, Yenneker slowly stepped closer. "Oh, you don't know? The curse started with silver wings, just like yours."
Haniel was currently standing face to face with Yenneker. She continuously questioned, "That makes no sense at all. What curse?" The other person spoke in a mocking tone, "Still as fierce as ever, aren't you?" This made her furiously yell, "Yenneker!" However, she only quietly clenched her hands. Yenneker's provocative voice continued to ring out, "Why should I tell you?" Immediately after, Haniel instantly asserted, "Because I am—" Her words were choked before they could be fully uttered, turning into an internal monologue. "I am involved in this. It was only because of the rumor that her silver wings were the cause of the curse that everyone shunned her and pointed fingers. She had always wanted to ask, if I am an angel who saves people, then why do they treat me so cruelly? What did I do wrong to endure this period of loneliness without knowing the reason?" Haniel just stood there, stunned. Suddenly, Yenneker's piercing scream rang out. "Are you even listening to me?" Only then did she regain her composure, softly whispering, "Huh?" But Haniel kept shaking her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. A stream of thoughts quickly flashed through her mind. What should I do? Memories of heaven. I feel afraid of Yenneker. I am an angel with recognized talent, so I only want to show everyone my strong side. Can I defeat demons with this mindset? What will happen if I don't get Rashar's love this way? What if I fail in everything? Now Haniel had fallen into a state of panic, gently bowing her head with a sorrowful gaze. Amidst the white clouds, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Haniel, Haniel, can you hear me?" As soon as the words ended, she quickly replied, "Yes." At this moment, Heliana was gently stroking her head, constantly comforting her. "Don't overthink it too much. Completing the mission is good, but you also shouldn't deny your destiny." However, Haniel couldn't help but feel uneasy, stammering as she asked again, "But if that's the case, what about my mission?" She smiled kindly and said, "Everything will be fine. The demons are destined to be purified. Therefore, if you find yourself at a crossroads, think about your own happiness first. If you take one step at a time towards happiness, the path will open itself." Back in reality, those images made Haniel unconsciously think to herself, "What is my happiness?" She looked forward with a determined gaze.
The casual voice that came out of her mouth made Yenneker feel a slight pang of unease. "All right, don't say it." Having said that, Haniel took the liberty of stepping forward. She firmly reiterated, "Even with that curse, I will still live happily. With the man you desire."
Yenica couldn't help but be astonished by those words. She repeatedly questioned, "What? What are you talking about? Hey, Haniel, I don't think you're suitable for him. Someone beautiful like me is the one who should be by his side. You really don't know what you're talking about." "Is that so?" Haniel's face darkened at this. At the same time, she couldn't help but think to herself, "Seriously." Immediately after, Haniel punched hard to the side. Under Yenica's panicked gaze, a large crack instantly appeared on the wall. The other party couldn't help but stammer in fear. Are you crazy?" Before the words were finished, Haniel from the opposite side coldly cut her off. "Hey, Yenica, it seems you don't understand the problem, do you?" As soon as the words were uttered, Yenica, as if her tail had been stepped on, irritably questioned, "What? What problem? Tell me." However, Haniel uttered a cruel remark with sharp eyes. "You are not an angel on a mission, Yenica." What she uttered made the other party completely freeze on the spot. She repeatedly asked, "If not, then what?" Without making Yenica wait long, Haniel from the opposite side casually explained, "I can use divine power, but you cannot. Why make things difficult?"
Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel bewildered, her voice filled with doubt, rising. "So now you're going to use divine power on me?" "Now," Haniel replied with a smile, "perhaps." This made her ask in fright, "What about your mission?" Seeing the curiosity in Yenica's eyes, Haniel calmly summoned a golden staff, and with a clear voice slowly said, "Didn't you see during the last exam? All I need to do is defeat the demons with my people. I'm warning you for the last time. While you can still speak, quickly return in silence." After these words, she felt satisfied and secretly thought to herself, "How pathetic. Why was I so scared before?" Haniel's footsteps suddenly stopped, and she unconsciously exclaimed, "Ah, that's right."
"I kissed the man you desired and even saw him without a stitch of clothing, so don't glare at me like that," Yenica exclaimed in horror. "Really?" Meanwhile, she burst out laughing. "Come on, Rachel." Upon returning to the luxurious tea room, she thought to herself, "I want to praise myself for a few hours ago, for boldly confronting Yenica. Damn it, it's true that only I can see you like this." Rashar softly said, "I see you." This made Haniel stunned. "What? Me?" He quickly requested, "Go into the cage. Don't worry and rest, Phoenix." She couldn't help but be scared. "Nonsense. What am I thinking? Immediately after, Haniel disappeared before Rashar's eyes. She couldn't help but feel guilty. "Pervert. I'm sorry, Rashar." Just like that, Haniel left Rashar's room. To this day, I still don't know. The peace in the palace, where the queen's selection was held, was the beginning of the real power struggle.
The maid, while helping Rashar get dressed, slowly said, "Your Majesty, starting from today, you will have dinner with the young ladies." He quickly turned his head away, replying indifferently, "Is it time already? Who's first?" On the surface, it seemed so, but deep down, Rashar was secretly calculating. The Empress selection process was being held for the first time in centuries, as previous emperors had all married for love. The two main criteria for selecting an empress were, first, could she dedicate herself entirely to the country? Second, could she bond with the emperor and become his lifelong companion? To evaluate these two conditions, private time between the emperor and each candidate would be arranged starting today. Suddenly, the count, standing nearby with a radiant face, casually spoke. "The first candidate is Lady Haniel from the Duchy of Greta." Rashar still showed no wavering in his eyes. However, his tone was more curious than before. "Haniel, who is that again?" Hearing these words from him, the count quickly explained, while Rashar was slowly putting on his gloves. "She is the young lady your Majesty met at the training grounds." Immediately after that statement, the atmosphere in the room grew gloomy. Rashar couldn't stop his internal thoughts. The audacious woman who dared to imitate my phoenix is the first one? In a splendid room adorned with yellow and red, a large painting of Hani in the form of a white bird hung on the wall. At this very moment, she was sitting opposite Rashar at a lavish dining table. He glanced at her with extremely sharp eyes, slowly assessing. "I thought she was completely foolish because of yesterday's incident, but her eating etiquette is perfect."
Thinking back, there's no way they would send a candidate so lacking in such basic things, especially not from the Duchy of Greta, my mother's homeland. But I couldn't forgive her. How dare she? How dare she utter the name I reserved solely for my wife? Haniel felt extremely awkward seeing his displeased expression. Meanwhile, Rashar continued to show his indignation. He grumbled to himself. Everything about her annoyed him. As for Haniel, she was extremely awkward, thinking to herself, "Why does he keep staring at me? He looks even more handsome today. I think my face is going to turn as red as a tomato. Calm down. You need to calm down, Haniel. Maybe some juice will help."
She gently took a sip of wine to try and regain her composure. As soon as she finished her sip, Haniel's eyes shone brightly. She instinctively spoke up, full of curiosity. "Your Majesty, is grape juice all right? But you can't drink grape juice." However, Rashar, who was opposite her, wore a dark expression. He questioned coldly, "Who told you that?" Hearing this, Haniel quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes flustered. She timidly replied, "I apologize." Suddenly, he spoke in a slightly softer tone. "Only my close aide knows that I cannot drink grape juice." But Rishar's sharp gaze remained fixed on Haniel, making her feel awkward. At the same time, he implicitly questioned, "Who is that person?" Facing his coldness, she secretly pondered, "What should I do? I've said too much."
All the recent events replayed in Haniel's mind as she lay beside Rashar. At that moment, she recalled him secretly thinking about the conversation they had after bathing, back when she was still a bird. He had said, "Phoenix, I don't like grape juice. That subtle bitter taste doesn't suit me at all. But since you like grapes, eat as much as you want." Suddenly, seeing him ask her, she quickly replied, "Yes." The very next second, Rashar was lost in his own thoughts again. To say that in front of him in human form was the most foolish thing. "I'm so stupid, so stupid." Back in reality, she couldn't help but stammer in embarrassment. At the same time, Haniel's mind was a tangled mess, unsure what to say. After a moment of thought, she decided to speak. "Actually, it's me. I can immediately tell who doesn't like grape juice." This was a deadly charming trick, but Haniel couldn't help but worry, secretly asking herself, "All or nothing?" What she had just blurted out made Rashar freeze for a moment. His face was now so angry that veins topped out. The sight made Haniel force a smile, secretly thinking, "Is this too unrealistic?" In the end, he helplessly raised a hand to rub his forehead and asked with dissatisfaction, "What are you trying to say? Is that an excuse?" Haniel quickly got up from her seat. This action surprised Rashar, and he instinctively blurted out, "Wait, where are you going? I'm still talking." However, she stood there with her hands clasped respectfully. Haniel slightly lowered her head, her firm voice echoing through the large room. "Since dinner is over, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." The moment she turned her back and ran from the place, Rashar hastily called after her, "Wait!" However, the door closed without mercy. Even now, he was still stunned and muttered softly, "She didn't answer my question." Outside, the fountain was currently not working. Haniel walked alone down the vast corridor. She softly mumbled, "Another failure. I just wanted to earn more points, but instead, I just ended up saying meaningless things." That ribbon, the moment she saw it, a sense of doubt began to creep into her heart. Wasn't it similar to the ribbon Rachel wore when she left this morning? Looking closer, the weeds around lay strangely, as if someone had been dragged away. "Don't tell me, something has happened to Rachel." Just like that, Haniel's desperate cry rang out. "Where are you, Rachel? Rachel, answer me if you can hear me." Suddenly, someone nearby spoke in a sour tone. "Lady Rachel, what on earth are you thinking?" Another person sneered. "Ah, this is why those of low birth." This entire scene quickly caught Haniel's attention. She felt overjoyed, thinking to herself, "There she is."
Now Rachel was facing ridicule from the wealthy young ladies. Roseland was also among them, mocking her incessantly. Duke Greta must be heartbroken. She always said she would become a knight, but her skills were not promising. She wasn't even stunningly beautiful and didn't know how to dress appropriately. She even ruined this expensive dress that they had tried to put on a country mouse, reeking of disgusting sweat. What a clumsy young lady. Perhaps they would regret sponsoring her. These words seemed to have reached Rachel's limit. She retorted angrily, "This happened because you forcibly dragged me here after pushing me aside." This action angered the other party, who muttered softly, "You, how dare you call me you when there are people here? Even the servants who serve me come from much nobler families than yours. How dare you raise your voice at us? Isn't being in this state enough? You can't escape now. Since you like to train while emitting an unpleasant smell of sweat, I will help you become even more disgusting. Is this the appearance you want?" When Rachel was held by Rosenine's subordinates, she cried out, "Ah!"
This entire scene accidentally caught Haniel's eye from a distance. She couldn't help but wonder, what were they planning to do? "This isn't good. I need to go stop them," she thought to herself. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Rachel had been pushed, causing her to fall backward. Haniel screamed, "Rachel!" She rushed over, calling out loudly, "Rachel!" Luckily, the water is shallow. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm here now. Everything will be fine. I'll sort everything out." Meanwhile, Rachel lowered her head, her eyes clearly showing a sense of grievance. Today, Haniel had rushed to her side as usual when she was being bullied, and she confidently said she would sort everything out. She was like an angel, making her unable to stop her tears. Rachel tightly gripped Haniel's hand, her eyes filled with hurt. Rachel's voice, carrying a sense of injustice, slowly rang out, "Lady Haniel." At this moment, Haniel thought to herself, someone as innocent and kind as Rachel is being bullied. Then she gently rubbed the other person's thin back and softly comforted her. "Don't cry, Rachel." Haniel's heart was filled with determination. "I can't stand by when my friend is being bullied."
Haniel cleared her throat softly. "I will make them pay." Seeing the two lowly individuals trembling, she couldn't help but feel angry, constantly telling herself, "As an angel, I cannot overlook such wickedness." Immediately after, Haniel spoke with a feigned expression. "If you intentionally harm someone, you should know that you yourselves can also be hurt. I will return exactly what you've given." This action stunned them on the spot. Haniel suddenly squeezed the orange-haired girl's hand, making her shriek, "What are you doing? Let go of my hand. What the hell are you doing? Do you know how much my dress is worth?" Meanwhile, Haniel calmly spoke again, her face having long since turned dark. "Both of you should be dragged down like that too." Rosaline couldn't help but be horrified by this scene. She instinctively stepped back.
Haniel quickly grabbed her hand and Chloe. Both of them simultaneously shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me right now." Rosaline loudly demanded, "Royal Knights, what are you doing? Protect us." These words attracted the attention of the surrounding knights. They whispered among themselves, "Weren't dirty knights like you banned from the royal palace? What's going on?" The white-haired knight instructed, "Go patrol on the other side." Rosaline was utterly terrified by this action. She continuously stammered, "Where are you going? Come back here right now." In just a moment, all four of them were pushed into the fountain, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. Rosaline angrily gritted her teeth and threatened, "Are you really insane? Do you think you'll get away with this?" However, Haniel replied without fear, "I told you before, I will return exactly what you did. Don't you remember what I just said? You must have ignored it, because clearly, you can't even grasp basic words anymore."
If it weren't for the cold, I would have probably joined you in the water. What a pity. After speaking, she herself paused for a few seconds to reflect. In the end, this was the first time she had disciplined so directly. Had she gone too far? No, she thought she had to go that far for them to understand. A buzz of chatter began to rise. What are they doing? Do nobles nowadays like to play in the water like this? Nobles? They don't even look like nobles anymore. Rosaline, sitting in the water, softly growled, "Damn it." She gritted her teeth with a face full of hatred. Rosaline looked at Haniel with eyes spitting fire. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "What are you doing?" These words made Haniel unconsciously reflect on that person. He was the knight always by Rashar's side and always maintained a calm, good demeanor, Bastian. But today, why did he look so angry? The story must be told from earlier. At that time, Chaden stood before Rashar slowly stating, "Investigate Haniel Fineso. She is one of the Empress candidates." "Are you referring to the candidate from the Grand Duchy of Grieta? May I ask why you are giving this order?" The other party quickly replied, "Something suspicious happened during the meal. Investigate all her movements from when she arrived at the Grand Duchy of Grieta and see if there are any hidden conspiracies, leaving nothing out." Back to reality, Chaden sternly questioned Haniel, "I asked what you are doing."
Seeing this, she quickly replied with a radiant face, "I heard these young ladies like to play with water, so I was just helping them. Is that not allowed?" These words astonished him, and he thought to himself, play with water? When he unexpectedly met her at the royal palace, his first impression of her wasn't bad, her shimmering silver hair and graceful demeanor. He kept thinking that such a beautiful person existed in the world. He wondered what it would be like if she smiled at him, until he witnessed today's incident. One uninjured woman and 5 trembling women. She was the only one unharmed, and she even dared to scold others. It was hard to imagine someone with such a delicate appearance tormenting others. That made her even more suspicious. His Majesty must have realized this woman's true nature, which is why he requested an investigation. He thought to himself that he had been deceived by her appearance and misjudged her. His knightly training was still too lacking. His recent actions made Haniel feel dissatisfied. She silently judged, "I thought he was a good person. Is he colluding with these bullies?" Suddenly, the orange-haired maid spoke up indignantly. "You've come at just the right time. She suddenly pushed us into the fountain and then mocked us. We need to report this to His Majesty immediately and have her expelled. My young lady is also injured." Meanwhile, Rachel, standing behind Haniel, was extremely furious but could do nothing. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Tormenting others is not permitted in the royal palace. Even if you are a candidate for Empress, there are no exceptions." This made Haniel feel indignant. She thought, judging solely based on his aura is a mistake. Come to think of it, this man, Rashar's knight, associates with such people. Immediately after, the orange-haired maid, timidly hiding behind him, suddenly added, look at her wicked expression." Hearing this, he merely assessed coldly, "Wicked? Is that supposed to be a wicked face? No, in fact, her face still looks like a lovely and cute angel." Rosaline and her maid couldn't help but be astonished by his attitude. Even Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. He suddenly found himself sitting in the pool of water, not knowing when he got there. He couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? I was pulled into the water by this woman. No matter how distracted I am still an elite knight. I've never made such a careless mistake. I didn't even see that woman move. This is the first time this has happened to me. Meanwhile, Haniel stood there with a stern expression, looking at him with cold eyes.
Chad stared blankly at Haniel for a long time. Suddenly, Chloe next to him screamed in panic, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you?" As soon as the other party finished speaking, Haniel coldly declared, "From this moment on, if you dare to bully Rachel again, I will repay you in full for every single thing, and if you don't apologize, I guarantee you will pay the price for it all." These words made the other party immediately assert, "You've lost your mind. You're completely insane. Apologize now." But Haniel indifferently stated, "I have all day." Before she could finish her sentence, Rosaline's group had already scrambled away from the place. Haniel witnessed this entire scene and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Cowardly brats acting so arrogantly. Immediately after, she pointed at Chaden and ordered, "You too, listen carefully. If you bully Rachel again, I won't spare you. Go back to your friends and make it clear to them that they must apologize to her." Chaden still didn't understand what was happening. "What? Wait, he unconsciously asked again. "Did I misunderstand something?" However, Haniel angrily retorted, "Misunderstanding? Don't mess with me. I've noticed you're friends with those young ladies, and you pushed our Rachel into the pond, didn't you?" Chaden unconsciously bowed his head, his voice softening somewhat compared to before. "I apologize. I was too quick to conclude after only seeing part of the incident." She ordered, "Apologize to Rachel." These words left the other person bewildered. "I can apologize, but I think you've also misunderstood. I've never bullied her." "You haven't," Haniel stated, "but Rachel is scared when you appear. Isn't that right, Rachel?" Rachel, standing nearby, was still astonished and felt dissatisfied. "Lady Haniel pushed my role model, Sir Chaden, into the pond. What should I do? If Sir Chaden hates me because of this, I won't be able to become a knight."
Bintio fainted. Haniel, seeing her faint, quickly called out, "Rachel, look, she fainted because of him. Have you really never bullied her?" At this, Chaden still firmly asserted, "I swear, this is the first time I've met her, and I don't think she fainted because of me." These words surprised her, and she thought to herself, "He's never met her? He's not lying. I know what kind of person he is because I'm an angel." A moment later, Haniel slowly spoke with a confused expression. "It seems I've misunderstood. I apologize. So to be fair, I'll jump into the lake too. You can push me." But Chaden quickly replied, "It's all right. You don't need to do that." Immediately, Haniel's eyes lit up. "Really? You truly are a generous person. You're sure to be lucky. Then I'll take my leave." Chaden couldn't help but be astonished by what he witnessed. Did she really take her away like that? Who is she? Her speed and strength were unmatched. Moreover, His Majesty had ordered an investigation into her. She was certainly someone to keep an eye on. Haniel's earlier words echoed in his mind. "So to be fair, I'll jump into the lake too." Chaden involuntarily chuckled. The way she said it so seriously. How interesting. I wonder what else she can do. As soon as she returned to the room, Rachel repeatedly said, "No, Lady Haniel, that person, no. Haniel instinctively asked, "Are you all right, Rachel? Do you feel better now?" At this moment, she calmed down. "This is my room."
A gentle voice rang out, "Lady Haniel." Rachel thought blankly, "Huh? Nothing's unusual." Immediately after, she involuntarily exclaimed, "Thank goodness, it was all just a dream." Haniel asked doubtfully, "What kind of dream was it?" But the other person continuously waved their hand. It was a terrible nightmare. Lady Haniel was with Lady Rosaline's group, and then Sir Chad. Suddenly, she wondered, but why was that dream so vivid? It felt like it wasn't a dream at all. Suddenly, Haniel asked, "What about Sir Chad?" Hearing that, Rachel stammered, "Don't tell me it wasn't a dream." But she then asserted, "Don't worry, I've taken care of everything." It was then that Rachel finally believed, so it really wasn't a dream. Haniel suddenly hesitated. "Just now Sir Chad said he never bullied you, so why are you trembling?" Rachel screamed in horror, "Lady Haniel, you've lost your mind." She exclaimed in panic, "Ah!" At this moment she finally explained, "Sir Chad is trusted by His Majesty. You cannot just meddle in his affairs."
Furthermore, Lady Rosaline and Lady Chloe come from extremely powerful families. They won't leave you alone, Lady Haniel. If that happens, the Greta family could be in trouble. Hearing this, Haniel gently comforted Rachel. "Rachel, from what I've seen, the Greta family is quite formidable. They won't be harmed just because of something like this. Besides, I'm sure they wouldn't want to see you scared and upset." "Father, please take it quickly. Rachel made it herself." Haniel continued to say to Rachel, "You don't know how warmly the Duke looks at you, and no matter how they act, Noelle and Noah admire you greatly. You haven't done anything wrong, so you don't have to worry at all. Are you crying, Rachel?" Rachel felt touched upon hearing this. How could someone be so beautiful and strong? When I'm with Lady Haniel, I feel like everything will be all right. The way she helped me just now, if I were to meet an angel, it would probably be like this. But immediately after, Rachel spoke up. "Lady Haniel, promise me just one thing."
Haniel quickly replied, "What is it, Rachel?" She gently reminded, "No matter what happens, please be careful with Rosaline Maudrand. If she wants something, she will do anything to get it, and if anyone stands in her way, she will eliminate them without a second thought. I don't know how far she will go to get rid of you, so please stay away from that family, no matter what trouble they cause." Hearing this, she reassured the other person, "Don't worry, Rachel, I am stronger than you think." As for Rosaline, the mirror had long been shattered. She was trembling with anger. A sudden voice rang out, "Rosaline, what has made you so angry? Tell me." Rosaline fiercely yelled, "That wretched girl dared to humiliate me. I won't rest until that bitch is dead. Think of a way to get rid of her, Timothy." Timothy unconsciously smiled with amusement.
Timothy couldn't help but think, that girl dared to yell at me like that again. Finally, he replied,
There's no need to shout, Rosaline. I can still hear you. Now tell me exactly what happened. You always blindly believe what you hear. You need to think more carefully. Normally, I've had to deal with many people like you've described. But Rosaline was still furious. This morning, Duchess Greta pushed me and Sir Chayden into the pond. These words stunned Timothy. A woman could push a skilled knight like Sir Chayden into the water? She continued, where did they find such an ill-mannered woman? Or should we tell father and file a complaint about Duchess Greta? He felt helpless. Here we go again. She's complaining about things she doesn't like. Timothy replied wearily, unfortunately, father's situation isn't good right now. His intention to recruit a royal maid has been discovered. Rosaline screamed in panic. What? He continued. Furthermore, the right to investigate has been transferred to Duchess Greta. The Apollinaire Empire managed the Royal Maid Course to prepare for the final war against the demons. Those with outstanding magic had to join the Royal Maid Course. Therefore, if anyone wanted to recruit their own maid, they had to pay a considerable sum, even if those mages weren't very skilled. My father, Duke Modron, was dissatisfied with the system, because even with money, he couldn't hire a skilled maid.
In recent years, he has intended to bring the royal maids to his family. However, a small mistake by a subordinate caused the emperor to discover this, creating an extremely awkward situation. Duke Greta, who was entrusted with the investigation, is gleefully bringing trouble to our family. He even loudly declared this to be evidence of treason. Hearing this, Rosaline grumbled, any time but now? This will only tarnish my reputation even more. Her heart was in a tangled mess. Even in this situation, the girl only knew how to worry about herself. She still had too many shortcomings, and there was nothing to be done about it. I need to help my sister, don't I? Suddenly, Mo spoke up. Rosaline, I will help you get revenge. Just trust me. Rosaline replied indifferently. All right. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, making a mountain out of a molehill. How bothersome. He repeatedly asserted, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth was his motto. If the Greta family were arrested for some similar crime, that would be great. If it were the Empire's gravest crime, even better. The atmosphere among the Grand Ministers was like the calm before a storm, as the case of Duke Modron bribing the royal mage was under investigation. Everyone clearly felt the tension. 2 candidates for the position of queen were nominated by 2 dukes. Of course, everyone paid attention to both, but sadly they only gathered to gossip about rumors.
Count kept thinking, doesn't the Emperor prefer the person chosen by Duke Rieta? Otherwise, the right to investigate would never have fallen into Duke Rieta's hands. What about the Modron family then? That's truly absurd. Duke Rieta is not the type of person easily swayed by flattery. Even if His Majesty has feelings for Haniel, he wouldn't entrust the right to investigate to Duke Rieta just because he likes her. Other servants kept gossiping. Oh dear, don't worry, Count Crusoe is always like that. However, Count didn't care at all. Currently, His Majesty has rejected all other young ladies, and the only one receiving attention is Haniel, but no one knew the true tension between the two of them. At times like these, how wonderful it would be if Phoenix were here to cheer up the Emperor. But where are you, Phoenix? A few days later, time flew by. In the garden, animals were enjoying their meal together, looking incredibly harmonious. Haniel saw this and couldn't stop praising. They're eating so well. Suddenly, her attention was caught by the black cat next to her.
Rachel beside her couldn't stop exclaiming. Haniel was friendly with the little animals, not only in the mansion but also in the garden. Haniel burst out laughing, thinking to herself, it's strange, animals always seem to like me a lot. She had her own calculations in her heart. It had been a series of peaceful days. Rosaline's group seemed scared and had remained silent, allowing Haniel to finally get some rest. But Rachel pointed forward and gently asked, Lady Haniel, why don't you try feeding the pigeons again? At this, Haniel thought to herself, except for that one, it stubbornly stays here and refuses to go to heaven. Immediately after, she stood up and said, I don't like pigeons. Really? Rachel couldn't help but be suspicious. The pigeon looked a bit grumpy. Rachel suggested, shall we go inside and relax with some tea? Haniel suddenly asked, why are you in such a hurry? You want to see the knights, don't you, Rachel? She awkwardly refused. No, it's not like that at all. Haniel continuously exclaimed in her heart, she's so easy to read. Haniel quickly gestured, you go check it out. I'll go inside the house. Rachel was still suspicious. Really? At this, she secretly smiled to herself, seeing her eyes sparkle. Rachel quickly replied, thank you. I'll be back before it's too late. See you later. Haniel gave an awkward smile. Go well. Haniel rejoiced inwardly, finally having time to herself. Last time she had found a suspicious demon. She thought finding that demon would be easier than others, but if she stayed in human form, it would be harder than she imagined. Recently, Rachel had been constantly by her side, making it increasingly difficult. Now that Rachel was gone, this was her chance. She had to find the demon quickly. An orange-haired maid was watching Haniel from a distance. Night quickly fell. Bright moonlight filtered into the mansion. Rosaline sat there, looking pensive. Suddenly, the orange-haired maid entered. She quickly asked, have you checked as I instructed? It was unclear what she said, but Rosaline seemed very angry.
So all the animals like that girl? The other person replied, yes. After observing for a few days, it can be said that she is strangely friendly with animals, except for an old pigeon. The pigeon, Rosaline interrupted. It must be true. And the money you mentioned. A calculation formed in her mind. The closer she gets to the animals, the better. She truly looked forward to seeing the expression on that girl's face when the plan unfolded.
After a moment of thought, Rosaline ordered, "Now go steal a piece of cloth from her." The blonde looked at the ring in her hand, feeling doubtful. "Madam, this is too precious. Do you need a piece of cloth from her clothes?" However, Rosaline replied indifferently, "I have a use for it. Wait until I call you again. Now go." Rosaline continuously pondered in her heart about a rather good idea from Timothy. In the Apollinaire Empire, where birds are always highly valued, animal cruelty is a serious crime, almost akin to murder. If the candidate for the queen's position abuses animals, that would be a great crime, enough to overshadow the bribery of the royal mage. The closer she is to animals, the better. After luring those animals with her clothes fabric, I will beat them. If I successfully frame her, I can eliminate all the troublesome individuals from greatest faction at once. The bright sunlight quickly illuminated everywhere. Rashar was astonished when he saw Haniel. "Phoenix, you're back. Phoenix, you're finally back. Phoenix, why are you just standing there? Phoenix." Katarine, standing nearby, hesitantly spoke up. "Phoenix wants to stay with me." This made Rashar displeased. "Why? I even opened the magic cage."
Haniel was still sulking. "For now, I don't even want to look at you. Every time I think back to that day, my heart still aches," she mumbled softly. "How annoying, how annoying." Rashar stared blankly at Haniel and questioned, "Do you know how many times I've told you not to look at me like that?" She replied, 6 times. This answer stunned him. She knew the exact number of times, yet she still looked. Rashar put the paper down on the table and got straight to the point. "Do you truly want to become queen?" Haniel nodded repeatedly, making him suspicious. "Why?" She stammered an explanation. "Because being queen means being your life partner, right? I like you, so I want to be your life partner." Those words made him feel awkward. She wanted to be queen because she liked him. When did she even meet him? Their first meeting was at the training ground, and he wasn't someone who didn't believe in love at first sight. Immediately after, Rashar spoke, but unfortunately that wouldn't happen. Haniel awkwardly asked again, "What? Why not?" As soon as she finished speaking, she received a cold reply from the other person. "Because you're not my type." Haniel felt gloomy inside. He only found her beautiful when she was in bird form, but couldn't stand her in human form. Therefore, she felt very angry. In front of Haniel, Rashar kept whispering, "Phoenix, come here with me." But she grumbled to herself, "I'm already mad because I couldn't find the demons." Rachel went out at the same time every day. "I'm going to the training ground again. Have a safe journey," she said. Rashar thought to himself, "I also go looking for demons at that time. The first time was just luck. Now I can't find any demons at all." Rashar said plaintively, "Phoenix, are you leaving again?" Hearing that, Haniel quickly replied, "I just came to visit you for a bit." Haniel kept explaining to herself, "I'm leaving now. Rachel said she has a meeting tomorrow. I wish her luck." Walking beside Rachel, she kept asking, "Is there a new little animal today? It's so cute." Haniel smiled and replied, "Yes, a plump little sparrow." "Cute," Rachel said. Suddenly she advised, "You should visit your garden more often. What if the little animals at the mansion get angry?" Haniel was a little surprised. "I don't think they would." Suddenly something caught Rachel's attention. "The smell of blood? What's going on?"
Following her retreating back, Rachel called out, "Huh? What's wrong?" Miss Haniel quickly replied, "I think something's happening over there. I smell blood from that direction." Soon they arrived at the scene. Haniel exclaimed in horror, "What?" She gently extended her hand forward. At the same time, a piercing scream rang out. "The queen candidate is abusing an animal." Rachel spun around, instructing, "Nonsense. Now is not the time to worry about that. Haniel, I'll go find help. You can wait here alone." However, Haniel refused. "No, Rachel. Do you know first aid?" She couldn't stop thinking. In the upper realm, injuries are healed with divine power, so I don't know how to administer first aid. Haniel quickly gestured. "Hurry, it's in so much agony." "I don't know how to treat it." The black cat before her made Haniel anxious. "I don't know how to treat animals. I would need to use a lot of divine power to heal it, but I can't do that in front of Rachel. What should I do?" Rachel, flustered, spoke up beside her. "I don't know much about treating animals either." Haniel quickly reassured Rachel. "I can deal with that person later. Let's take care of it first." Rachel quickly replied, "All right."
Haniel instructed how to bandage the wound little by little, pressing gently to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, whispers spread. "Did you hear that? I heard someone is abusing animals. Who would dare commit such a crime in the palace? Impossible. But just to be sure, is that the queen candidate? Did she really abuse an animal? Does anyone here know how to treat wounds?" A girl stepped forward with a panicked face, saying, "Let me take a look." She quickly touched the black cat. Her eyes became calmer. Fortunately, it's still alive and can be treated. If left longer, it would be very serious. But this wound doesn't look like it's from an animal fight. It was caused by a knife. So did you really? Rachel quickly retorted, "What are you talking about? Of course not. We were just stopping the bleeding. We
We were walking when we found it lying there. Amidst the discussions, Timothy involuntarily sneered. But isn't this where the candidates are? What's going on? Everything was going according to plan.
He quickly cut her off. Do you have the stolen cloth? The orange-haired maid immediately replied, Yes, here it is. He continued to signal, I didn't intend to go this far, but they bullied my youngest sibling. I heard that the 2 girls from the Greta family leave the palace at this time every day, using that cloth to lure the animal in. I will harm it myself. You just need to wait nearby, then take the blood-soaked dress and hide it in the room. When they find the animal, scream that the Empress candidate abused animals to draw people's attention. Since this is a serious matter, His Majesty will surely appear in person. Then you will give a statement saying you saw them abusing the animal. The blood-stained dress will be the evidence. Tell them to search the room. Once she is accused, you won't have to worry about money anymore. Their unusual behavior quickly caught Haniel's attention. She kept thinking, I was too busy just now to notice, but those 2, Rosaline and perhaps her brother, why are they still smiling in this situation? Is it because the person they hate is being talked about? Do they think they can eliminate me? Or are they the masterminds behind this? The instinct of a punisher told her, they are the culprits. They must be punished. Suddenly, a clear announcement echoed. The Emperor has arrived. Rashar's appearance surprised everyone. His Majesty had come directly before us to resolve the horrific crime of animal abuse.
Crusoe calmly declared, Haniel Fineso, you have been accused of being the culprit. You must cooperate with the investigation. Even Rashar couldn't believe what he saw. Haniel Fineso. Haniel thought in horror. Rashar. At that moment they met, standing opposite each other in the yard. Suddenly Rashar spoke. Haniel Fineso, I have received reports stating that you have committed a serious crime. This is not something to be taken lightly, so it will be thoroughly investigated. I ask first, did you truly do it? After hearing Rashar's question, Haniel did not fearfully back down. Instead, she firmly protested. No, I did not harm these children. Rachel and I had just walked back. When I got there, I smelled blood. I witnessed everything.
I personally witnessed the candidate torturing animals. After beating the animal, that person ordered me to bury it in the garden. A cold, murderous aura emanated from Rashar. Her face seemed to threaten her opponent. Your Majesty looks so terrifying. It seemed the maid didn't stop. She continued to recount the incident. I am a maid working in the castle. At that time, as I passed by, I saw those 2 people torturing several animals. She looked at me in surprise and told me to help clean up, saying that success was inevitable anyway. I ran away in fear. If I failed, the Modron family would not leave me alone. Seeing how unfavorably things were unfolding, the attendant Mays couldn't help but speak up. Lies. That never happened. Your Majesty, we were walking in another garden and have just returned. We found the injured animal and gave it first aid. Normally, we are the ones who care for the animals, so we would never harm them. Haniel looked towards the maid, and thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind. This voice is a bit different, but similar to the voice we used earlier when we scolded the children not to harm them. It sounds like this maid deliberately lowered her voice. Seriously, why is she lying like this? Was she bribed by Rosaline? The maid still hadn't realized her mistake, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge Rashar and remaining resolute. Your Majesty, when I ran away, I clearly heard one thing. She said her dress was covered in a lot of blood, and she needed to change it. There will definitely be many blood-stained clothes in the room. He stood silently in the quiet space, unsure how to resolve this issue. After calming down, his voice deepened. Count Crusoe, please go check the knights and the candidates' rooms. Yes.
Amidst the vibrant garden, servants were approaching. They respectfully presented a blood-stained garment, and one of them tremblingly said to Rashar, Your Majesty, I found this garment in the corner of the candidate's room. Rashar exclaimed, Oh my! The servant continued, So it's clear the candidate did it. Otherwise, why would there be blood-stained items in the room?
Explain this item. If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, I will throw you in prison. At that question, Rachel Mays couldn't help but be stunned, surprised, anxious, and afraid. No, why would that item— Your Majesty, that item— Interrupting the conversation, Thierman spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. Seeing Thierman's figure, Rashar was taken aback. Timothy Modrant, why are you here? About that, I came to visit my sister for a bit. Furthermore, the candidate has done even more. Rosaline, tell us. Tears welled up on Rosaline's face, making her look pitiful. She recounted the incident. Your Majesty, the candidate also drowned us not long ago. I was just drinking tea in the garden when she suddenly came up to me. She pushed me into the water and then left. Chayton was there too, and we didn't do anything wrong. I'm really scared. That feigned pitifulness angered Haniel. She stood behind Rashar. Anyone looking would surely think I drowned you in the sea. Her acting skills are no less than those of a professional actress. Jaden Modrant, with a staff in hand, slammed it hard on the ground and shouted, We must do something. All the ministers in the conference room have arrived. Now it's a big deal, isn't it? From Timothy to the Duke, the Modrant family jumping in right now looks suspiciously convenient.
Their family has been conspiring from before. They not only abused animals, but also tormented other candidates.
What on earth is the Greta family thinking? How could they let such a vulgar woman be a candidate? Say something, Du Greta. Du Greta, they won't even let me speak. Those fraudsters are playing the victim and pushing all the blame onto me. The way they tell it, everything I do or don't do, all responsibility falls on Du Greta. Rachel May stood awkwardly behind Haniel, reaching out her hand. What should we do? No one is listening to us. It'll be fine. We'll be able to explain. Just wait. In the crowd, a voice spoke up. How are things over there? Oh, the kitten has opened its eyes. As people were murmuring and discussing, they looked over at the scene of the recent accident. The cat stood up from the bloodstains on the ground, wobbling as it tried to walk. Its steps were gradually approaching, witnessed by many. Where is it going? The cat slowly approached Haniel. She froze at the sight, then quickly and gently knelt down to cradle the kitten in her arms. Little cat, are you okay? Witnessing the scene, people murmured their opinions. What is this? Why is it going to the person who abused it? Haniel smiled. I'm glad it's recovering.
That scene made Rashar see Haniel as a completely different person from what she had imagined. How could it seek out its abuser and even caress them like that? What do you think, Count? It truly is a strange matter. Rashar pondered suspiciously. Indeed, it seems strange no matter how you look at it. I will ask one more time. Did you truly witness it with your own eyes? Faced with his cold demeanor and suspicious words, the maid hesitated, clutching her skirt. No, I did not witness it with my own eyes, Your Majesty. Please believe our words. I had asked another maid to wash those items separately because they were covered in a lot of grass, and accusing us based solely on those clothes is unfair. Are you saying these clothes are not real evidence? I washed the clothes as usual. How can you lie so easily? I didn't expect her to ask another maid to wash them, nor did I expect to be caught so easily. What should I do? That's right, there's no way Sir Greta would bring a stranger here. Rashar sighed, rubbing his forehead in helplessness. The evidence is unclear, and the testimony is unreliable. First, investigate that maid. Count Crusoe. Yes, sir. That decision made the maid collapse to her knees amidst the cold spears, panicked and terrified. Take that maid to the dungeon immediately. No, it wasn't me. I said it wasn't me. All matters had been resolved. It seemed the animal abuse case had been handled. His eyes widened, revealing his disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Let's discuss everything you have mentioned again. The three red-haired figures stood silently, the atmosphere becoming heavy and solemn, as if frozen in that moment. Bring him here.
In front of Haniel, two people were standing and talking, seemingly surprised by her appearance. Chaden appeared in a dignified military uniform with sharp eyes. Did you summon me, my lord? Recently, candidate Haniel has been involved in disputes with other candidates. I heard you were pushed into the water. Is that true? Intentionally injuring others will also be punished.
Tell me what really happened. Faced with Rashar's question, Chaden hesitantly lowered her gaze. Since that day, Miss Haniel's face keeps appearing in my mind. Never has anyone appeared in my mind like that. Indeed, I am also just a person waiting for my destined one, just like Your Majesty. I haven't had time to meet anyone, and I haven't liked anyone enough to call it love at first sight. That's why I thought it was first love, a sin to have misunderstood her like that. Because of her who generously overlooked my mistake. Now I cannot lie. It's true that I was also there, but I only stood by and watched the Queen's conversation with the candidates. As soon as the words ended, Rosaline was furious. What did you say? You're on her side, aren't you? Chaden, without hiding anything, quickly recounted every detail of the recent incident. I listened in silence, then as the voices grew louder, I moved closer. I carelessly slipped and fell into the pond. I'll say it again, I have no relationship with Miss Haniel. The truth has been revealed, making Jaden Modrand wary of everything, Your Majesty. Now, a cold, murderous aura flared from Rashar, and he angrily roared. Do you think an untrained woman could push down a seasoned knight? Haniel exuded an air of purity, but carried deep-seated hurt. That's right. How could I have done such a thing? Did you think I wouldn't do anything? I just wanted to play with the other young ladies. Did everyone just slip because I approached too suddenly? What the hell? I didn't think things would turn out this way.
Rashard subtly curved his lips, a smile hidden behind his hand. I find it quite creative, actually. I don't think Miss Modron here will fall easily. She should practice a bit more. Since it's not a big deal, let's just end it here. Everyone return to your seats, and the delegates should go to the conference room. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to quiet down before the powerful premonition emanating. That energy was definitely from a demon. It was different from last time. There must be more within the royal family, though I couldn't find any no matter how hard I searched. It's probably because I haven't been to the castle often lately. I must remember this. Duke Greta stood before her and spoke. Haniel, I know you're very startled, but please go in and rest. I will contact you after the meeting. Oh yes, please go ahead, sir. We should go too, Rachel. Yes. Rosaline could do nothing.
Her anger erupted, and she could only grit her teeth and endure the resentment. Her sharp gaze towards Timothy, who was rubbing his head and forehead. I shouldn't have trusted him when I saw how confident he was. How foolish of me.
It seemed those words reached his ears, making him approach and ask clearly, "Huh? What did you just say? Did I say something wrong? If you had done things right from the start, you wouldn't be humiliated or ashamed like this now. I was stupid to listen to you. Don't take care of me anymore from now on." After saying that, she turned her back without looking back, annoyed, and continued walking forward, leaving him utterly confused. "Huh? Rosaline, you, young lady, wait for me." Timothy gently raised a hand to his forehead, annoyance rising within him. Those insolent people, do they think she's a queen, to be so arrogant? How should I deal with this? In a small, exquisitely decorated room, Haniel sat on a chair with a teacup beside the table. She mumbled, "Everyone suspects me, yet..." Haniel was flustered by Rashar's actions. Before she could do anything in her confusion, he spoke up. "Everyone thinks you did it. He didn't say this, but I don't think so. Haniel, I believe you." He didn't say that either.
In such a situation, he remained unaffected by the words of others, fulfilling his duty as an emperor. He's so cool. Outwardly, he keeps calling himself a fool, but in reality, he's growing fonder of me, isn't he? I wonder if Louis will die. This fool, this fool. Who is it? As I was imagining the story, the door suddenly creaked open. Outside, Yenneca West Portington walked up to Haniel. The two stood face to face. Suddenly she spoke, though still hesitant, saying there was something she needed to talk about. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Haniel sighed helplessly, unsure how to express herself. Then she suddenly calmed down, looked up at Yenneca West Portington, who had her arms crossed, and blurted out, Go on. Who is the culprit?" That question startled Haniel so much that she babbled incoherently. "Huh? You already know what I'm going to say? How could I not know? Whenever you have free time, you just run off somewhere. You often go to play in the garden here, don't you? And you've been very free these past few days. There's no way you didn't see the culprit. Wait a minute." Haniel's anger reached its limit. She swung her hand and slammed it straight into the wall, a dry thwack echoing loudly. Faced with such a powerful impact, Yenneca West Portington had to be cautious, speaking quickly. My precious friends, who would dare do that to them? That very question made her unable to hide it any longer. "I don't know that person's name. I only know what they look like." "So who exactly is it? The man standing next to Rosaline just now? The redhead?" The truth was revealed. After learning everything, Haniel's heart was filled with hatred. Just as she thought, the culprit was that scoundrel. That evening, Haniel, cloaked, quietly walked through the gloomy night. As she walked, she pondered deeply about an apology. Yenneca's words echoed in her mind. "When I was in dove form, I saw him in the garden. I tried to transform back into a human to scream, but I was too scared to say anything. I am an angel and a punisher, but all I did was run away. I came down here without anyone's command, and I can't even use my powers in the human world. That's why I came to you." Haniel took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "I understand. I'll handle it. You can go home now." Seeing her indifferent attitude, Yenneca sadly added, "I'm sorry for everything. After seeing him, I realized that to you, I'm no different from him. It's a bit late, but I am truly sorry." Haniel still vividly remembered that expression. She knew in her heart that she could see Yenneca's sincerity. Her wounds wouldn't disappear as if they had never existed. But to her surprise, she felt a sense of relief. She hoped that Maid also felt remorse. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed someone ahead.
Seeing their suspicious actions, she immediately became vigilant. That guy? She thought he had left, but he was still in the palace. She had no idea how to find him, yet he showed up on his own. Thinking this, Haniel's resolve flared up again. She would get her revenge, making him pay for the karma he had caused. Timothy remained nonchalant and at ease, unaware that she had witnessed everything. Each step echoed steadily down the staircase. Only a faint flicker of fire guided the way in the dark. As he walked, he calculated, just a bit of money and they'd open the dungeon door. How convenient life is.
"There's no proof I ordered it. As long as that maid dies, I'll be fine." Just as Timothy was thinking to himself, "Sorry, but you have to die," he looked into the cell and was surprised. "What? She's dead!" Timothy quickly regained his composure and said, "Turns out I didn't even need to bring the poison. Even under torture, she didn't reveal who ordered it. If she had, it would have been big trouble." Suddenly, a mocking, icy voice rang out, startling him. "Oh dear, I came to punish her, but she's already dead." He immediately turned around and yelled, "Who's there?" Haniel's cold, eerie voice spoke up. "Have you ever heard this saying? If you commit a sin before the punisher, your nose will be cut off and your eyes and tongue will be pulled out." Timothy began to lose his composure. "How did you get in here?" In his eyes was an indescribable shock. "Why do I feel such a chill?" Haniel didn't say much, immediately unleashing her divine magic. Her magic blasted into his face, leaving him bewildered. "What is this?" Timothy immediately fell freely into another place. Sitting slumped on the ground, Timothy wondered, "What's happening? I'm still in the dungeon, aren't I?" Timothy was stunned to see the giant before him. That's me! Before he could fully comprehend, Timothy was picked up like a toy. He instinctively blurted out, "Wait, don't!" Facing his own savage face drawing closer, he desperately screamed, "No! Please stop! Please spare me!" Haniel watched him in his frenzy and rebuked. "Live out the rest of your life in this illusion. I hope you realize how truly disgusting your actions were." The amount of divine power that could be used in the mortal realm was limited. Though she appeared cold, her hand was still trembling incessantly.
In her heart, she had some reservations. It would truly be a pity to use divine power on someone like him. But that was a mission a punisher like her had to complete. With that thought, Haniel decisively turned and left. She reassured herself that she still had plenty, and it would probably be fine. The sturdy prison door was being pounded loudly from the inside. The guard was fast asleep. Haniel hurriedly left, telling herself, "It's already late. I need to find the demon I saw earlier. I hope that demon is still in the palace." Twinkling starlight shone brightly over the palace.
Rashar stood on the balcony, silently observing everything. He watched her figure rushing back and forth. He subtly curled his lips. "There's a mouse scurrying around my palace." Suddenly, Haniel stopped in a small, dark corner. "This is the dark power I sensed earlier." As one of the high-ranking officials, he didn't frequent the palace, which was why she hadn't found him before. Her mind immediately linked it to Rashar's attendant. Thinking this, she quickly approached. It was late, but Rachel had mentioned that the earlier meeting was postponed. They hadn't been able to discuss all the important matters, so it would definitely continue for a few more days. A few high-ranking officials would remain at the palace. She hoped the demon was one of them. Suddenly, Haniel flinched, her eyes wide with shock. She quickly turned her head to look behind her, but before her was only the palace courtyard, devoid of people. However, she still had doubts. Her instincts told her, "Someone's here. I have to run." Instantly, Haniel ran off with all her might, her heart uneasy. "I thought I wouldn't get caught, but did I underestimate the situation? Please." Rashar was still hot on her heels, making her cry inwardly. "Stop chasing me. I don't care anymore. I just need to hide." He chased after her, quickly spotting her hiding place, a bush. But when he looked inside, he was surprised. "I'm certain someone came in here." Rashar could only pick up the cloak she had discarded on the ground. Anger surged within him. "How dare you run away from me?" Rachel angrily walked away, still muttering curses. Haniel had transformed into a bird and hidden on a tree branch at some point. Seeing this surprised her. What?
In her eyes, he was full of love. Could she be getting involved? She was also surprised, but she didn't expect him to be so capable. If he wanted to be her husband, he had to be at least that good. Yes, that's exactly right. Although she really wanted to stay, she should go back. If they knew she was an angel, there would be even bigger trouble. She had definitely remembered the face of that demon. The next time she saw him, she would catch him immediately. The next morning, a large crowd gathered in the prison lobby, whispering and discussing. Some people who didn't know what was happening asked each other blankly, "What's going on?" The maid from yesterday had died, and it seemed they saw Tiago Modron collapse in front of that maid's cell. In his eyes at that moment, there was only extreme horror, and 2 long trails of tears still lingered on his cheeks.
Rachel frowned at him for a while and then said, "He's crazy." Jaden carefully asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Just then Jaden, who had just walked in, loudly said, "Your Majesty, someone must be held responsible for what happened to my child. We must find out the truth." Before Jaden could finish, Rachel calmly replied, "Tiago Modron will be sent home, and the investigation ends here." Jaden, unconvinced, immediately wanted to object. "Your Majesty, what do you mean? We must catch the culprit, mustn't we?" Rachel coldly and clearly stated, "Duke Modron, this is chaotic enough already. Do you want to add fuel to the fire? It's best if you let this matter pass in silence. Do you understand?" People were still bustling with discussions. What's his relationship with that maid? That incident happened yesterday? Is this related to it? Jaden thought. The slander against the queen candidate. The tongues of the world are like invisible chains binding me. The Emperor is warning us. He suspects the Modron family is behind yesterday's incident, and he's telling us to act cautiously.
The public is already very unhappy about the witch's escape, and if this matter is added, our family will be ruined. For now, I must follow the Emperor's will, then find a way out later. Don't mess up. He slammed his staff onto the ground, right in front of Timothy's feet. His voice was extremely cold. "Let's go home, son." He cursed inwardly. It's all because of this idiot. Everything is getting worse. As soon as the carriage stopped, the household members rushed out, calling anxiously, "Timothy, father!" He fell out of the carriage and onto the ground. Jaden couldn't contain his anger and bluntly cursed, "Useless." Jaden's wife frantically helped him up. "My dear, what are you doing? Timothy, what's wrong with you? Please say something." Jaden paid no attention and angrily muttered as he walked. I can't stand to look at that idiot anymore. Get him out of my sight. Tiago hurried after him, asking anxiously, Father, I heard about what happened to the palace. Are you all right? He clicked his tongue in disgust as he recounted. That useless fool tried to help Rosaline and messed everything up. We weren't discovered, but the Emperor is convinced we're the culprits. From now on, you'll have to assist on your own. Seeing him casually give orders angered Tiago. He asked in a low, deep voice, How can everyone talk like this when Timothy is in such a state?
Jaden frowned deeper and replied, You should be grateful that Father brought that idiot back. In the end, he's just a burden. That idiot, you and Timothy are a disgrace to this family. He lowered his head, not daring to argue, but his hands clenched tightly. Thiago no longer paid attention, quickly turning back to his mother. Mother, I will avenge you. I will make the one who brought Timothy to this state suffer the exact same way. As soon as the words left his mouth, a fierce determination ignited within him. I will end that person with my own hands. Meanwhile, Haniel was stealthily approaching Rashar. She cautiously approached him little by little, but he still sensed her and turned his head. He snapped, Why do you keep following me? Her eyes sparkled as she explained, I'm not following you. I just happen to be going the same way as your majesty. Rashar didn't believe her and immediately exposed her. Nonsense. You were just going the opposite direction a moment ago. Haniel pointed to herself and said firmly, But I want to thank you right now. Yesterday, everyone was against me, and only you tried to judge fairly. I'm very grateful for that. If I don't say it now, you'll make me wait until the next meal. In her heart, she secretly complained. I really did meet him by chance, yet he doesn't understand my feelings. After she finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, not replying. Back in the office, Bastian revealed the whole truth. You lied in front of everyone. Yes, I fell into the pond because of Lady Haniel, but that was just a misunderstanding on my part.
Rashar was still intently looking at the pile of documents, responding indifferently. I already know. He was a little surprised. What? If you already know, then why? Before he could finish speaking, he recounted. A knight reported everything he saw from afar to me. The captain of the Royal Knights was pushed into a pond by a young lady. Having said that, he glanced up, his voice full of warning. That's the kind of news our hidden enemies are eager to hear. It means the Emperor's defenses are weak. It seems she couldn't possibly overpower you, or were you perhaps seduced by her face? Instead of wasting time standing here, go practice mental discipline or train something. Don't let yourself be pushed into a pond again. As for that girl, I will investigate her myself. Haniel's face was neatly printed on the document in his hand. Returning to the present moment, Rashar helplessly said to her, I am the Emperor of this nation. It's only natural that I don't show favoritism to anyone, especially in serious matters like this, so there's no need to thank me. He had many thoughts about her. I only saw her as suspicious and clumsy, but it seems she also knows how to voice her own opinions. Even though she was constantly interrupted yesterday, she remained steadfast and explained her perspective. When given the chance, she knew how to put pressure on the other person. It's a bit troublesome, but it seems I still have much to learn about this girl. As he thought this, a smile unconsciously formed at the corner of his lips. Haniel quickly noticed this detail.
She moved closer, asking cheerfully, You're smiling. Is it because I made you laugh just now? His expression turned serious, and he immediately denied, Nonsense. You should go back to the path you were on. In his heart, Rashar continuously blamed himself. What have I just done? I've seen an unexpected side of her, but she's still a woman full of doubt. I cannot let down my guard. I cannot be tempted or seduced by that face. Seeing him leave, a hint of sadness crossed her face, and she called out softly, Rashar. Under the heavy snowstorm, a thinly dressed person still wandered the streets. Their lips were pale, their hands dirty and full of scratches. The person leaned against a wall, going deep into a cave. Suddenly, their foot tripped on a small stone on the ground. The person fell heavily, rolling deep into the cave, lying helplessly sprawled on the cold ice. He scrambled to his feet, his lifeless eyes wide open, continuously muttering, Find it, find it, find it. Finally, I found it. A piece of black iron was revealed beneath the thick snow. He excitedly picked it up, saying to himself triumphantly, I will be able to help that person with this. A wisp of dark magic smoke enveloped him, and a moment later, it thickly covered the entire cave. He exclaimed excitedly, The Lord of Hell will rise.
Haniel flew gaily in the sky, thinking to herself, I failed last time, but today I must succeed. The damage caused by demons was increasing. From commoners to royal knights, more and more people faced difficulties in their daily lives due to the demon attacks. Inside a room, the royals were seriously discussing, Another village has been attacked. We must send more people. As a result, the number of meetings increased, and more representatives came to the castle. Haniel stealthily flew through the palace corridors, thinking to herself, while it's good that there are more opportunities to find the demons, it also means that humans are suffering more. I must find all the demons. She stopped in front of a painting of a bird resembling herself, telling herself inwardly,
The sooner, the better. The demon I saw in the garden last time, I hope I can find it today. As soon as she thought this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Baron stepped out of the study. Haniel exclaimed inwardly with excitement. Found him! But unlike last time, I don't feel any demonic power. I couldn't be mistaken. For now, just follow him. Thinking this, she immediately flew after him. As if he knew every nook and cranny of this castle, he only went to places where there were no knights on guard. Silently following, Haniel wondered, where is he going? Baron suddenly stopped at a locked room, and this immediately caught her attention. The iron lock was quickly opened by him. Haniel quickly transformed back into human form, hiding behind the door. She cautiously peeked inside. Inside, it looked like any other normal storage room. Haniel thought to herself, what is he looking for? I don't think there's anything important here. While secretly observing, her eyes widened in shock. A suffocating black smoke emanated. He looked around and muttered, the head is missing. Haniel turned to herself, pondering, what should I do? Should I take out my staff and attack him right away? If the fight is too big, others will notice, and then he'll hide his demonic aura and corner me again like last time. All right, I'll observe a little longer. Haniel didn't know that Rachel had appeared behind her at some point. While still engrossed in thought, she told herself that it wouldn't be too late to catch him after confirming what he was doing. Immediately, Haniel felt someone behind her, and a wave of despair suddenly rose within her. No, if I'm exposed now—
His hand clamped tightly over her mouth. Rashar appeared right before her eyes, making her bewilderedly mumble through his hand, Your Majesty. He was about to ask in a low voice, Are you? When suddenly a sound came from inside the room. She put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Haniel's mind was in a turmoil. Why was Rashar here? This is bad. I can't take down the demon like this. The two stood tense and motionless in front of the room door. She had to accept it. She'd probably have to find another opportunity. But strangely, even in this suspicious moment, she didn't feel like he would harm her. Why was that? Suddenly, Baron yelled furiously from inside the room. Where is it? This startled her slightly. Damn it, he's not planning to come out now, is he? I can't be exposed like this. She frantically pulled Rashar aside and whispered, Hide over here. Just as they hid, he inside exclaimed, Found it. It's finally in my hands. Haniel couldn't resist peeking in to see. What did he find? This made him also curious, and look. The man excitedly held up an object, continuously muttering incomprehensible words. She froze when she realized it was demon tongue. What was he saying? Slowly? Destruction. I don't know what that is, but I have to stop it. She didn't hesitate, directly rushed in, shouting, No! But Baron had already absorbed the dark magic.
When Haniel ran over, only his fading legs remained. Then he turned into ash and vanished. That meant even his soul was destroyed. But why? And what was that black fragment? Thinking that, she was about to bend down to pick it up when she suddenly remembered the two guards standing on either side. Haniel immediately straightened up. It was fortunate she had been cautious, because Rashar and his men were here.
Rashar approached right behind her, his voice steep. Are you also a demon? She frantically shook her head. What? No way. He grabbed her hand and asked, If not, then what are you doing here at this hour? Haniel began to stammer nervously. Well, I was taking a walk and got lost. Then I saw that person pass by. I intended to ask for directions, so I followed him, but something felt very strange. The words came out of her own mouth, but in her heart she was crying rivers. Who am I kidding? What kind of reason is this? It sounds so illogical. Suddenly, Rashar grabbed a lock of her hair, making her cry out. Ow! He stared intently, his voice still indifferent. So it's not magic after all. You are quite powerless. What magic? It was then that Rashar explained. That man is Baron Zwen, suspected of being a demon. We are pursuing him. How did you end up here? Haniel awkwardly replied. I got lost. He immediately exposed her. Do you think that terrible excuse will work in this situation? She had no choice but to obediently reply. No, sir. He gestured to the soldiers behind him, ordering, Take her away. We need to observe her carefully, because we don't know what might happen. Immediately they handcuffed her. Haniel panicked internally. Why? Why is this happening to me? The flickering light of the bulb illuminated the room. She was tense. I just want to run away from here, but I can't. Rashar didn't turn his head, asking coldly, Bian, did you bring the medicine? He quickly took it out of his pocket and replied, Yes, here it is. Looking at the 2 vials of liquid placed on the table, she was a little wary. What kind of medicine is that? Are they planning to silence me? Rashar told her coldly. These are medicines created by the royal family's top mages. One type will make you only able to speak the truth, and the other will determine whether or not you are a demon. Upon hearing this, Haniel breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then there's no problem.
Artificial medicine has no effect on angels, so even if it's poison, I'll just return to the celestial realm. If I don't die, it would be too illogical. Her voice, light and indifferent, rang out. If I drink it, you'll let me go, right? Rashar was uncertain, only saying, It depends on how you answer my question.
Haniel immediately picked up both vials of medicine and replied, "I understand." As she brought it to her mouth, she thought to herself, "Even if I feel a pang of guilt when lying, there's nothing else to be done. Since it's done, I must perform well." His sharp, cold gaze watched her drink it all. As he watched the vial touch Haniel's lips, he instinctively blushed with embarrassment and turned his head away. She didn't understand, her mind filled with questions. What's wrong? Why did he suddenly avert his eyes from mine?
The feeling of awkwardness made Rashar a bit irritable. At least she wasn't a demon. Now she should drink the rest. Haniel obediently complied. Yes. As soon as she finished drinking, only 2 empty vials remained on the table. He then began his interrogation. "Why were you there earlier?" She answered clearly. "I was taking a walk and got lost, and I followed him because before I intended to ask for directions, I felt something strange." Rashar leaned back in his chair, calmly continuing his questions. "Do you know Baron Zwen? He was almost caught when you ran away. Why did you do that?" She stammered. That her conscience was gnawing at her incessantly, but Haniel could only lie, "Because being near your majesty makes me embarrassed." This directly rendered Rashar and the soldier beside him speechless. He regained his composure and continued, "Where do you come from?" She answered clearly, "From the west." Then he asked again, "What is your real name?" She also honestly replied, "Haniel." Thus he remained silent, pondering for a moment. She secretly glanced at him and asked, "Is that all?" He hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "So what was the reason for touching my lips earlier?" She thought with amusement, "You believe what I said is true, don't you? If so, then—"
Seeing her silence, he sharply said, "Aren't you going to answer? Are you hiding something?" "Because I love your majesty." As soon as she finished speaking, Haniel's eyes lit up with love. Rashar was slightly stunned. What? She happily poured out her heart. "I always say it. I really, really love your majesty. I want to get married soon and have many children with you. The very first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I'm confident I can make you happy for life, and I will protect you from demons. I'm very good at fighting." Seeing him frozen, she waved her hand and called out, "Your majesty! Your majesty! Are you listening to what I'm saying?" Rashar's mind was in turmoil. What did I just hear? It's beyond being stunned. This is already at the level of a threat. She hesitated slightly as she called him, "Your majesty?" A moment later, he hesitantly spoke, "That's enough. I should go home now." A few days later, he was sitting relaxed at his desk. His mind was still circling with the thought, there was nothing wrong with the medicine, so that means everything she said was true. He recalled Haniel's sweet expression when she told him, "I love your majesty. I want to get married soon and have many children with you." And just as she pulled him into a corner that night, "Hide in here." Her sharp yet tense expression made his heart restless. I'm going crazy. Why do those words keep her playing in my mind?
A servant respectfully knocked on the door of the room. As soon as the maid saw the newcomer, she immediately asked, "Who is it?" Immediately after, she was stunned and stammered out a name. "Caterine." Her voice, without a ripple, spoke up. "I am Caterine, assigned here to serve Lady Haniel. It's a pleasure to work with everyone." "Is Lady Haniel inside?" The maid, still bewildered, asked. "Yes, she is inside." She decisively stepped past. "I will go in and introduce myself directly." The maid, still not believing her eyes, mumbled, "What? The head maid is becoming a new maid? What's going on?" A moment ago, in the study, an indifferent voice rang out. "Is Caterine out there?"
The door quickly swung open. She promptly replied, "Yes, your majesty summoned me." Sitting at his desk, he said, "I have a task for you. Keep an eye on that woman. Now that a maidservant has been lost, there's an empty position. Others will see it as you being demoted from head maid to a regular maidservant, but you know your real mission, don't you?" She replied seriously, "I will investigate thoroughly, even in places where the shadow guards are not allowed to go. If I find anything regarding Miss Haniel Finiso, I will report it to you immediately." At this moment, though her face was amiable, Caterine was resolving in her heart, "I will observe very closely." Warm sunlight shone through the palace window. Haniel, lost in thought in the garden, pondered, ever since she had been caught by the ropes. Her eyes darted elsewhere, quickly noticing, one person in a tree, one person in the forest. Even Caterine in her own room was watching. She carefully noted down every little detail. Today, Miss Haniel read a book on royal etiquette. This made her only dare to complain inwardly. "They observe my every move. Too many people are watching me. I'm happy that more people are entering the palace, but now finding the demon is even harder. And that black piece the demon was looking for last night, what could it be? Why was the demon confused after finding it?"
Haniel irritably tapped his head, then slumped down in frustration, feeling as if he was getting more and more lost in a labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the magnificent study, the Count was standing in Rashar's office. He asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? You don't look very well." Rashar propped his chin and replied vaguely, "It's nothing." But he was preoccupied with his thoughts. "I keep having nightmares. In the dream, she chases me. Haniel constantly appears and tells me, 'Your Majesty, let's get married.' But there's something else, a more ominous feeling than usual. When I wake up, I don't remember anything at all." The Count looked at him and spoke, "Your Majesty, because the celestial bird has disappeared, the monster hunt competition has been postponed. Perhaps we should reduce the scale of this year's competition a little." Only then did Rashar remember, It's that time already, isn't it? The annual hunt competition originated from an event aimed at protecting the people from monsters. The monsters controlled by demons are usually very bloodthirsty and ferocious, pouncing to destroy anyone in sight. During the competition, the royalty and nobility would hunt these monsters on a large scale, demonstrating their ability to protect their people. Rashar thought to himself, since this is a symbol of strength and protection, the capital cannot arbitrarily cancel it. After thinking, he immediately told the count, don't do that.
Instead of hunting in the familiar location like Forest Woods, let's switch to the closer Magoin Woods. Deploy more troops to Forest Woods, more than last year. He hesitated, then continued. Also, Haniel's voice keeps echoing in my mind, because I like His Majesty. Rashar then added, since there are queen candidates there this year, remember to prioritize their safety. Hearing this, the count suddenly remembered. Speaking of candidates, today the person dining with your majesty is... Before he could finish, the man decisively replied, cancel the appointment. He was slightly surprised. What? The man put on his coat, preparing to leave, and casually told him, I don't feel well. Cancel all appointments. The count followed, still a bit bewildered. Cancel everything? He said nothing more, only looking at the words, 1300, lunch with candidate Haniel. He mumbled, I should tell Katarine too. In the dark room, there was only the faint candlelight. Rosaline calmly groomed herself in front of the mirror. Without turning her head, she asked her servant, did you say His Majesty canceled his meal with her? Timothy smiled and replied, this is quality information. I heard it from a reliable source. She smirked with amusement. I knew it. The Emperor has finally come to his senses. Also, where's that medicine you mentioned? He rummaged in his pants pocket, took something out, and placed it in Rosaline's hand, saying, here it is, but use it carefully. When you bring out this herb, nearby wild animals will become more feral. She looked at the packet of medicine in her hand, her eyes becoming more calculating. Don't worry, I won't be the one in danger. Timothy leaned closer and asked, are you planning to use it on the candidate from the Greta family? She replied, I thought so too, but from now on the hunting grounds I will start with easier prey, and the person she thought of was Chloe. Rosaline turned to look at him. You'll help me, won't you? Timothy answered without hesitation. Of course, until the day you become queen, I will stand by your side. Time flew by. Some swore revenge, others dreamed of love, and the hunting competition began. Rashar cheered himself on. Haniel, today I will definitely come in first. I will win many spoils. At this moment, Haniel was also very excited about the competition. Let's go, I will cheer for you. But despite her outward appearance, inwardly she couldn't help but worry. She was a little worried about Rashar, but even more so, she was worried about the high-ranking demons hiding among the nobles accompanying Rashar. She felt disheartened, wanting to come up with a plan. Is there a way to naturally get involved? Suddenly, someone walked up and bumped into Haniel's shoulder. Rosaline turned around, exclaiming, Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you standing here. She was extremely angry, her hands clenched into fists. I didn't know what she would do next. Rosaline sneered, secretly mocking Haniel in her mind. Go ahead and laugh foolishly. She doesn't even realize Chloe is behind her. At this moment, the Count stepped forward and announced, I will provide instructions. Candidates, please gather here. The hunting grounds will be divided into 3 zones. Zone A is for the Emperor and high-ranking nobles. Zone B is for knights and those about to become nobles. And Zone C is the safe zone for the candidates. As future empresses of the Empire, you must bravely face the beasts. This is the time for everyone to showcase the skills they have honed. Please leave quickly as soon as you're ready. Rosaline left first. She calculated her strategy as she went. Previous empresses all displayed excellent skills at the hunting competition. Chloe's hunting ability was terrible, so as long as I time it right, I'll be able to take her down. But the one who truly made me work hard was this person, Greffany Peer. She was another person brought in by the Duke from outside, so it was understandable why there was little information about her. But she was the Duke's biological daughter, yet there was no information about her at all? Rosaline stared in Greffany's direction, speculating. If she performed exceptionally in this competition, it would be a huge problem. Hopefully she'll fall off her horse and break an arm or something. Meanwhile, Haniel was riding her beloved horse. She and Rashar bid each other farewell. Well, I'll see you later. Haniel felt relieved. She had separated from Rashar, and she wanted to act freely on her own. But a problem had arisen. Her path forward was blocked by 2 guards. Esteemed candidate, it's very dangerous to go any further. Please hunt here with us. We will protect you.
Haniel sighed inwardly. These people were really getting in the way. The 2 guards enthusiastically pointed to other paths. Over there, and over here too. She responded to their enthusiasm with a reluctant expression. Haniel decided to try and persuade them. Yes, but I want to go deeper. However, the guard disagreed.
You must be very curious about the inner area, but this is the safest place, so please stay nearby. I understand they're doing this for safety, but I really don't need it. I can't afford to stay here. Sorry, my horse, truly." Saying that, she yanked hard on the reins. Despite their obstruction, Haniel galloped straight past the guard, making him exclaim a surprised, "Huh?" The other guard called after her, "Miss Haniel, it's urgent. Quick, call the other knights to follow." After escaping them, Haniel wasn't particularly happy. "I don't want to cause trouble for everyone, but ever since the competition started, a group has been tailing me." As she was thinking of a way to catch them and quickly get to Rashar, something immediately caught her attention. In the bush ahead, a monster was preparing to pounce. A monster? Why now of all times? But why isn't it attacking first? Now that I think about it, the group tailing me hasn't gotten any closer either. I'm alone, so they could attack at any moment. Could it be that I'm not the target?
For now, just pretend to lure the beast. No matter who is watching, if I avoid hunting, I'll be suspected. After I catch the beast, they will surely ambush me when I'm exhausted. However, no matter how fast she ran, neither the tracking party nor the monster got any closer. Haniel suddenly realized this was a swap. She immediately pulled on the reins, making the horse slow down and stop right before the swap. She dismounted, pondering. Could it be they deliberately lured me here? From within the forest, a figure slowly emerged. He, along with two subordinates behind him, advanced step by step towards Haniel. She vaguely recognized him. He drew closer and closer to Haniel, then asked in a grim tone, "You're the one who crippled my brothers, aren't you?" She stared at him, trying to guess who he was. Timothy? No, I heard he went mad. Then this must be Tiago, his twin brother. He wanted Haniel to pay for what she had done. "I will do the same to you," he said. The monster slowly approached. She seemed to notice something unusual about it. The monster from earlier must have been controlled by magic. Tiago, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his voice filled with rage. "I will destroy you here. Did you feed this beast?" Haniel clenched her hands in worry, asking herself, "What should I do?"
In the forest, Tiago and Haniel stood facing each other, the atmosphere between them incredibly tense. She pressed her lips together, meticulously calculating in her mind. First, taking down the monster and Tiago wouldn't be a problem, but if I did anything to Tiago, things would spiral out of control again, just like with Rosaline. That would be a huge headache. I'll just take down the beast and then make my escape. No sooner had Haniel's thoughts concluded than the beast, with its sharp iron claws, lunged out. It stood facing her, its eyes bloodshot, its mouth agape as if ready to swallow its prey whole. Haniel gripped her bow tightly and made a decision. It's attacking head-on, so
It's time to counterattack. After all, crushing everything was what I was best at when I was an angel. An arrow was shot, hitting the monster squarely, making it cry out in pain. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be stunned. She had taken down the beast with just one move, and she was even using a bow. While Tiago was still reeling in shock, she had already mounted her horse and galloped away. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He could only hastily exclaim, "She's gone! Chase her!" Meanwhile, Haniel rode her horse, thinking, "Although I also want to defeat them, there are others like them around Rashar. I need to rush to protect my fragile Rashar." Just then, a white bird appeared in the sky. She saw it and immediately called out, "Durahan!" It immediately relayed a message to Haniel. "Over there." She was grateful for Durahan's help. "Thank you for showing me the way. I'll repay this favor later." On Tiago's side, he and two assassins hastily went looking for Haniel. "She went this way. Chase quickly." Tiago gnashed his teeth, his face visibly darkening. How can even veteran assassins not catch up to her? "Just wait until I catch you. I'll give you a painful end." However, Tiago suddenly stopped. He vaguely realized, "What? It feels like no matter how far I run, I'm still stuck in the same spot. This must be the same place as before."
A subordinate stepped forward, reminding Tiago, "Sir Tiago, look behind you." Both immediately turned around. On a branch, a bat was hanging upside down. That monster. This must be its ability. It seems to be a mind-controlling type. If so, it's not a low-level kind. Suddenly, the bat swooped straight towards the two, leaving them no time to prepare. Tiago tried to reassure the group, but his voice stammered. "Calm down. It might just be a low-level monster. You can handle it. Pick up your weapons." Without warning, Durahan had flown in. Tiago saw it and immediately recognized it. It was the Emperor's bird. Durahan kicked Tiago directly in the face. Taken by surprise, Tiago's eyes widened. He was slowly sinking into the swamp, his limbs flailing. "I can't get out of this swamp. Is it all for nothing? Damn it, Timothy!" His two subordinates, seeing the scene, immediately wanted to flee. "Tiago is stuck in the swamp. Let's get out of here." Durahan took flight.
Then it landed on the edge of the swamp. 2 henchmen behind it, holding sharp daggers, slowly advanced as if to destroy it, but it seemed their plan failed, as piercing screams echoed throughout the forest. In another forest, a group of people were chatting animatedly. Rashar inquired about recent events. Any news from other regions? Suddenly, the bushes next to him rustled unusually, drawing his attention. Haniel emerged from those bushes, her face contorted. Seeing her, Rashar was quite surprised. "What is it? Why are you here?" Haniel sat down on home, feeling extremely lucky. "Oh, Your Majesty, I lost my horse on the way, and since things are like this now, may I join you?" Rashar's face darkened, and he coldly told Haniel, "Just send the guards to take her back to the original area." She refused, pouting. "Why? I've come all this way. Let me go with you. You're so petty." But he grew angry. "Nonsense. You can't just stubbornly think everything will go your way." A girl among the nobles couldn't help but whisper, guessing, "Lover's quarrel." Haniel suddenly felt sad. But who will protect you if I'm not here?" Seeing her determined expression to protect him made Rashar's face flush. To hide his true feelings, Rashar feigned a cough. "From now on, you may come with us." The nobles, having been unexpectedly fed a dose of romance, couldn't help but grumble. "Are we invisible or something?" Haniel felt lucky in her heart. "It's a good thing nothing has happened yet. I hope everything continues this way."
But things don't always go according to plan. Contrary to Haniel's wishes, things did not unfold peacefully. There was an attack targeting Rashar. With keen eyes, Rashar and his knights recognized the attack, but the quickest to act was Haniel, who rushed to embrace him. She stood facing Rashar, pressing him. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Indeed, the one most capable of protecting Rashar was Haniel. A gentle breeze swept through, blowing Rashar's hair. In that moment, he gazed at Haniel, utterly captivated, and the atmosphere felt somewhat magical. She looked at him worriedly, asking, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Rashar's heart pounded, and he wondered to himself, why is my heart beating so wildly? All I can see now are those pale pink eyes." Haniel waved her hand repeatedly in front of him. "Your Majesty, are you hurt anywhere? Why are you just staring blankly?" His mind was hazy. Even though their lips weren't touching, her breath enveloped him, just like that day. When she pulled him into a secluded corner, signaling, "Shh, hide over here," Rashar's heart suddenly raced. For a very long time, I had resolved that I would only touch the person who would be my wife. I had always upheld that, but when faced with this person, he involuntarily blushed, gently pushed Haniel's hand away, and turned in another direction. Rashar calmly questioned her. "What do you think you're doing?" Haniel's eyes showed clear timidity. "Your Majesty, that was—" Rashar suddenly raised his voice. "Why did you throw yourself in front of the arrow? Are you crazy? What if you had been hit by the arrow?" Hearing this, her eyes lit up. She leaned close to him and happily asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Rashar abruptly stood up, causing her to fall back, then snapped, "Who said I was worried?" Haniel inwardly clicked her tongue. She stood up with a sigh. "Getting angry like that again. He must really be worried about me. How cute." Meanwhile, Rashar approached his subordinate to interrogate him. "Have you caught the archer?" The subordinate reported. "Yes, we have, Your Majesty, but he died on the spot." As for her, she was immersed in happiness, certain, "He likes me more than he did back then." Then she ran back to him and cheerfully suggested, "Let's go together, Your Majesty." At the open ground where the outdoor banquet was held, tents were set up and dining tables were neatly arranged. Rashar grumbled dejectedly, "I really wanted to win first prize this time." Noel elegantly held his fork, picking up a piece of meat to eat. "There's nothing we can do. His Majesty has already displayed his true talent. No one can compete with his hunting prowess, you know."
Haniel suddenly wondered, "Rashar, I have something I want to ask. Is the food always this bad at the hunting competition?" Rashar sat up straight and replied, "Normally it's not like this, but perhaps because this time it's close to the New Year's banquet, they've cut back a bit. I heard they're planning a very grand banquet." Hearing that, she felt a little hopeful. If that's the case, then we can surely look forward to it, and then I'll eat a lot. Suddenly, Haniel's eyes darted to one side, observing, "Wait a moment. Why is that noble standing alone? That's the high-ranking noble who was with Rashar earlier. Everyone else is gathering here, so why is he standing apart?" Seeing the person turn away, she quickly stood up. "I'm just going to the restroom for a bit, and we'll be right back," she said. Something felt really strange. For now, I'll just follow him. Haniel stealthily followed, hiding behind a tree, observing the 2 figures ahead. She followed them deep into the forest. I just followed without much thought, simply because he seemed suspicious. But who is that knight? What are they discussing that they need such a secluded place? This language, it's not ordinary demon speech. She didn't understand everything, but she had definitely heard it before. This is the language of demons. In the past, demons were completely wiped out after the war, but their descendants still exist and are in conflict not only with humans, but also with angels. To hear demons speaking that language here proves they are not ordinary demons. She needed to deal with them right here. Haniel tightened her grip on her magic staff, silently counting. 1, 2. Just as she was about to stand up, there was a sound from behind her. Someone was behind her.
She turned her head and saw Rashar's divine bird staring at her.
Haniel's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Durhan asked, "What are you doing here?" He tilted his head, his gaze flickering to the item in her hand. Haniel stammered, "This staff is— Wait, why do I need to make excuses?" "Never mind, let's talk later. I'm busy right now." "They're gone. Durhan, you made me lose track of them." He was gone too. At this moment, Duke Pierre was returning alone. He was thinking, "The preparations are almost complete. We just need to wait for the right moment." Looking up at the sky, Duke Pierre spotted a familiar figure, the Emperor's bird. It kept circling to help us. At first, it brought the black shard, and then it also brought the holy book. The plan for us to awaken him began thanks to that holy book. I also don't understand why the Emperor's bird did that. But that's no longer an issue. Now, nothing can stop us. One beautiful day, Haniel leisurely walked into the lush green forest. She reached out her hand, her playful fingers gently touching the small leaves. After a while of searching, Haniel exclaimed, "I found it! This is the last herb. Let's go home." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and she immediately turned her head to look. For some reason, strange red and black wisps suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. Why is the sky suddenly like this?
A strong wind blew away the hat she was wearing. The sky darkened, and fires erupted everywhere. Haniel's hat gently landed on the ground. She almost turned around, quickening her pace, knowing she had to get out of the forest immediately. Haniel ran with all her might, but in her haste she didn't notice a protruding tree root and tripped over it. Haniel lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. Looking up at the sky, the red hues and black fumes sent shivers down one's spine. Her eyes widened, wondering what on earth that was. The flames raged fiercely, as if wanting to burn everything to ashes. Haniel startled awake, her eyes wide open. She sat up abruptly, recalling what she had just dreamt. Haniel's face was pale, feeling as if she had just had a nightmare, but she couldn't remember anything. She didn't understand why this kept happening to her lately. There were still so many unresolved issues, and now she had to deal with these disturbing dreams too? Yes, there was still an unresolved matter. Rosaline Modelan. On the final day of the hunting competition, Chloe Dosman was severely injured. "Stop it! Someone save me! The horse has gone mad!" As she was struggling to survive, she was thrown off her horse. At that moment, Chloe tried to plead, "Someone please come help me quickly." Coincidentally, she was then attacked by a bear passing through the area. Chloe couldn't help but cry out in fear, "Don't come closer! Go away!"
But then a desperate scream rang out. Recalling that, Haniel's heart ached. She sat down by the window, lost in thought. The horse wouldn't just go mad on its own, and it wasn't a coincidence that the bear suddenly appeared there. Upon investigating the incident, the grass the horse had eaten, along with the bear's droppings, both showed signs of being drugged. After receiving treatment, Chloe was rushed back to the mansion, and when she saw the results, Rosaline smiled. Chloe wasn't a good person, but she didn't do anything to deserve such a fate. Timothy and Tiago were easy to deal with because they directly attacked me, but Chloe's matter was difficult to resolve immediately. I don't know what else she'll do in the future. I need to deal with Modelan immediately. No, focus. At times like these, I need to know what to prioritize. It's not difficult to punish people. First,
I must investigate the Pierre family. They are definitely demons. I distinctly remember Pierre visiting me during the day. Unlike others, he looked at me with a very strange gaze, which is why I remember it so clearly. He surely doesn't suspect my true identity, does he? Anyway, if the Duke is a demon, then his daughter, Grafani Pierre, must also be a demon. I'll start investigating her tomorrow. For now, I'll sleep. Yes, that's the plan. But who? Who would mix something into my tea so early in the morning? Meanwhile, Katerine praised profusely. "The tea is delicious." Haniel maintained a professional smile and replied, "Yes, it smells wonderful." But inwardly she cursed. The culprit was too obvious. She clicked her tongue softly to herself. She bent down to look at her reflection in the teacup. "You're so quick to do bad deeds. If you know how to harm others, you should also know that the same will happen to you." Rosaline. Meanwhile, in another mansion, Rosaline's maid respectfully remarked, "You seem to be in a very good mood today, my lady." She sipped the tea in her hand and nodded. "Yes, I've eliminated a few annoying obstacles. Both obstacles, in fact. Now it seems everything will get better. All obstacles have disappeared." Before she could finish her sentence, Rosaline's stomach gave a sharp pang. She was in so much pain that she collapsed to the ground. Her maid rushed over. "My lady, are you all right?" Rosaline's face turned pale. "My stomach, it hurts like crazy. Why is it like this when I just drank tea? The effect is fast, just like the medicine I used on her. I only dealt with Chloe not long ago. Was I too hasty? She must have known and had the tea swapped."
Her hand violently pulled the tablecloth. The teacup shattered, spilling tea that soaked the white fabric. Rosaline collapsed to the ground, still unresigned. "I cannot let this happen. I need to see him." "You came to me after the hunting competition ended." That person, the man, revealed a sinister smile. "Let me help you, Miss Rosaline."
The maid reported the situation. Sir Thiago went missing during the hunting competition. Sir Thierman is searching for him, but there's no news yet. After hearing this, Rosaline nodded slightly. All right, could you leave me alone? Waiting for the servant to leave, she thought contemptuously, it's just a foolish man who went missing. Why make such a fuss? I've retrieved the hidden substances at home. Now I just need to deal with Haniel and Greffany, and it'll be done. After mixing everything, Rosaline placed the vials back on the table. Her gaze stopped at something. A note. It wasn't here a moment ago. When did it appear? On the paper, a neat line of text appeared. Tonight, I will come to see the young lady. Rosaline couldn't help but wonder. To see me? Who left this note? An eerie black mist suddenly appeared in the room. Behind the curtain behind her, a figure emerged. The man with blood-red eyes smiled dangerously. I will assist you, Rosaline. Back in the present, she struggled to stand up. He was the one who gave me the medicine and told me to eliminate Haniel. I feel like I need his help, but how can I meet him again? No, more importantly, why did I follow his words as if I were under a spell? I was too hasty. I didn't think it through. Rosaline tried to walk, but after a short distance, she sat down again. My stomach. I need to go to the restroom first. In the Imperial Palace, the Count reported the situation. That's why there was a commotion today in Miss Rosaline's quarters. During tea time, she acted excessively, and the maids thought there was something wrong with the tea. But of course, there was nothing wrong with the Imperial tea. Rashar became annoyed listening to him babble on and on. Count Crusoe, if you're only going to talk about this, then you may leave.
Count quickly cut him off. I'm about to change the subject. The New Year's banquet is approaching. Before he could finish speaking, he couldn't help but spin his chair around. Enough. You may leave. Count irritably exclaimed. Why? The hunting competition is over. You need to prepare for the banquet. You also need to choose a dance partner. Hearing this, Rashar suddenly came to his senses. A dance partner? A dance partner? If I choose someone I feel compatible with, Haniel was deep in thought. Count suddenly approached with an air of superiority. Why is your majesty blushing? You've already thought of someone, haven't you? He suddenly startled and stood up. No, look at me. Why is it so hot in this room? I'm going for a short walk. He looked on skeptically. What? It's winter. The door slammed shut, leaving the person inside still bewildered. Your majesty? That night, the pale moonlight hung high above, softly illuminating the white stone wall. Haniel and bird form flew back and forth. I've covered almost this entire area. There's no unusual energy. I should head back. Suddenly, she noticed something below. Yenica. Almost instantly, Haniel landed and transformed back into a human. She was surprised. Why are you here? Yenica replied, I was walking when I saw you. What are you doing sitting here at this hour?
Yenica smiled faintly, turning slightly to look in another direction. I was just thinking a bit. I'm planning to leave the royal castle. His Majesty doesn't pay much attention to me, and besides, living here makes me feel tired. Hearing this, Haniel couldn't help but worry. Where are you planning to go? She shrugged. I don't know yet. I'll probably go on a journey for a while. She let out a soft, oh, but then her expression suddenly tensed. A journey? Haniel slammed her hand on the table, her voice involuntarily razzing. Yenica, I need your help. Startled, she stammered. Huh? Why do you suddenly want my help? Haniel instructed seriously. Before you start your journey, please visit the heavenly realm and meet my master for me.
Yenica frowned slightly. Kenta the centaur? She nodded. Yes, go see the master and deliver a message for me, what I've discovered, and that my holy power is running out. Haniel sprang up in alarm. What, running out? Then this is no time to be sitting here. You should return to the celestial realm immediately. Haniel clasped her hands and pleaded sincerely. You know I can't abandon my post, please. Yenica pouted in dissatisfaction. Even if you say so, I'm not comfortable with Kenta. She tried hard to beg. Please, just go, I'm begging you. Finally, Haniel compromised. All right, I'll deliver this message for you. I'll go to the celestial realm right away. Is that good enough? Yenica transformed back into her bird form, and before leaving, didn't forget to remind her, you owe me one, remember that? Haniel waved her hand. Okay, I remember. When you return, come see me right away. Suddenly, Rashar's familiar voice rang out from behind her. Haniel. Haniel startled and quickly turned her head. Your Majesty, why are you here? In her heart, she worried. Did he see? Did he accidentally see anything? But contrary to her fears, Rashar was a little flushed and shy. There's something I want to say. Haniel gave a forced laugh. Yes, Your Majesty. Internally, she kept screaming, please, just stand still, don't move. He suddenly took her hand and raised it. His steps slowly, hesitantly drew closer. If you're all right with it. Haniel was momentarily bewildered. What is this? The atmosphere is so different. Rashar finally made up his mind to express himself. If it's all right, would you accompany me to the New Year's ball? As soon as the words were at his lips, Haniel's cheeks also flushed, and she asked again, full of doubt, Your Majesty and I are dance partners?
That evening, Rashar stood in front of Haniel. He hesitated. Well, it's just that I noticed you like me quite a lot, so I thought I should say something. She blushed and looked up at him, softly replying, Yes. At this moment, he quickly and awkwardly explained, "No, what I mean is, I really appreciate your feelings for me, so I couldn't help myself." She stared at him, puzzled. "You're making too many excuses." She chuckled softly, which confused him. "Why are you laughing?" Her face radiant, she looked at him and said, "Because I'm just too happy." She took a small step forward. She continued with a smile, "I agree. Let's be each other's dance partners for this New Year's ball." At such close proximity, his face flushed red. He immediately turned around and said, "It's late. I'm leaving now." She gently called out to him from behind, "Your Majesty." Her voice rang out sweetly. "Good night." She smiled and waved goodbye. He turned back to look at her, his eyes brimming with affection. Then he turned away, smiling. He walked away with light steps. She was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, Rashar has changed. Finally, in his heart, Suddenly, a voice called out, "Are you going?"
Yenneker teased, "Oh my, things with the Emperor seem to be going well, don't they?" Haniel turned and replied, "Of course, I never lie about these things." She angrily pointed at her and snapped, "You were almost seen. Were you trying to ruin my mission?" Yenneker trembled all over in fear. "I'm sorry, please be more careful." She lay flat on the floor, hissing continuously. "It's over. I'm too scared to stand up. Please carry me back to my room. If it stays like this, I won't be able to return to the heavenly realm." She turned back annoyed. "Honestly, come here." She carried Yenneker, smiling. "Preparing for the New Year's ball, I guess? We should start now?" At the palace at night, Thierman walked down the corridor. He approached a room, knocked on the door, and said, "I'm coming in." Thierman announced, "I'm here to report the results of the investigation." The lady rushed over. "What, really? Have you found Tiago yet?" She pleaded urgently. "Please say you found him. Thierman, if you don't want your mother to go mad, please tell me." He coldly pushed her hand away. Thierman silently glided past like a gust of wind. He reported, "It seems he sought help from the Dark Guild. According to what I've gathered, he targeted a white-haired woman during the hunting competition, and then disappeared."
Thierman sneered. It was clear he had fled. After all, he hadn't succeeded in the assassination. He must have burned through all his wealth to pay the Dark Guild and then escaped abroad. Count Modron criticized sternly. In the end, he was just a fool. Thierman slammed the table, offering his opinion. "Father, you know there's only one white-haired woman in the capital. Did Thiago target her again without reason? He must have heard something from Timothy. Yet she survived. An ordinary woman couldn't escape such schemes unscathed. She must be a sorceress." Thierman clenched his fist. "Not controlling her will surely harm the Modron family." Thierman suggested, "Let's act at the New Year's banquet. We can claim she's a sorceress of the rebel faction and eliminate her permanently." "Let me do it, father." Meanwhile, Haniel gently landed by the window. She excitedly thought to herself, "I couldn't help but run to Richard's room, but..." At that moment, Rashar, blushing, stammered, "No, I deeply appreciate your feelings for me, so I couldn't help but..."
Haniel trembled with joy, her adorable face irresistible. She looked around. "Is no one here? Did Rashar take them to the study already?" Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Haniel was startled to realize something was coming. She flinched and covered her face. So fast. Who is it? Durahan spread his wings and landed in front of Haniel.
She recognized the familiar face, Durahan. Haniel couldn't help but be puzzled. "What's this? Durahan is scaring me." It suddenly spoke, "The time is near," which startled Haniel. "What do you mean?" Durahan leaned closer to her. It affirmed, "The seal will soon be broken." At these words, Haniel, not understanding what was happening, just stared blankly. The seal? Late at night, the royal palace became unusually cold. Haniel spread her wings and flew away. She recalled that Durahan had flown away, leaving those words, and she hadn't even had time to ask anything. Haniel wondered, what does "the seal will soon be broken" mean? The seal? What seal? Her brain wasn't working. She didn't regret focusing only on combat training, but she probably should have studied harder too. She suddenly remembered Yenneker. Surely she would know something. She wouldn't be able to figure it out alone, so she just went there. Earlier, she had been too scared to leave, so she must still be there. Let's see, a little further in would be Yenneker's room. Haniel suddenly stopped. This energy, this evil energy, was coming from Greffany Pierre's room. She approached closer to investigate. Inside the room, a voice echoed. "It seems Ankemos has approached a new queen candidate." Greffany confidently replied, "I think I know who it is. I will be careful, father." As for the final piece, Duke Pierre reassured, "Don't worry, those arrogant fools will take care of it." She wondered, "Are you going to the New Year's reception at the port, father? Who is managing the 2 ships arriving at the port?" He honestly admitted, "Yes, I will be there. The manager is still under discussion." She proactively offered, "I can handle it myself. Please let me do it." The Duke sternly reminded,
Think carefully. This is not something to decide in haste. She resolutely affirmed, "My dream is to dedicate my life to that person. Please believe me." Haniel stood by the large door, listening to the entire conversation. She thought to herself, they are planning to do something at the New Year's party related to the black fragment and that person. The Duke seemed unwilling to discuss this matter further. Let's talk about this later. Once the 2 phases are complete, this will be the 10th fragment, and that person's memories will return. It seems it has already begun. She replied, "I understand." Without letting her finish, he waved his hand, interrupting her. Before that, saying this, the Duke paused and looked toward the balcony. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "I must deal with this eavesdropping rat first." Immediately, the door was pulled open, but there was no one outside on the balcony. She immediately ran behind the Duke. "There's an eavesdropper, father. Do you see them?" Not seeing Haniel, he turned back into the room. "Quick on your feet, little mouse. Don't worry, just focus on the matter at hand." She looked worried, but her gaze was fixed in one direction, towards the curtain of the door. As she looked there, she replied, "Yes, father." A moment later, Haniel returned to her room.
She returned to her human form and sat down on the ground. Fear was still etched on Haniel's face. I was almost done for. If I hadn't used invisibility, I surely would have been caught. Afterwards, she stood up, thinking as she walked. I tried to conserve my holy power, but now I've used it again. I need to sort out the information. First, Duke Pierre and Grafani are demons, and they are collecting fragments. They must be colluding with the demon that disappeared earlier. I don't know what the fragments are, but if they need to collect them secretly while everyone attends the New Year's banquet, that means this is not a good thing.
Anmos, a demon tribe with different objectives than her group, mentioned the Holy Book. Who could that person be? Could it be related to Duran's seal? All her information seemed to be blocked. Haniel, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, unsure of what to do. Because she had to flee, she couldn't go to Yennika's place. Haniel felt very anxious. Whatever it was, she had to stop it. With this meager amount of divine power, she didn't know what she could do, but she decided to make the most of it. She just had to do it. Even if it meant exhausting all her divine power, she couldn't let the demons run rampant. There was still time before the New Year's banquet began. She would find a plan no matter what. The next morning, sunlight shone everywhere. Someone stood behind Rashar, hesitating as if wanting to say something. Unable to wait any longer, he finally decided to ask directly, "Your Majesty, how much longer will you need to prepare? Miss Haniel is weighing." "Count Crusoe," he softly said. Rishar's face flushed red, and he shyly asked, "Do you think this is all right?" He didn't seem enthusiastic, merely giving a perfunctory compliment. "It's fine, Your Majesty. Let's go quickly." Hearing this, Rashar turned and replied, all right, let's go out. Today must be perfect, do you understand?" As soon as he opened the door, Rashar came face to face with Haniel. It turned out she had been standing outside all along. Haniel hesitantly explained why she was there at that moment. "Well, because Your Majesty took so long to arrive, so..." Rashar seemed not to care about her words, just staring intently at her. "So cute." To hide his own awkwardness, Rashar turned his head away and said, "I apologize for making you wait so long. I was busy."
Haniel proactively took his hand and said, "It's fine." He froze for a moment because it was very rare for Haniel to be so proactive. She smiled and offered, "Today I will escort Your Majesty, King Rashar." In the great hall, the murmur of people coming and going never ceased. Is His Majesty entering with the lady from the Greta family? Rumor has it he personally invited her to be his dance partner. So does that mean he has already decided who the queen will be? Even people from well-established families exclaimed, "Who knows what His Majesty is thinking anymore?" Rosaline felt a little annoyed upon hearing this. If His Majesty chose one of the candidates in the castle as his dance partner, it would signify the announcement of the next queen. Very quickly, Haniel walked alongside Rashar like a true couple, under the announcement, "His Majesty the King is entering." Someone else was even angrier to see her and him together, laughing happily. It was that woman again, Haniel Finesso. Has she stolen the queen's position from me? No, I cannot let that happen. That position must be mine.
Initially, I even thought the Emperor was emotionless. How could she possibly charm him? Even if I drugged her a few more times, it would still have no effect. Rosaline's gaze was fixed on the figure approaching Haniel. He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Calm down, Rosaline. If you show your emotions here, we'll lose. Your beloved brother has already set the table. Now we just need to endure." Rosaline gritted her teeth, swallowing her resentment, and muttered, "She'll only be happy today." Then she spoke louder. "Fine, my brother's plans are always perfect. Let her enjoy this moment." Once the two turned their backs, Haniel finally dared to look at the Motherland family. She thought to herself, "Lately they keep drugging me. I hope they leave me alone today. Just thinking about capturing Duke Pierre makes my brain want to explode. That's right, today I need to focus on the demon matter. Punishing the Motherland family can wait." Rashar's elegant hand quickly took Haniel's. He gently raised her hand and looked at her with deep affection.
She was momentarily stunned, but shyness quickly took over. "Your Majesty," Rashar stammered adorably as soon as he spoke, I want to dance with you." Haniel was successfully charmed by his actions. "What's with that expression? So cute. Let's dance." Finally, he gathered the courage to lean close to her ear and whisper, "Don't worry,
I'll follow your rhythm. Trust me and follow my lead." After adjusting to an elegant posture, Haniel couldn't help but smile. They continued to dance like that in front of all the nobility. When I heard the rumors, I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Indeed, they look so good together, don't they? Perhaps it's her unique hair color. She looks like an angel. After the opening dance, Rashar stood still, looking at her. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Now I can't deny it anymore. Just looking into her eyes makes my heart race. I just want to hold her. If it's this person... Haniel noticed Rashar was a bit distracted and called out, "Your Majesty," but he was still lost in his dreamy thoughts. No, only if it's this person
could make me love you forever. Thinking this, Rashar decided to express his feelings. "Haniel, if you are okay with it," but before he could finish his words, the Count jumped into the conversation. "Your Majesty, may I speak with you for a moment? It's an important report." He was fuming, but could only curse under his breath. "Count Crusoe, how dare you interrupt without warning?" Count Crusoe looked at that terrifying expression, utterly bewildered. Did I do something wrong? Rashar couldn't scold him directly, so he reluctantly sighed. "No, I'll be there shortly. I'll be back in a bit, so please wait here. Don't dance with any other men." She blushed at his words, quickly pushing him away. "I know, please come back soon." When Rashar left, the bright smile on Haniel's lips vanished. Rashar is gone. I should keep an eye on Duke Pierre. Immediately after, a guest caught her attention. "Excuse me." Haniel turned around and politely replied, "Yes." He appeared very friendly, intending to make her acquaintance. "I am Baron Jester. I have something I'd like to ask Miss Haniel. I heard you're from the western countryside. Could you tell me exactly where that is? I spent some time studying in the west, far from the capital." Just a few words, but she secretly grew suspicious. I've never met this person before, so why is he suddenly asking about my origins? Well,
Seeing Haniel hesitate, Jester pressed on. "I heard you're from the Barrel region, is that right?" Before she could fully take in the information, she felt a bit flustered, signaling, "Wait." He persisted, "Please tell me." No sooner had he finished speaking, the surrounding guests immediately turned their attention to Haniel, saying, "I'm also from Barrel, but I've never heard of the surname Pinesso." Upon reflection, it was indeed an unfamiliar surname. Throughout the Empire, I've never heard anyone bear the surname Pinesso. Is she hiding her identity to sneak into the royal castle? Come on, if that's true, it would be nothing short of a slap in the face to the noble families. Faced with a barrage of comments, she couldn't stand tall and refute them. I can't avoid answering or lie, she thought. In this situation, I'm being cornered into a question with a predetermined answer, just like last time. After a long pause, Haniel finally dared to open her mouth. The truth is, if that's the case, the mastermind is... Before she could complete her sentence, a foot stepped forward and cut her off. This is troublesome. Duke Greta has once again presented a candidate for queen whose identity is unclear.
Haniel wasn't surprised by this coincidental appearance. As expected, it was him. Thierman, still relying on his authority, questioned, "Is there anyone here who can vouch for Miss Haniel's identity?" Haniel's hatred for him, Thierman, intensified. Thierman feigned righteousness to persuade everyone, but inwardly he was in complete disarray. He thought to himself, maybe there isn't anyone, but if there is, they should step forward, because those two twins are useless. The eldest brother has to get involved. What should I do? This time, I can't lie. Fortunately, a woman spoke up. "I will vouch for her identity." Thierman turned back, a mix of surprise and curiosity, secretly wondering, who wants to vouch for this woman's identity? However, the words were on his lips, but he swallowed them back because of the scene before his eyes. Two powerful figures revealed themselves before everyone, leaving Thierman bewildered. He secretly wondered, why are the Grand Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager here? Without any haste, she stepped forward and declared, "I will vouch for this child's identity."
Seeing them, she was stunned. This was the couple she had met when she went looking for the staff, but why were they here? Suddenly, Tiago bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Emperor, Empress." That simple statement immediately stunned her. She hadn't expected the two people in front of her to be the Emperor and Empress. They had said they were just a pair of merchants. The other guests also started murmuring, "Aren't they traveling? They must have returned in time for the New Year." He couldn't help but wonder, how does he know her identity? The Empress's expression was extremely serious. "It seems the person you are looking for is me, but if I reveal Miss Haniel's identity here, you must take responsibility for what happens next." Tiago hesitated before answering. Standing beside them, she was startled. "Wait a minute, reveal my identity? I remember back then." Haniel recalled when she had lied. "I'm like a demon sword master, something like that, and I come from the West. My master told me to avoid the truth a little." The Empress heard that answer and pondered, chin in hand. "The West, you say?" She secretly sighed to herself. "Calm down, madam." But she felt so guilty. Suddenly she clapped her hands, recognizing Haniel. You're from the kingdom of Sylvania, aren't you?"
She turned her face away and stammered, "Yes, that's right." Back in reality, Haniel's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, screaming internally, "Oh no!" She quickly moved towards the Empress, wanting to stop her. "Wait a minute." But it was too late. The Empress had already spoken. "Miss Haniel is not a distant relative of Duke Greta."
Haniel was anxiously by her side, wanting to stop her. "Madam, no, your majesty, please wait a moment." But she ignored Haniel and continued, "She is the princess of the kingdom of Sylvania." Haniel knew everything was ruined and inwardly lamented, "Oh no." Tiago asked in astonishment, "She's royalty?" Jester beside him also couldn't believe it. "No way." Haniel's mind was a mess at this moment. What should I do? I wasn't clear then, but they've misunderstood too much already. I have to be honest and say it was a lie. If I stay silent, it'll be beyond saving. She moved closer to her. Haniel said, "Your Majesty, actually..." Before Haniel could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted. "Excuse me, I am from the kingdom of Sylvania, and currently, the kingdom only has one princess, who is 2 years old." The Empress Dowager didn't understand her words and asked again, "What do you mean?" The girl then said directly, "If she claims to be a princess, I believe she is intentionally deceiving your Majesty."
She suddenly turned to Haniel, seeking an explanation. "Miss Haniel, what is the meaning of this? When I asked you then, you said you were from the kingdom of Sylvania." With things having come to this, Haniel had no choice but to confess everything. "I apologize. I was in a difficult situation at the time and had to lie. I am not from the kingdom of Sylvania, and I am certainly not a princess. I sincerely apologize to your Majesty." The Empress Dowager's demeanor clearly showed her disappointment. Why would you lie about something like that? But then she suddenly remembered something. No, at that time she never explicitly said she was a princess. Because of her attire and demeanor, I assumed she was of noble birth, making such a hasty judgment. I was terribly mistaken. The Empress Dowager realized she also bore some of the blame. "That's right, you never said you were a princess. That was my mistake. So let me ask again, where are you from? Are you truly from the West? Did you approach us with a secret agenda from the very beginning?"
Jester smirked triumphantly, not expecting things to unfold this way. Tiago, enraged, loudly declared that she certainly wouldn't be able to answer and that she clearly intended to deceive you. But the Empress Dowager ignored his words, turned and gripped her shoulder tightly. "I believe your good deeds are genuine. Please tell me your true identity, and I will help you." Haniel could only hesitate. But in her heart, she lamented, "My true identity? What does that even mean? I'm just Haniel." Tiago's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Is it that hard to answer? If you're trying to hide something, then it's understandable you can't speak. According to our investigation, this woman is a subversive element, and I have proof. We must apprehend this criminal immediately. Knights, what are you doing? Seize this criminal at once." Things were getting more and more complicated. I couldn't think of a way out of this situation. If I were to be arrested like this, I wouldn't be able to pursue Duke Pierre.
Wait, hold on. Duke Pierre has disappeared. Finally, Haniel saw him. Duke Pierre was preparing to leave the Great Hall. If I leave now, I won't be able to return to the capital. However, she finally made her own decision. Haniel turned and ran. "I have to go. This is my mission." The door burst open just as shouts rang out. "The criminal is escaping! Catch her now!" She ran, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Rashar. I'll come back and explain everything, I promise." A moment later, the carriage finally stopped in front of the harbor. Duke Pierre stood there. "I've traveled quite a distance to a seaport," he thought. Haniel, who earlier transformed into a bird and followed him, thought to herself, "If I hadn't snuck onto his carriage, it would have been difficult to track him." At that moment, Duke Pierre received a mysterious box and asked, "Is the item secure?" The other person immediately replied, "Yes, with this, it's done." She was extremely curious. A box? He came all this way just for that? He turned to instruct the person who had given him the box, "Don't tell anyone." Seeing the transaction complete, Haniel began to ponder. "It's done. If I let him take the box back to the capital, it'll be trouble. I have to do something before he gets there." The carriage finally moved. That was the plan, but as it was dark and cold, she silently cried, "If I stay up here, I'll freeze solid."
With no other option, she had to put the Duke to sleep before making her move. No sooner said than done, she immediately flew to the window. Haniel felt lucky that Duke Pierre was leaning his head against the window, fast asleep. "He's asleep. Now I just need to get the box," she thought to herself. "He's asleep. Yet he's still clutching the box? What on earth is inside? The tighter he holds it, the more curious I become." She finally managed to pry the box from his grasp. "You demons, I'll deal with you later," she muttered. After flying a safe distance away, she transformed back into her human form. Haniel, holding the box, turned her head to watch the carriage receding into the distance. "I should be safe here. I need to check what's inside immediately." But unexpectedly, a sword materialized, pressing against her throat. Haniel stood frozen in shock. She hadn't sensed any presence at all. She slowly turned her head back, wondering who possessed such skill.
Haniel was extremely surprised to see a familiar figure, Rashar. Rashar coldly called out, "Bian." Upon hearing his name, the person respectfully knelt.
Haniel immediately recognized him as the knight from before. It seemed Rashar had ordered him to pursue the demon. Was Rashar also informed about the Duke, which is why he left the banquet? The knight took the box from her hand. Rashar commanded, "Open it and see what's inside." "Yes, sir." The knight opened the box and was surprised by what he saw inside. He reported to Rashar that there was nothing inside. Rashar was also surprised by this result. Nothing? Then Haniel suddenly turned and walked away. Gritting her teeth, she said with a panicked expression, "We must pursue the Duke immediately." Seeing Haniel leave alone, the knight asked Rashar for his opinion. Should we follow her? Rashar replied curtly, "No need." He recalled everything that had happened and blamed himself for being foolish for not realizing it sooner. "This is the first time I felt so foolish. Why didn't I realize it?" The person who broke into his bedroom that time was Haniel. At that time, Rashar had pointed his sword at her and questioned, "Who are you? A high-ranking demon?" And the assassin. Escaping from that unpleasant memory, he affirmed his suspicion. "I think I know who it is now, so let's go back." Suddenly his eyes widened. The veins on his arms bulged intricately. "My veins!" Rashar clenched his fist.
Returning to the palace, he and the Empress Dowager were conversing. "Rashar, I received news that you were hunting demons while we were away, correct?" "Yes, mother. After investigating, we discovered the Duke Pierre was a demon, but—" She finished his sentence, but it was too late. The Emperor Emeritus beside her was also troubled by this issue. We had him by our side for so long, and he turned out to be a demon. The Empress Dowager comforted him. "Don't blame yourself too much. If he could conceal his identity for so long, he must be a high-ranking demon." She turned to him and asked, "Rashar, do you remember why we went on our journey?" "Yes. When you participated in the war and had more missions outside the castle, the frequency of demon attacks increased. The demons wanted you for some reason, so we went to find out why. And we found this." The Empress Dowager presented a red box, inside which was something strange. Rashar immediately recognized it, the black shard. He recounted the recent situation. Recently, Baron Zwen found this shard in the castle, after which he turned into black dust and vanished.
The Empress Dowager immediately became worried upon hearing this. "We've only seen this fragment, but it seems they've already started some kind of plan. We need to find out what this black fragment is as soon as possible to understand their plan and why they are targeting you." Rashar agreed with the Empress Dowager's opinion. "I know. I need to investigate this black fragment quickly to understand why the demons are risking their lives for it. Don't worry, Mother." Although his own safety was threatened, Rashar was more concerned about Haniel. Even so, I'm more worried about Haniel's disappearance. Faced with the increasingly complex situation, the Empress Dowager did not forget to advise him. "Rashar, from now on, the capital will become increasingly chaotic. Was Miss Greffany also a demon? Count Crusoe said he went searching with the knights and found that she had ended her life. We already know that Duke Pierre's family are all high-ranking demons, but we cannot tell the public. Furthermore, Miss Chloe will not return to the castle due to an injury from the hunting competition. Miss Yenica also intends to leave the castle. The Moderland family will act more aggressively." After hearing those instructions, he stood up. "I understand. I'll take my leave for today." Then he turned and left. She sighed worriedly, her mood deeply unsettled. "I'm so worried. I heard you have feelings for that child." The Emperor Dowager placed a hand on his wife's to comfort her. "Scarlet, it will be all right. Our son can overcome anything and achieve what he desires. We raised him that way."
Rashar walked pensively down the dark corridor. His heart was in utter turmoil. He knew something was off, but Rashar remembered the time they sat together and he heard her express, "I always say it. I truly adore your majesty. I want to get married quickly and have many children." He stopped before a large window, gazing pensively outside. "Her feelings for me are real, and with that truth alone, I am willing to embrace you. I accept that I love you, and I have decided to protect you from anything that stands in our way. So why did you leave me? Where did you go?" He thought he wouldn't be able to find the answer alone. He had to meet someone close to Haniel. Soon, Rashar arrived at a pavilion in the flower garden. He was still very worried about her situation at this moment. "It's late already. She must be sleeping. I want to hear news about Haniel as soon as possible." Suddenly, Rashar saw someone appear there. That person? She's one of the candidates, Yenica Westportington. What is she doing here at this hour?
Yenica disappeared behind the bush. Then, for some unknown reason, a strange light emanated from it. Rashar hid behind the broken gate, observing her movements. The light, is she a sorceress? Suddenly, a blue bird emerged from the bush, holding a piece of cloth in its mouth. Rashar was slightly taken aback when he saw it. It flew away carrying clothes. Clothes. Realizing something was amiss, Rashar took off his jacket. He gritted his teeth, utterly furious. "How dare you? Run away from me? No, impossible." Then a stir, a sound, caught Rishar's attention. Haniel was flying towards him. Rashar was delighted to see her return. Phoenix. Haniel stopped in midair, then a surge of power erupted. Soon she returned to her human form. "I'm here, Rashar."
Haniel transformed into a bird to follow. Upon reaching the mansion, she transformed back into her human form. She thought to herself, I've caught up with the Duke, but both his carriage and mansion are deserted. Clearly, this time he wants to sever all ties, erase all traces proving his connection to demons, and abandon his ducal career. In the end, she found nothing useful. Having fled the capital like this, transforming back into a human would be difficult, but staying in her phoenix form was fine. She had already arrived anyway. Haniel looked down and saw a familiar figure, Rashar. She quickly flew lower, anxiously chirping repeatedly. Is he hurt? Rashar heard the familiar cry and looked up. Phoenix! Haniel chirped twice in response. It's me. Is Rashar okay? He let her perch on his palm, his face clearly showing joy. Phoenix is back. Let's go to our room. Haniel spread her wings and soon fell asleep. Rashar propped himself up beside her, his expression full of indulgence. She falls asleep so fast. After a while, he gently sat up and softly called out, Bian. A shadow immediately appeared. Yes, Your Majesty. Rashar sternly ordered, Summon the royal sorcerer here immediately. It's unknown what he said to Bian afterward. All that is known is that Rashar then emphasized, Come as soon as possible. Whatever the truth may be, I will uncover it all. A few days later, 2 small bells were suddenly attached to Haniel's leg.
As she stood bewildered, he walked over and said, This is a gift for Phoenix. I thought it suited you, so I bought it. After that, Rashar gently went to open the window and instructed, I have to go now, so feel free to roam around. Hani tilted her head, wearing a puzzled look. He smiled gently and advised, Come back whenever you want. I'll wait. Flying out of the castle, Hani landed on a tree branch and yawned. Ever since she returned, Rashard had been acting strangely. Normally, he would always lock her in a cage and tell her not to go anywhere, but now he was letting her go free. What are these bells for? They don't make any sound, Hani wondered to herself. Perhaps he had changed his mind. She should look for the remaining whereabouts of Duke Pierre in the imperial capital. Her eyes noticed a figure below. That person was the knight who had spoken with the Duke during the hunting competition. Why is he dressed like a wizard? To follow him, light footsteps echoed on the spiral staircase.
Haniel silently followed closely behind. Is he going all the way to the top? The book said that in a magic tower, the higher the floor, the stronger the protection. Is he skilled enough to bypass the security? Surprisingly, when the person touched the door, a faint light emanated. Haniel was astonished. That energy belonged to Duke Pierre, but she remembered he had lost his body in the carriage, or had he moved on to possess someone else? In the book she read about demons. High-level demons could take over human bodies and alter them to survive. That person must have been possessed by a demon. If high-level demons had always been hiding among people, then how many demons were there in this capital? There were too many questions. As far as she knew, the black fragments had already been collected, so why was he still in the capital? Why did he seem worried? Duke Pierre entered the room, stared at the experimental samples on the table, and muttered, Should I go into the Emperor's room? She was startled. What? To Rashar? Unable to hold back any longer, Haniel stomped her foot to gain momentum and leaped up. Now you've gone too far. A perfect kick landed squarely on his back. Duke Pierre, caught by the sudden attack, fell to the ground and angrily turned his head back. Who is it? How dare you kick me? Haniel's hand condensed a ray of energy, and she spoke. I only intended to watch, but if you're going to the Emperor's room, that's a different matter. His expression changed slightly. When did you follow me all the way here? Don't tell me Ankamos sent you. He told you to get the black fragments and the scroll, didn't he? Hearing this, she felt a flicker of surprise. A scroll? Grafani also mentioned a scroll last time.
This is the time to gather more information. Calm down, Haniel said. Listen to me first. Before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Duke Pierre shouting, Do you think I'll believe you? She waved her hand. No, really, I just want to know what the scroll is, he growled. Killing me won't do anything. He will awaken because of me. You won't get the credit anyway. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. Over here, there's a sound. Haniel tensed. The knights are coming. She quickly grabbed Duke Pierre's collar, warning him, You just wait. I don't know what your purpose is.
I guarantee it will fall apart. With that said, Haniel knocked him unconscious. Once her task was complete, she fled quickly. Under the flickering candlelight, slow, deliberate readings echoed. When the King of Hell awakens, he will once again plunge the world into a sea of fire. To ensure their prosperity, demons always seek the soul fragments of the King of Hell, searching for the shattered pieces that the goddess tore apart, in order to awaken their king to judge the human realm. The red-haired man standing by the table spoke. This is what is written in the scroll. Wales believed and truly intended to awaken him. He wanted to turn the entire human realm to ash, but we will not follow them. Instead of destroying the human realm, I will manipulate it. It's not that I'm unaware of your presence. The moment I encountered the Emperor on the battlefield, I knew. You are our king. Because the Wales faction acted decisively, the heavenly realm intervened. They sent an archangel down to assist the Emperor. I believe that is the silver-haired candidate, Haniel Fineso. We will use the Rosaline Madren forces to eliminate that archangel. With our power, we will rule the human realm.
That night, Yenica was sound asleep when she was repeatedly called by a voice. Wake up, Yenica. Yenica, wake up quickly. As soon as the words finished, she couldn't help but open her eyes. Yenica angrily sat up and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Before she could say anything more, Haniel covered her mouth, signaling for silence. Haniel's face darkened as she recounted, "I just encountered a demon. I thought he was dead, but he's possessing someone else in the capital. They think I'm looking for a scroll, but what is that? I still don't understand why the demons attacked Rashar. I used divine power to conceal my presence, thinking it would only take a little. I even created an item to limit my presence. Now I have hardly any divine power left. If there are still many demons hiding, if war breaks out, how can I protect everyone?" Seeing Haniel slowly falling into despair, Yenica quickly shook her, reassuring her. "Haniel, calm down. This time I'll go to the celestial realm immediately. I'll tell the goddess everything. I'll also tell your master about the divine power, so don't worry, you'll get through this." A while later, Haniel returned to her dwelling. As she walked, she thought, "Thanks to Yenica, I'm calmer now, but the worry in my heart is still there. Can I shoulder all this alone?" She gently opened the door and stepped inside.
Haniel stood frozen at the door, looking around. There was no one. Rashar must have returned to Great Manor. The days here were also very pleasant. Suddenly, Rashar appeared behind her, leaning close and whispering into Haniel's ear. "What are you doing here?" She jumped, letting out a small cry. He tilted his head and asked, "So you finally decided to come back?" Haniel nervously covered her face. Rashar, he had already seen her in her assassin's attire. What should she do? Whether she covered her face or not, her identity was already exposed. Rashar gently reached out, touched her face covering, and pulled it down. "No need to hide it. I already know who you are." Haniel stammered. "How did you know?" He chuckled softly. "I have my ways." She was stunned, questioning everything. "What way? I hid it so carefully. How could this happen?" Perhaps she didn't know that the bells on her feet were the answer. Rashar said nothing more and pulled Haniel forward. Haniel softly called out, "Your Majesty." He gently pressed her down onto the bed, reassuring her, "I have no intention of punishing you, so just rest assured here." Haniel hesitated, worried. "But Your Majesty," Rashar simply instructed gently, "I'll be right back once I'm done with my work." After stepping outside, he leaned against the door for a moment, feeling a great sense of relief. "It's a good thing I made those bells. Now it's confirmed."
Phoenix and Haniel are one. Back then, I read a passage from a book for fun. In ancient times, there was a race that could transform into birds, and they were chosen by the goddess. Was Haniel one of them? No. Perhaps she is an angel. With demons rampant in the human world, that hypothesis makes sense. If Haniel is an angel, then her suspicious actions are understandable, including her excessive attention to this black fragment. But is it all right to send down such a clumsy angel? She doesn't even know I've taken the black fragment, so for me, that's fine. She's just too cute. Now it's time to deal with the fragment. In the dark dungeon, Duke Pierre had been escorted and imprisoned. Seeing the person approaching, he smirked. "You've arrived, my king." Duke Pierre knelt respectfully, pleading, "Please allow me to fulfill my long-cherished wish. Please grant me the favor of breaking the seal with my own hands." Rashar took out the black fragment from his pocket and threw it towards him. He said coldly, "My memory still has many gaps." Duke Pierre cradled it in his hands. Then a surge of black energy erupted, and he declared, "If I can unseal this fragment, just like that, everything will be complete. Now, as in the scroll, everything will—" Suddenly, Rashar grabbed him by the collar. He growled, ordering, "Who allowed you to disappear like that? Go retrieve the scroll for me. Find out the Ankamos plan. Without my order, you are not allowed to die." Throughout the battle, I didn't understand why the demons clung to me. Why was my blood black? What were the nightmares I always had really about? Now, everything is clear. This is not the time to laugh at me, Heliana. In the celestial realm, an authoritative figure sat on the throne in the center of the divine hall. Heliana's lips curved into a murmur. The seal has been broken. Yenica looked up, puzzled. "What? What do you mean?" Heliana rested her chin on her hand, changing the subject. "It's nothing, Yenica. Just tell me everything." Amidst the grand hall, resplendent with golden light, Heliana sat on her majestic high throne, silently listening as Yenica recounted everything. She slowly reported, "The demons are waiting for someone, but they vanished after obtaining the black fragment. I also heard about the scroll, but I don't know its contents. Haniel met the person she loves in the human world, but Haniel is constantly worried that the demons are pursuing that person, so I tried to return as quickly as possible." After listening, Heliana nodded slightly. "I understand. Yenica, was your journey all right?" Yenica looked bewildered, not understanding. The goddess then pointed to a scene from the past, teasing, "You were so eager to go, weren't you?" Yenica quickly waved her hands and feet frantically. Yes, the journey was very good, but more importantly," Heliana suddenly interrupted, "a long time ago there was also an angel who deeply loved the human world." Yenica was stunned. "What?" Heliana reminisced and recounted. "A long time ago there was a girl in the human world.
That human girl was personally chosen by me. At that time, if blessed by the goddess, their kind can transform into birds. They would follow and assist the goddess, spread her teachings, and fight against demons. Among them was a special pair of sisters, born with pure divine power, and thus raised to be able to fight against demons. However, humanity did not accept this. A disgruntled nobleman complained, "Father, why were those filthy orphans chosen? There must be some mistake. Why were they chosen and not us?" The father's face darkened. "Indeed, this is clearly a mistake. The prophecy must have been wrong. What do those orphans have that we don't? There's no way those useless children could possess such power."
The son bit his lip, his face resentful, but we cannot ignore the prophecy. He suddenly had a dangerous thought. Wait, isn't the younger child gravely ill, who could die at any moment? If they vanish, wouldn't the prophecy be nullified? Afterward, Haniel and her younger brother were stoned and ostracized by a group of nobles. The noble's son, full of hatred, berated them. "How dare you crawl back to the village when cursed by the devil's plague?" She quickly explained, "No, my brother isn't." But before Haniel could finish her sentence, a large stone was thrown, hitting her directly on the forehead. Her younger brother anxiously held Haniel's hand, softly calling out, "Sister." The noble's son continued to advance with the stone, threatening, "Get out of here now." Having no other choice, Haniel hugged her brother, and despite her bleeding wound, left. The father watched the entire process, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Finally, they've left the village. Follow them, eliminate them, ensure they don't survive.
Haniel and her younger brother ran quickly into the forest. With tears welling up, she said, "This can't be happening. Every day I pick flowers and pray to the goddess. This cannot be her answer." Suddenly, she tripped over a tree root. Her body stumbled and fell, but she still tried to protect her younger brother. The hired assassin approached Haniel. Filled with murderous intent, he spoke, "So let me satisfy you first." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of light streaked past the back of his neck. He fell right in front of Haniel's horrified face. Then a blood-soaked hand appeared at eye level. Rashar walked over, frowning slightly, and said, "This is the third time I've saved you." Back in the present, Helena had also finished her story. "I don't know the ending to that love story between an angel and a human."
Yenica, with a serious expression, asked, "The humans you personally chose, why? What have they done?" She replied with a bright smile, "It's nothing. Go meet the centaurs. Haniel asked for your help, remember?" Heliana's inner thoughts gradually resigned themselves. Yes, regretting now is meaningless. It seems that kid has almost all their memories back, and now their destiny is in their own hands. In the mortal realm, Rashar crossed his arms over his chest and ordered, "Don't go outside. Just stay in this room." Haniel was flustered. "But I lied about," she inwardly wailed. "If I'm stuck here, how will I know what the demon's goal is?" He said nothing, just pointed to the door and called, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure opened the door and entered. Seeing that person, Haniel was surprised. Caterine. Rashar instructed, "Caterine will prepare everything you need, so you don't have to go out. You absolutely don't need to go out at all." With that done, he left, and the door slammed shut. It was only then that she began to realize a serious problem. It seemed she was doomed.
Haniel's inner thoughts echoed through the magnificent castle. Since that day, she hadn't been able to step out of this room. Caterine saw her lost in thought and immediately asked, "Do you need anything, Your Grace?" "Oh, no." However, Haniel merely offered a wry smile. "I'm fine." She gently sipped her tea, then fell silent again. Independence, freedom. She didn't know if it was a bad omen or good fortune. At night, there were fewer guards, so she could sneak out, but she still didn't have enough time to investigate the demon race. What should she do? Caterine remained worried as she watched Haniel's unease. It seemed as if her grace was troubled by something. Could it be that she missed the king? So that was it. She hadn't realized. Caterine suddenly imagined Haniel reuniting with Rashar. "Haniel, Your Majesty." This made Caterine blush. Those two had long harbored feelings for each other. Haniel couldn't hold back any longer and turned to look at Caterine with a worried expression. "Caterine, after I left like that, what's the situation in the castle?" Seeing Caterine stunned, Haniel, flustered, quickly corrected herself. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just..." Such was the situation. Anyway, she was lying. She needed to know the castle situation to move around more easily. She was also worried about Rashar. Knowing Haniel's intentions, Caterine sat down and recounted very honestly. The Emperor and Empress Dowager were very shocked.
But they quickly regained their composure. Although Miss Haniel hadn't lied, they didn't think she was a bad person. They thought she must have had her own reasons, and now everything was back to normal. The Greta family also almost got into trouble, but the Empress Dowager took responsibility, saying it was her fault, so things settled down. At this point, her voice faltered slightly when mentioning Rachel. Caterine paused for a long time. It was only much later that she added that Rachel was training to become a royal knight. As soon as Haniel heard this news, she immediately sprang up. Rachel made it? Katerine didn't forget to add, Sir Chad personally wrote a letter of recommendation for her. At this moment, she must be burying herself in training. Finally, Haniel could unburden her heart and felt relieved. I kept worrying that everyone would get into trouble because of me, but at least some things have settled down. However, Katerine became very serious, making Haniel's eyes widen. Unfortunately, not everything is like that. When Miss Haniel left, the priests had always supported Modron to become queen. If things continue like this, Miss Rosaline will become queen. This speculation struck like lightning, making Haniel's face darken. Scene change. The atmosphere in the royal meeting room suddenly became tense. He slyly glanced at each person at the table. Rashar said nothing, just sat in silent contemplation.
His subconscious mind suddenly became very clear. The moment I touched the retrieved Welsh scroll, all my memories flooded back. The surprise on Rashar's face was so evident it couldn't be hidden. He couldn't stop thinking about the familiar figure in his mind, right after seeing Haniel. Now I understand why she's not like others. The girl from back then was Haniel. Therefore, Haniel must be the queen. In all those years, I had never let anyone into my heart. Back to reality, Rashar finally focused, his pupils cold and sharp. He was startled when he met a certain gaze. He just quietly watched the other person flinch and turn away, which was also a problem. Having regained my memories, I can also sense the aura of all demons, perhaps because I am also a demon king. Life is like a joke. Anyway, there aren't just 1 or 2 demons in the castle, so clearing them out all at once would be easier. At this moment, someone spoke up to remind Rashar, "Your Majesty, are you listening?" But he was still lost in thought, thinking, to change public opinion in favor of Haniel, I must eliminate all these troublesome demons. Receiving no answer, the person pressed on. "Your Majesty." Rashar directly ignored him and sank into his own world. What should I do? What can I do? Just then, a flash of insight struck him. Rashar couldn't control his composure, slammed the table, and stood up. Yes, there's a way. Without hesitation, he coldly declared, "The meeting is adjourned." Rashar walked away, ignoring their surprise or pleas. "Your Majesty, wait, Your Majesty."
His footsteps quickened down the dark corridor. This way, I can clear up all the misunderstandings surrounding Haniel. He couldn't believe he'd only just thought of such a simple solution. Rashar's hands quickly reached the intricately carved door. As he pushed the door open, his eyes immediately fell upon Haniel's slender figure. With a mix of surprise and worry, she spoke, "Your Majesty." Rashar disregarded his image, rushing to embrace Haniel tightly. He said, "From now on, we can be together, Haniel." For a fleeting moment, she couldn't comprehend his actions, her eyes wide. He continued to hold Haniel close, full of affection. She leaned against his chest, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, "Your Majesty." Only then did Rashar realize his impropriety, and his face flushed crimson.
He immediately let go of Haniel, hastily explaining, "Don't misunderstand, it's just that you like me so much that I thought perhaps you were missing me." But Rashar's actions surprised her. "I do miss you, but I didn't think you would hug me." As soon as she finished speaking, Haniel saw his action and curiously asked, "Why are you taking off your shirt?" Rashar didn't answer her question. Instead, he spun Haniel around as if she was about to get dizzy, making her scream, "Don't take off your shirt." A moment later, he sat next to Haniel on the bed, her shoulders draped with the shirt he had just taken off. Haniel hesitated. "Is it all right for you to come to my place like this?" But Rashar didn't understand her question. "What are you saying?" Haniel calmly reiterated, explaining in detail. "I heard you're going to marry a candidate from the Modron family. Your partner has already been decided. So is it all right for you to come to my place like this?" In her heart, she was constantly frustrated, truly hating it, not wanting to acknowledge it. "But I can't go back to being a candidate anymore." However, his answer surprised Haniel. "Then you really don't know."
I utterly despise the Modron family. Such corrupt people are the worst, whether as a spouse or a friend. And at this point, Rashar's voice suddenly became firm. "I will marry you." Haniel was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Seeing her bewildered look, he blushed and explained, "I don't hate you, and you're always saying how much you like me." She was so surprised that she sprang to her feet, not caring about her image, as she opened her mouth and cried out. Seeing Haniel's intense reaction, he teased her, "My ears are bleeding." But Haniel could not accept such a lukewarm proposal. Who proposes like this? It's not romantic in the slightest, and now everyone will think I'm lying. Suddenly, her mood instantly changed, her eyes welling up with tears as she clearly knew her place. How can I be by your side in this situation? Seeing the one he loved cry like that, Rashar couldn't bear it and took her hand. Instantly, he pulled Haniel onto his lap, embracing her.
Rashar gently soothed her, his words carrying immense conviction. "Don't worry, just trust me. We will have a happy wedding, without any trouble." The sweetness between them didn't last long before Haniel jumped off Rashar, shyly turning her back. "What is this? What's happening? Why is he suddenly making my heart race like this?" Back then, when he was in human form, he never affected her this much. To spare her further embarrassment, Rashar stood up and left, not forgetting to tell Haniel, "I'll leave the clothes here." But she didn't care about that, only clutching her face, which was as red as a tomato. Because of this, we have a reason to meet again. He seems to really like me. A moment later, a red envelope with a silver seal was delivered. The Count stood before Rashar's desk to report. Your Majesty, we have received a reply to your proposal. The Kingdom of Sylvania also proposed a meeting in the near future. If we postpone it, we will be at a disadvantage. We will proceed as you commanded. Rashar silently opened the envelope and read it. According to the letter's content, it seemed the proceedings were satisfactory. After that, Rashar stood up and assigned tasks to the Count. Announce it to the entire capital immediately, and tell Catherine to prepare. She must be prepared for the position of queen, so she no longer thinks of leaving me. As per Rashar's words, announcements were distributed throughout the capital for the people to read. Breaking news, breaking news. Everyone, come and read.
The commoners were extremely curious, wondering if there was some urgent matter. What was happening? Was there really urgent news? The headline of the information sheet that appeared before their eyes made them unable to believe their eyes. That deceitful candidate is actually the princess of the Kingdom of Sylvania. They wondered, was she truly falsely accused? But what now? She's already been expelled. And now they want her back? In a secluded alley, Haniel, completely covered, stood opposite Katerine. To speak more easily, she pulled down her hood. Haniel asked, Hey, Katerine, what is all this about? Why did you suddenly bring me here? But Katerine said nothing, her face beaming with happiness. Haniel pleaded, Please, just explain. In her mind, Katerine softly called out, Our future queen. A moment later, Katerine began to speak with Haniel. You don't need to worry about anything anymore. I'm also returning to the castle. The suspicions have been cleared, and the wedding ceremony will take place soon. In contrast to Katerine's cheerfulness, Haniel was worried. I don't dare to go back. I lied. I've lost my qualification as a candidate. Katerine immediately reassured her. That doesn't matter. What's most important are the hearts of His Majesty the King and you. Katerine then walked behind Haniel, placed both hands on her shoulders and encouraged her. Now, return to the castle, more confident than anyone else.
The path ahead will be opened by the king. In contrast to Haniel's joy and happiness, in another dark place, dazzling red rose branches and a shattered vase lay on the ground. Rosaline was trembling with anger, and the servant stood only at a distance, not daring to approach. She looked in their direction and commanded, Bring me paper. I need to send a letter. I will not give up like this. I will not give this position to her, at any cost. Rosaline seemed to have gone mad, her feet stepping on the broken porcelain pieces. Blood gushed out, soaking her, yet she felt no pain. She walked towards the mirror, gloomily looking at her reflection in it. She whispered, The title of queen is mine. The two maids remained silent and still, but the short-haired servant curved a sinister smile.
Count Modron clutched the paper in his hand, speaking in a speculative tone. There must be a reason she was summoned back to the castle. Rosaline saw the emperor hastily preparing for the wedding, and there was much talk in the castle. Thierman then chimed in, as he said he would bring her back, and he did. Count Modron devised a plan to protect his interests. He said, We must stop the emperor before he loses his mind. If I back down now, the House of Modron will lose its future. I cannot retreat like this. I cannot, he emphasized. I will not let her seize my power. The words in the room were overheard by Thiago, who stood outside. He smirked, his heart filled with utter disdain. Foolish humans. They believe whatever I say. Fine, they are easy to exploit. While they are being led by the nose by me to create chaos, I will rule humanity and seize this world. At this very moment, in Haniel's room, continuous noisy sounds echoed. It turned out she was struggling to try on clothes. Haniel wore a splendid dress, but felt something was off. This dress is a bit different from the ones I've worn before, much easier to move in. Catherine opened the door and stepped in, asking about her situation. Miss Haniel, how do you find the dress? Haniel reluctantly replied, although it's a bit inconvenient, to not disappoint her expectations. It's all good. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel quite lucky. If I had been a little later, they would have seen me kicking the dress around.
Katerine immediately replied to Haniel with a hint of regret. She had just put it on, and it felt like a real shame to take it off now. We have guests arriving, so I think it's best we change into more elegant dresses. Hearing that, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed, her heart screaming, Change clothes again? How annoying. Katerine continued, Actually, the king is here. Just those few words made her happy. After changing, she immediately ran to the king. Your Majesty, you've waited long enough. I was just changing. But he didn't seem very enthusiastic when he heard Haniel's words. Why did you change? I wanted to see you in the wedding dress. I even ordered it to be made especially beautiful. The mention of the wedding dress made her blush again. Haniel shyly replied, Katerine said we should save it for the wedding day.
Hearing that, Rashar immediately had his own thoughts. Could it be that she thought I would lose control upon seeing Haniel in a wedding dress? Just how beautiful would it be? When he didn't answer for a long time, she asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Are you looking forward to it that much? Although Rashar was looking forward to it, he still had too many things to worry about. Marrying Haniel was not easy at all.
There were still troublesome noble affairs, and the public uproar after Haniel fled the ball. He smiled and replied to her. I said I'm very much looking forward to it. As he said this, he suddenly felt a stroke of luck. Rashar pouted, walked over, and leaned against him. So, will you show it to me? Rashar recalled his conversation with the Count in the study. Your Majesty, we have received a reply to your proposal. The Kingdom of Sylvania has also suggested a meeting in the near future. If we postpone it, we will be at a disadvantage. Shall we proceed as you instructed? According to their letter, it seems we should proceed. If the Empire deploys troops to assist in demon extermination, the kingdom will bestow the title of princess upon Haniel.
Many Sylvanian kingdoms have accepted my offer. Public opinion will quickly side with Haniel. Back to reality, Haniel shyly pushed him away. No, absolutely not. What's this? I thought you'd turn your face away and refuse as usual, but now you're seducing me instead? Rashar feigned regret, covering his face with his hands. What a pity. I'll have to wait until the wedding day. Then he suddenly leaned in and kissed Haniel's cheek. That unexpected action stunned her, and she stammered, Your Majesty? Rashar affectionately stroked her head. You'll soon be my wife, so get used to it. Then he turned and walked ahead, suggesting as he went, There's still a little time before the meeting. Let's sit and talk about our home. Suddenly, Haniel ran up from behind and grabbed his hand. This rare action from her surprised Rashar. Haniel? She held his hand and hesitantly said, The rest of me? Shouldn't you get used to all of it too? We've already kissed, and now we're getting married. Trying this is fine too, right? Hearing those sweet words made Rashar blush. He reached out to her, then pulled Haniel into his embrace, placing a sweet kiss on her lips. Rashar teased Haniel. Do you want a kiss that much? You truly love me. She immediately said, flustered. It's not like that. He knew she was pretending, so he chuckled softly. Let's just say it is. A moment later, Rashar returned to his study, sitting on his chair in thought. What remains are the nobles. I must eradicate them once and for all, but their faction currently consists of nobles. The best way is, he called out, Are you there? From seemingly nowhere, Rashar's subordinate appeared. Kneeling, he awaited Rashar's command. Awaiting your orders, Your Majesty. Rashar articulated the plan he had devised. Gather all the nobles in one place during the Emperor's wedding ceremony. I will reveal my true form at the wedding. Therefore,
We must gather our forces to welcome the new king. The subordinate chuckled gleefully upon hearing this. Of course, I will bring all the demons under my command. We also need to inform Chaden and Bion to guard against a demon rebellion. Finally, our king stands in his rightful place. Finally, he couldn't help but blame himself. I feel guilty towards Haniel. She only thinks I'm rushing into marriage, but I've always waited for the day we'd be together. Rashar rested his chin on his hand, assigning him the task. I cannot delay any longer. We don't have time to sit idle. Go quickly. Meanwhile, Thiago sneered, proposing an idea for the plan. Gather a large number of soldiers to expose the trouble. If anything goes wrong, we'll just blame them entirely. But of course, nothing will go wrong from the start. The subordinate beside him praised incessantly. Lord Ankymos's plan is always perfect. He seemed to have predicted the success rate of the plan he proposed. Certainly, this time we will dominate humanity, personally building a new empire without a demon king. At that wedding, we will wipe them out.
Soon enough, the emperor's wedding arrived, and the royal palace was decorated with immense splendor. A demon thought to himself, so many people, you humans can laugh to your heart's content. Before this wedding ends, our nobles will have taken control of this place. But he suddenly stopped short, wondering, why is Ankymos here? On the opposite side, Ankymos also wondered in surprise, why is Wales here? Though the two hated each other, they still looked away as if oblivious, thinking to themselves, well, the plan is proceeding nicely.
The announcement rang out, the king is entering. Wales thought to himself with satisfaction, all right, I don't care what you plan to do. As long as the king of hell is on my side, victory is mine. Thinking this, he involuntarily chuckled. Looking down from above, Rashar mused to himself that everything was perfectly prepared. He suddenly felt a pang of sadness, thinking of Haniel. She's really looking forward to this wedding. Once everything is over, we can have a grand ceremony. He had instructed them to make Haniel a dress that was easy to move in case of an encounter. If she steps forward when the demons appear, public opinion will turn, and Haniel will be the new son of the empire. The announcement rang out, the queen is entering. Haniel gracefully entered in a pristine white gown. Seeing her, his heart skipped a beat. Haniel was truly beautiful today, radiant in her splendid wedding dress. Rashar froze for a moment, captivated by her beauty. Noticing the awkward situation, an attendant quietly prompted, Your Majesty, what are you doing? I'll take her hand. He hesitated, thinking, I probably won't get to admire this sight again. Rashar proactively extended his hand. He gently confessed, I've always thought you were very beautiful, but today you are especially magnificent. Rashar teased, a beauty that would make angels envious. Haniel chuckled with delight upon hearing this. I'm also glad to be getting married soon, but are we really doing this before dealing with the demon situation? She praised,
Your Majesty, you also look more handsome than usual today. Rashar calmly replied, Thank you. He suddenly became serious. I apologize for having to spoil the mood, but this is something that must be done. I hope you will understand, Haniel. Just then, Wales realized, the signal has arrived.
They quickly revealed their true forms, shaking the nobility, for they were devils. Wales, thrilled, loudly commanded, Reveal yourselves and attack the humans. The royal knights exchanged nods, while the nobles scattered in a panic. Soon, a large number of devils revealed themselves. A voice rang out, Everyone, evacuate this way. Get close to the knights. Ankamos froze, witnessing the scene. Has he gone mad to turn into a devil in front of so many people? He chuckled foolishly and muttered, All right, if you wish to die a meaningless death, then so be it. But I will make use of you first. Wales's men will be annihilated by the knights. I just need to deal with that angel. I'll use this turmoil to sway public opinion to Modron's advantage.
Ankamos nodded, signaling his subordinates, then personally went to gather the humans to one side, separating them from the king. The demon immediately shouted, There are more demons now, everyone be vigilant. Very quickly, a chaotic battle between humans and demons broke out. Ankamos thought to himself with satisfaction, This distance is just right. He then said loudly, Don't you see? How can the Empire's elite knights allow demons to concentrate their attacks like this? Someone is definitely behind this. That woman over there, the traitor who fled, yet she can calmly return. Don't you find her suspicious? At these words, Haniel couldn't help but freeze. She wondered suspiciously, What is he saying? Am I behind the demons? Roseline continued with a pitiful expression. Exactly. Isn't that too suspicious? She's a traitor, but now she's back and getting married as if nothing happened. Furthermore, the demons aren't attacking her either. Isn't that very strange? Seeing the pathetic scene before her, Haniel's displeasure was evident on her face. The demons coming to wreak havoc was bad enough. Now they even want to blame me. I really want to control them. Can someone explain to me what's happening? Seeing her scowling face, Rashar chuckled inwardly. Haniel, you're showing everything on your face. It's so cute. He continued. All right, we've teased her enough. I'll clear the stage now, so you can do whatever you want. Without hesitation, he immediately put his plan into action. Haniel suddenly realized with a start that Imperial light. Ankamos clutched his head in pain. No, why is this happening all of a sudden? He quickly revealed his true form. Seeing this, Haniel pouted. So he's a demon too. I knew there were other branches besides Pierre, so both branches are here.
I don't know what their plan is, and I'm worried because I don't have much divine power, but even so, it's time to complete my mission. Above all, I must protect Rashar. Thinking this, Haniel smiled and handed the bouquet to Rashar. She said, Rashar, could you hold this for me for a moment? Rashar confidently declared, I will protect you. For a moment, Rashar blushed deeply. Meanwhile, the demons were slowly losing control. Haniel speculated, perhaps the energy from earlier made him lose control, but why did that energy come from Rashar? She told herself, just focus on the battle first. I'll defeat them and ask about that later. Haniel resolutely stepped forward to confront the demons. By this time, Ankamos had gone mad, continuously roaring, Destroy, destroy, destroy them all. Haniel suddenly leapt into the air. He let out a pained grunt for a moment. It was unclear when, but Ankamos had been subdued by Haniel's scepter. Haniel solemnly declared, All of you shall die here.
Wales stumbled backward behind Haniel. He thought in horror, Impossible. Ankamos was defeated in just one move. Worse still, this energy is... Wales realized in shock. Holy power. He bit his lip in fury. Back then I had no concrete proof, so I didn't believe it. But just as I thought, she is an angel. She cannot be allowed to live. If it were just us, we wouldn't win. But with the Demon King on our side, we won't lose. At this moment, Haniel looked at him defiantly. Wales arrogantly shouted, The Demon King is with us. Everyone, surround her. But in response to him, none of the demons moved. Wales was instantly confused. What are you doing? Surround her. One demon suddenly explained, Lord Wales, please listen to us. Our bodies cannot move. This surprised him. They can't move. No human is strong enough to control us, let alone... He suspiciously turned sharply to look at Rashar. Wales realized in horror. Is it the Demon King? He bitterly wondered. But why? Does this mean you're not truly on my side? Looking into his eyes, Wales surmised. He's looking at the angel not to figure out how to destroy her, but because he likes her. He orchestrated this entire charade. He lured both Ankamos and me. No, he lured everyone here for a purpose. We've been tricked.
Noticing the opponent's strange behavior, Haniel's eyes widened momentarily, wondering what was wrong with him. She was startled to realize, was he going to attack Rashar? Haniel desperately slumped to the ground. She trembled, thinking to herself, the move she just used had consumed all her remaining holy power. If she continued, she wouldn't be able to contend with a high-level demon. Meanwhile, Wales roared in fury. You bastard! How dare you trick me! Haniel hastily stood up and lunged forward. No, Rashar! But it was too late. Wales was already dangerously close to Rashar. Her face went pale as she cried out, No! The fiend continued to lunge forward with a swift swing. Haniel pleaded, her voice choked.
No, please, Goddess Heliana, I don't care if this is my final opportunity. I don't care if I can never wield divine power again. Please allow me to save him. At this very moment, a miracle occurred. Haniel suddenly sprang up.
Haniel recklessly charged towards the demon. "Get out!" she yelled loudly. "Be gone!" The demon froze in place. A brilliant golden light immediately appeared. Rashar quickly covered his eyes. In an instant, the demon disintegrated into dust. Rashar, overjoyed, thought to himself, "Excellent, she's the one who defeated the demons. No one will suspect her anymore." Rashar proudly called out, "Haniel!" Haniel suddenly collapsed. Rishar's face instantly changed. "Haniel!" For some unknown reason, Haniel's eyes became lifeless. She simply collapsed before Rishar's eyes. With a pang in his heart, Rashar called out, "Haniel!" At the same time, Haniel was transported to another dimension.
Here she dreamily opened her eyes. She vaguely realized amidst these clouds, had she returned to heaven already? Had she failed to save Rashar? A sudden voice rang out. "How was your journey?" Haniel was momentarily overwhelmed. It was the goddess Heliana. She emotionally replied, "Goddess Heliana, what should I do?" She gently asked Haniel, "Is something wrong?" Haniel stammered, recounting, "I couldn't save Rashar, and I've run out of holy power." Hearing this, Heliana exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my!" She burst into tears, sobbing, "What should I do now? I couldn't protect the one I love, nor my own power. I couldn't protect anything at all." She gently moved closer to her. Heliana gently bent down to comfort her. "Haniel, just feel it. You've protected everything." Haniel denied with a pang in her heart. "Me protect everything? I didn't." She suddenly froze at the surge of power, unable to believe it. She was filled with holy power. It was unclear when, but a pair of radiant golden wings had appeared behind her. Heliana smiled with satisfaction. She gently announced, "Haniel, congratulations on becoming a high-ranking angel."
Immersed in the clouds, Haniel mused to herself, "I'm just an ordinary angel, with no friends, no family, but now I'm a high-ranking angel? Does that mean I can return to the human world?" Upon a time, Heliana smiled faintly. "There were children I loved very much. One was an angel with beautiful wings. The other two were human sisters. Though their bodies were frail, their hearts were stronger than anyone else's. You know about those I choose, don't you? Those two sisters were the ones I chose. They were meant to be my arms and eyes to repel the demons. But I forgot one thing, human greed and envy. The two sisters fell into danger. And as the elder sister was trying to protect her younger brother, an angel with magnificent wings came to their rescue. Heliana suddenly lowered her voice. I knew they had met before, but I couldn't stop them. Haniel wondered, why not? She looked at her gently, explaining gravely, because that angel's only motivation was his love for that girl, and I couldn't stop it.
Heliana carefully summoned an orb, reminiscing. Before she realized it, the angel had made a forbidden pact for the girl, and it was all too late. It was the first time the angel had loved, and he wanted to fulfill all of the girl's wishes. The angel had promised the girl he would do anything to save her increasingly frail younger brother. In that memory, the girl had pleaded, "Can you truly save my brother?" The other party firmly replied, "Of course, on one condition." The girl hesitated slightly. What condition? The angel gently touched her head. He gently suggested, "When your brother recovers, live with me, you and your brother." The girl had no reason to refuse the invitation. She also harbored feelings for the angel who always helped her. Therefore, she smiled brightly and happily. "Yes, let all three of us live together." When the angel saw the girl's pure smile, he resolved to protect that smile for the rest of his life and make her the happiest person in the world. But there was a problem. Angels were not allowed to use holy power in the human realm, and he knew he alone was not enough to fulfill his promise. He didn't want to ask humans for help, because deep down he was very greedy, wanting the girl to belong only to him. So the angel committed the forbidden act. A vial of medicine was delivered. The angel wondered, "Are you sure about this medicine?" The demon affirmed, "Yes. Now that I've delivered the medicine, may I borrow your wings?" The angel calmly replied, "Let me check if it works first." A remedy obtained through an exchange with a demon yielded excellent results.
All three seemed to be just waiting for happiness, but the demon seized this opportunity. The demon revealed its true colors and threatened. That demonic potion can turn into poison in the blink of an eye. In other words, I've already put poison into that kid's stomach, so lend me your wings quickly. I only need them for a little while. The angel agreed to the demon's condition. After all, the angel could summon wings at will, so he felt it was fine to lend them to the demon for a bit. He would later realize it was a foolish decision, because the angel felt that time spent with the girl was more precious than anything. By the time he realized something was amiss outside, an hour had passed since he had lent his wings to the demon. The moment the door opened, a blazing red flame surged in. In just 1 hour, the demon had burned the entire world to ashes. And the demon's ultimate goal suddenly appeared, saying, "O angel who violated the forbidden, my fallen king needs your soul to rule heaven, so please give us your soul." At these words, he froze. The demon suddenly lunged, and the angel had no time to react. He stood still, exclaiming, "Damn it! I can't use my powers in the human world." From a distance, a pair of hurried feet ran towards them. The brave girl blocked his path. In that moment of life and death, she felt a fleeting fear, closing her eyes tightly.
From high above, a sudden radiance shone down, incinerating the demon. He realized in astonishment, no, that was not the light of salvation. She smiled, heartbrokenly, then retreated. In an instant, the girl disintegrated into dust, while the grim angel desperately tried to cling to her. "No, no, don't leave me, please." The angel had regained his wings, but because he had fallen, those wings were scorched by the girl's divine power. Even so, he still wouldn't release her, not wanting to lose his first and last love.
Under his sister's influence, her younger brother also awakened, but unstable, transforming into a silver bird. She comforted the distressed angel. The sorrowful angel personally tore off his remaining wing, using it to cover his younger brother, who now had to live alone, as the angel himself also departed the mortal realm. Returning to reality, Heliana was filled with sorrow. She said, "When the angel returned to the heavens, the other angels all believed his soul should be destroyed, but I couldn't do that. Your feelings for the girl were the most beautiful thing I had ever witnessed. Instead of punishing your grave sin, your memories were separated and scattered across the world. I had hoped that as you atoned for your mistakes, your lingering resentment would eventually fade away." And so, the curse of the beautiful silver-winged angel who had loved a human began. Over thousands of years and countless reincarnations, he diligently atoned for his mistakes. Finally, only one sin remained. Your younger brother has begun to act, Haniel. Haniel, who had now remembered everything, burst into tears.
In that glass orb, Rashar's heartbroken face was clearly reflected. Haniel instantly sobbed uncontrollably. "Rashar, I miss him. I want to rush into his arms." "Goddess Helena." She gently touched the orb. "Now you are free of sin." The orb glowed, and Haniel froze for a long moment, her eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Helena gently instructed, "From now on, stay by each other's side and live happily." The story ended, and Haniel was now nestled in Rashar's warm embrace. He sobbed her name. "Haniel." She gently opened her eyes, a soft smile on her face. "Your Majesty has waited for me for a long time, hasn't he?" Rashar was downcast. He hesitated. "I thought you had disappeared again." Haniel gently placed her hand on his chest, reassuring him. "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere anymore. I will stay by your side forever." Saying this, she gently gave Rashar a sweet kiss. The newspapers reported that the Emperor's wedding ultimately turned into a disaster. News of the Modron family conspiring with demons to assassinate the king and queen spread across all newspapers. But public opinion was abuzz, not about the Modron family, but about the queen who vanquished demons. They whispered among themselves, "Listen, the Modron family conspired with demons to invade the empire, but Her Majesty the Queen prevented them." "Oh, come on, as if anyone could really slay demons. I'm serious," one person adamantly recounted. "Hey, I heard from someone who was there. When the queen stepped forward to protect His Majesty, she glowed and angelic wings appeared behind her. The demon stood motionless and then turned to dust." He exclaimed in momentary astonishment. "It happened like a dream. The queen was like an angel." Someone interrupted. "Oh, come on, old man. I bet your friend was just too scared and hallucinated." But he insisted. "That person isn't lying. An angel has truly descended upon our land." Just then, a sharp, cold gaze suddenly flashed from behind the curtain. The carriage suddenly braked, startling the crowd. Someone in the crowd wondered in confusion. "Good heavens, are they transporting prisoners? What's that prisoner suddenly stirring up? What good have they ever done anyway?" Imprisoned behind bars, Roseline, seething with rage, gritted her teeth. She's an angel? No, it can't be. It just can't be."
Seeing her muttering, Fearman snapped, "Shut up, just be quiet for a moment." She flew into a rage, aggressively turning back to question him. "What? What did you just say?" He immediately yelled, "I told you to shut your mouth. It's because of your stupidity that we're here, so at least shut your mouth. Colluding with demons, this family is ruined because of you, you know that?" Rosaline, furious, lunged forward and grabbed Thierman's collar, accusing him, "You act as if I acted alone. You all agreed too. You all agreed to cooperate with the demons to get rid of that girl, and now you're blaming me?" He stiffly asserted, "You're the one who brought the demons here. Rosaline, we've lost everything, and it's all your fault." A loud, sudden noise rang out. Chaden glared, reminding them, demanding silence from both. You two should have been sentenced to death, quartered, but thanks to the Queen's mercy, you were only thrown into prison. Anyway, don't expect to crawl out of prison until you die. If you keep making noise, I will gag you. Now you are just a bunch of criminals. Shut your mouths." Hearing this, Rosaline's face suddenly turned pale, and she pressed her lips together in indignation. Rosaline harshly yelled, "Die, all of you!" Haniel Finesso blinked. Chaden, from outside, merely gave a cold command, "Go!" At this moment, Haniel was wearing a beautiful dress. She joyfully recognized, "Rachel, there you are!" Haniel approached, greeting her warmly. "You don't know, I've missed you so much. It's such a pity we didn't even get to say goodbye." Rachel, flustered, quickly evaded. "I feel the same way. I'm very sorry too." This expression made Haniel uncomfortable, and she softly called, "Rachel." Rachel became even more flustered. She suddenly spoke loudly. "I was there that day too. Everyone seemed not to believe it, but I truly believe Lady Haniel is an angel, so please allow me to sincerely apologize to you."
Haniel was speechless upon hearing that. Rachel, breaking out in a cold sweat, continued, "I confess, back then I used to vigorously ruffle my siblings' hair, and sometimes I even stole their candy. I also cut holes in my father's socks. It's..." Without letting her finish, Haniel awkwardly cut her off. "It's okay, look up." But Rachel stubbornly remained bowed. "I'm sorry for what I did that messed Haniel up." "It's all right, it's okay." From a distance, a familiar voice rang out. "I'm sorry to interrupt your apology." The group was immediately dumbfounded with fright. Rashar gently spoke, "But may I borrow Haniel?" Haniel radiantly approached him. "Your Majesty." Rashar kindly reminded her, "Don't run like that, what if you trip?" Haniel asked curiously, "Why are you here?" He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I came to save a certain angel from trouble." This made her contentedly giggle.
Richard asked loudly, "Shall I take her?" Rachel quickly agreed, "Yes, of course." Seeing the happy affection of the couple, Katerine couldn't help but smile, just as she had thought. Besides the Queen, no one suited His Majesty better. She thought to herself, after all, it hadn't been easy for them to be together, but she felt relieved that they were happy. She brightly turned to Rachel and asked, "Would you like to have tea with me?" Under the vast blue sky, Haniel curiously spoke up, "But Your Majesty, I have a question."
Our wedding was held quite hastily and wasn't very ceremonious, was it? Was that the reason? Rashar was momentarily lost in thought, which confused Haniel. "Your Majesty, are you listening? Your Majesty." It was only then that he absently turned to look at her, muttering, "Haniel, I want you to call me by my name." Hearing that, Haniel immediately teased, "Who was it that told me using your name wasn't appropriate for royal etiquette?" Rashar quickly turned back to explain, "No, back then She gently lifted his chin, then sealed his lips with a light kiss, making him freeze. She gently suggested, "This time, let me propose to you. Please marry me, Rashar. Let's have a complete wedding ceremony together." Rashar shyly replied, "No." Haniel immediately got flustered. "Huh? No?" She anxiously asked, "You're not going to marry me?" Rashar lightly tapped her head. He shyly expressed, "I'm the one who is going to propose, so prepare yourself." And just like that, he had been captivated by Haniel's innocent beauty. She was so adorable. Under the clear blue sky, Rashar asked earnestly, "Are you sad that I didn't recognize you as Phoenix?" Haniel honestly admitted, "To say I'm not sad would be a lie. But anyway, I'm a bird transformed into a human. How could you know we were one and the same? I understand." Saying this, she happily leaned on Rashar's shoulder. "Now, you and I are wonderful together, so it's fine. Thanks to you, I feel happy every day. I'm happy to see my younger brother finally transform back into a human after years of loneliness, and happy that we can enjoy delicious food together. Who would have thought that this very younger brother was the one who intentionally gave the sacred text to the demons to collect the fragments and help him restore his memory? There's so much to talk about that we could go on endlessly."
Rashar gently held Haniel's hand. He was glad she was happy. He sincerely promised, "I will protect you and your brother forever, so your only job is to focus on being happy." Rashar silently walked beside Haniel. He confessed that he had spent countless lifetimes atoning for his sins. He had been a slave, a knight, a mercenary, and now an emperor. The world saw you defeat the demon. "But if I had known you would fall, I wouldn't have done it." Recalling that moment, my heart sank again. Haniel excitedly interrupted, "And thanks to that, I was promoted to a high-ranking angel, and now I can use my powers in the human realm." She was a little annoyed, pressing close to him. "Rashar, are you listening?" Rashar started, quickly evading. "Yes, I'm listening." This made her wonder, "Is something wrong? Are you hiding something?" He mumbled in response, "Well, Haniel frowned. "Why aren't you looking at me?" Rashar said sternly, "Do you know where we are?" Haniel immediately looked bewildered. "Where?" She looked around and then stated, "This is where the knights train." Haniel looked at Rashar, annoyed and chided. "Did you think I still didn't know?"
Seeing him laugh, she suddenly stopped short. Rashar unexpectedly knelt down. "This is where I first met your human form, Haniel." The memory of that day was still vivid. Rashar had reprimanded. "How dare you approach the Emperor?" She probably didn't know fear, did she? Returning to the present, he felt a touch of regret. "When we first met, I couldn't recognize you, so I spoke a bit harshly."
"From now on, I will always be sweet, love you, and ensure your happiness until the end of your life," Rashar firmly proposed. "Will you marry me?" His heart suddenly pounded as if it would explode. Haniel couldn't hide her flutter of emotion in her eyes either. She let out a soft laugh, making Rashar jump. He looked bewildered and asked, "Why are you laughing?" She playfully replied, "You told me to prepare to wait, but now you're proposing already?" Rashar blushed and stammered, I have a feeling you don't like this. Let me do it again." But Haniel unexpectedly hugged him tightly. "I've had my answer for a long time," she radiantly accepted. "Yes, I will marry you. I truly can't imagine a life without you in it anymore." Haniel didn't forget to tease, "But you're not allowed to mess this up this time, okay?" But that was the beginning of my troubles. The bed continuously shook. Haniel wondered to herself, how do humans reproduce? Back in the heavenly realm, I only focused on slaying demons, so I don't know how humans live. And since Haniel and Phoenix couldn't exist at the same time, I finally had to tell everyone that I was an angel. She suddenly paused, "But the way Rachel and Crusoe are treating me really bothers me. I know there have been rumors, but an official announcement is a different matter."
There was still plenty of time, she thought, so she'd just take it slow. With that thought, she unconsciously drifted off to sleep. Back to reality, Haniel's face turned pale as she thought to herself, "I thought that back then, but how is it already this late? Between wedding preparations and etiquette lessons, the day just flew by. Things weren't this chaotic last time. Was it because that was a fake wedding?" To make matters worse, Rashar and I had agreed to announce that I am an angel today, but I'm too nervous to spread my wings. Rashar unexpectedly draped his arm over Haniel's shoulder. He sincerely asked Han, "What are you worried about? The one who holds the entire empire in his hands is right beside you. You're no longer constrained by anything. You can do whatever you like, and I'll take care of the rest. This is your time to shine." Seeing him whisper, the nobles couldn't help but murmur. What are they saying? Can anyone hear? Who could hear from this far away? One person spoke up, reminding, "Hey, don't raise your voice at me. Today's a good day." The other person irritably replied, "It's because you're asking such silly questions. How am I supposed to hear what they're saying?" A sudden flash of light appeared, and Haniel's brilliant golden wings unexpectedly emerged. The crowd once again questioned, "Am I dreaming? Look, she's really an angel. The rumors are true." When the people of the Empire saw those radiant wings, a steadfast belief took root in their hearts. Haniel, startled, confessed, "Everyone, the truth is, I am an angel sent down to the mortal realm by the goddess." A noblewoman exclaimed in awe, "Long live the queen! The goddess is with us. Long live the queen. Please lead the empire to peace." They believed they would no longer have to fear demons, and that this was enough to prevent demons from causing chaos in the mortal realm. Of course, the reason the Apolline Empire could bask in that sunlight for a long time was because of a guardian angel, who was also its first queen. Haniel happily beamed a radiant smile. Rashar, smitten, gazed at her with adoring eyes. And so they shared a sweet kiss, and from the beautiful love story between the angel and the emperor, a prosperous nation was born. Thank you for watching today's video. And so we have reached the end of this captivating series. We'll see you in the next video with an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. We sincerely thank you for watching and wish you a wonderful day.